The story begins at an ordinary school, nothing special. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the quiet atmosphere. A male student was sent flying by the tremendous force, his body rolling across the ground. He was engulfed in a raging inferno, flames erupting from the devastating blast. From the thick smoke, a group of boys emerged, stepping out of the sea of fire. They looked at him, their voices dripping with sarcasm and mockery. Well, fancy seeing you here. Sorry, didn't think you'd get hit by an elementary level spell. Impressive. The boy gritted his teeth against the searing pain that racked his body, remaining silent in the face of their insults. He slowly stood up, brushing the dust off himself, and said coldly, "Is that enough? Now, return what you promised. I brought what you asked for." One of them spoke up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the boy said. The group presented a bag of food, their tone condescending. A fresh slim burger. The most popular lunch item in our school, you know. Only 50 servings are sold each day. He thoughtfully bought enough food for all of us. However, instead of showing gratitude, the group loudly questioned him. "Hey, where are the drinks? You're so thoughtless, completely lacking finesse." A small flame appeared in the thug's hand as he spoke menacingly. "As punishment for your stupidity, take this." He then launched a spark directly at the poor boy. The bullied boy couldn't react in time and took another hit. The group laughed cruelly, gloating, "Just as expected. This guy is truly weak and useless." Suddenly, a girl appeared from afar, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing?" The group immediately fell silent, their smiles vanishing. "Damn it, it's Shinomy. We're in trouble. She's a member of the disciplinary committee." The leader aggressively threw his phone at the boy and cursed. "You're lucky today. We'll let you off the hook this time." The phone crashed to the ground, its screen shattered. The girl rushed to the boy's side, anxiously calling out, "Haruto-kun, are you okay?" With a worried expression, she kindly asked, Are you all right, Harry?" But Harry only replied coldly, his voice laced with suspicion, "You better stop, Shinomy." He continued, his words a harsh reality. "You'll be ostracized, isolated, if you keep talking to me." Shinomy sadly replied, a hint of frustration in her voice, "That's not what I'm worried about, Harry." Harry wiped his face with his hand, muttering to himself, his voice heavy with despair, We can't survive here." He turned and walked away, leaving his sentence unfinished. "If we keep joking around, having fun like when we were kids." Shinomy silently watched Harry's retreating figure, sadness evident on her beautiful face. She sighed softly, yet the scenery around this school is truly beautiful. Haruto strode down the school hallway, ignoring the whispers and gossip of the surrounding students. "That's him. It's that special student. I heard he doesn't have any magical ability whatsoever, yet he was able to get into a school as prestigious and renowned as this one. There must be an error in the scoring system. Or did he hire someone to take the test for him?" Haruto walked through the wave of negative gossip. Haruto remained silent, eyes closed, continuing his stride. He thought to himself, as much as I hate to admit it, I can't deny the rumors. How could a rebellious, defiant kid like me ever set foot in such a prestigious, renowned academy? In just one day and night, his parents abruptly announced his enrollment as a special student. Even if he yearned to understand why, it was too late. Haruto gazed at the vast, expansive sky, lost in thought. I should have gone with him on that fateful day. Haruto opened his drawer, his thoughts continuing to swirl. I was accepted into the Magic Academy with only a sliver of magical ability. That's why. I obviously couldn't pursue the path of becoming a magic user. I was forced to choose the path of a swordsman. In a modern world dominated by magic, where it governs every aspect of life, I'm nothing but useless, incompetent, only capable of fighting in close quarters, in hand-to-hand combat, the sole survivor of my family, and a burden on every perilous hell expedition. They gave me a terrifying nickname, the Harbinger of Disaster. The scene shifts to the bustling dormitory of a university. Haruto slowly walks back to his room after a long day of study. Suddenly, his eyes catch a strange object wedged in the door crack. How bizarre. A mysterious black letter, with no familiar markings, has been slipped into his room. Curiosity piqued, Haruto picks up the letter, enters his room, and begins to examine it closely. With no postmark or sender's name, the letter becomes even more enigmatic. Despite a sense of unease, Haruto murmurs to himself and decides to open it. He carefully breaks the seal. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupts from within. Haruto gasps, staring at the strange phenomenon before him. What is this? The intense light seems to want to devour everything around. Then, the letter snaps shut as if nothing happened. It falls softly onto the sofa. But Haruto is gone. He's no longer in the room, transported to another space. Haruto jolts awake, eyes wide with bewilderment. He's floating in a void, stammering, What happened? Where am I? A crystal-clear drop of water fell, creating ripples that spread across the still surface of a lake before the boy. From within the expanding rings, a strange form began to materialize, gradually becoming clearer. A mysterious voice echoed, breaking the silence. The current year is 2054 according to the Western calendar, the voice announced. And you are Guyu Haruto, 16 years old, correct? Though utterly astonished by the mysterious event, Haruto instinctively responded to the strange entity before him. Yes, that's right. What did you just say? I am Guyu Haruto, he stammered. I am you, from the future. Haruto was even more dumbfounded, his mind reeling. What in the world is going on? The entity continued, its voice steady. I'm sending this message to you from the distant future. In 15 years, you will awaken as a gifted mage. You will possess the ability to control space and time. However, waiting until then is too long. Therefore, I've decided to train you directly, right here, right now, starting now. All for the purpose of helping you become a great time-space mage. Haruto frowned, bewildered. What nonsense is this guy spouting? The mysterious voice continued. I know you're skeptical, always questioning everything. After all, I am you, another part of you. But seeing is believing. You need to witness it firsthand. Just this once, do as I say. Trust me, just this once. Go alone into the F-rank dungeon, Shinjuku's paradise. We'll talk again after you complete this task. Dusk settled, blanketing the outdoor space. It was an F-rank dungeon, located in the bustling city of Tokyo. More specifically, it was in Shinjuku Ward. Haruto entered the Shinjuku dungeon, muttering to himself. A completely cleared dungeon, nothing left. There's definitely nothing of value here. He looked at the black letter in his hand and said, If this is some stupid joke, you know what happens next, right? The letter responded with a curt, Yeah, you can burn or tear me apart anytime. The voice from the letter instructed, Go straight ahead, then turn right at the end of the path. Haruto clicked his tongue in annoyance, but reluctantly followed the instructions. He arrived at a strange location, a place completely unfamiliar to him. Haruto muttered, disappointment lacing his voice. Have I reached a dead end? Can I burn this letter now? Suddenly, the next line in the letter materialized. Place me in the gap in the wall. This time, Haruto felt a pang of frustration. Nevertheless, he followed the instructions, carefully placing the letter into a wide crack in the wall. Immediately, a strange light emanated from the wall, taking him completely by surprise. Haruto froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, from those tiny cracks, a massive door slowly materialized. It turned out this wasn't a dead end, but the entrance to a secret room hidden behind a concealed door. A mysterious path lay before him. Haruto stepped inside, his heart filled with uncertainty. He thought to himself, I've never heard of this place before. Suddenly, another blinding light erupted, forcing him to squint. Haruto entered a vast, magnificent space. Right in the center of the room, a stone emitting a mystical blue light drew all eyes. The sight before him left Haruto utterly speechless. The letter finally revealed the answer. This is a skill stone. A voice echoed. This is the first time you've seen it, isn't it? Touch it and receive the skill. Haruto swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Despite his apprehension, he resolutely placed his hand on the strange stone. Suddenly, the familiar sound from the letter echoed, shattering the silence. Excuse me, Haruto, are you feeling confused? A voice laced with hidden meaning spoke. Immediately after, the strange stone glowed brightly, turning a fiery red like a blazing inferno. The entire room was gradually bathed in an eerie red light, as if submerged in a sea of flames. The bricks on the ceiling began to shake violently, then fell one after another. Amidst the shower of bricks and debris, Haruto saw a mysterious black box fall. It seemed to be caught in the collapsing debris, plummeting freely towards the ground. But then, incredibly, the box abruptly floated, suspended in mid-air. The falling stones seemed to come alive, imbued with a strange sentience. They hurtled towards the center of the room, as if drawn by a powerful magnetic force. Some of the stones began to adhere to each other, forming a unified mass. Gradually, the shape of a stone hand emerged clearly from the rubble. Amidst the thick, hazy smoke, A gigantic stone, humanoid figure gradually took shape, imposing and majestic. Haruto stared in astonishment, dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. A blinding flash of light suddenly burst forth from the dense fog. Instantly, the giant stone figure charged forward with terrifying speed. Haruto stood frozen, watching the colossal stone creature approaching, murmuring in terror. A golem. And then, at that very moment, a brilliant crimson-purple energy burst forth, shooting directly at Haruto. Haruto took a direct hit, the pain so intense he coughed up blood. Panic seized him, his thoughts in chaos. What's happening? What is going on? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Was I tricked? A searing pain spread throughout Haruto's body. It's so hot. I feel like I'm burning alive. Haruto collapsed, blood pooling around it. The mysterious letter and the phone lay still on the ground. As consciousness faded, Haruto thought in despair. Am I going to die here? Is this really the end? An image surfaced in his mind. Mom, Dad, Ria, I'm finally coming home. Suddenly, the letter spoke once more. The voice dripped with sarcasm. Is this enough, Haruto? You, a pathetic failure in the school your parents had such high hopes for. Are you going to die so meaninglessly after being deceived by me? Are you content to accept this fate? The voice pierced Haruto's heart like a knife. Are you truly satisfied with this? Haruto's eyes flew open, his face covered in blood. Life surged back, memories of bitterness and humiliation flooding his mind. A life of darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of light. But that was only my life before. I deceived myself, comforted myself that things were supposed to be this way, and then I gave up, accepted my fate. However, Haruto gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and exclaimed, "Absolutely not. I can't be okay in this situation." As if understanding his feelings, the black letter urged him further. Then rise up and fight back. Survive and change everything. Change this damned, unjust life. Haruto cast aside his fear and stood up once more. He lunged forward, unleashing a fierce counterattack. A scream of pain echoed, tearing through the air. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, Harry thought to himself, "This is disastrous, unbearable. Don't mess with me in a place like this. This isn't a game." In the dark of night, signaling the end, in the Shinjuku Paradise Garden, the high-level dungeon suddenly activated a hidden quest. The indomitable soul of the Time Mage. The conditions have been met. The adventurer's death has been nullified. Their body will be reconstructed. Haruto opened his eyes, determinedly saying, "I will survive." Immediately, a powerful blue light erupted. The body of Haruto was enveloped in a surge of intense blue energy, resembling a raging ocean. Simultaneously, a system announcement echoed, shattering the silence. Time Mage mode successfully activated. Hidden quest. The indomitable spirit of the Time Mage. Requirements met. The massive stone, once dim, now pulsed with a mystical blue light. It seemed to be incubating an immense energy deep within. Suddenly, the stone shattered into countless tiny fragments, like shimmering stars. A colossal surge of energy erupted, spreading throughout the area. The gigantic golem witnessed a terrifying power, far beyond its comprehension. A pillar of blue energy shot skyward, like a divine lightning rod. In the monster's sight, Haruto, whom it thought destroyed, stood defiant. His entire body radiated with potent blue energy, brimming with limitless power. Amidst the swirling smoke and eerie silence, the system continued its announcement. A thick fog rolled in, adding to the mystery. Verification. Time Mage mode fully operational. Time magic includes haste, material rewind, and chronostasis acquired. Passive skill for a level 1 Time Mage. Potential unleashed, reaching 30%. Haruto finished reading, his eyes wide with astonishment, his face a mask of shock. What's happening? This is unbelievable. This letter holds the answer, awakening your power through a shortcut, a unique path. Extreme conditions, near-death experiences, are the key to activating this ability. I sincerely apologize for not revealing this to you sooner, Haruto. In truth, time magic wasn't supposed to be discovered for another 15 years. This is a hidden secret, a fortunate coincidence that only you have witnessed and experienced. Haruto exclaimed, his voice full of disbelief. Could it be? Could it be you're really from the future? This is preposterous. The inky black letter displayed new words. Calm down, Ryudo. Stay focused. The real battle has just begun. Be prepared. The golem had appeared behind him unnoticed, silent and menacing. This time, Ryudo reacted with incredible speed. He instantly sensed the enemy's presence behind him. Before the golem's attack could land, he leaped high into the air, dodging spectacularly. Ryudo marveled at his own transformation, clearly feeling the difference. My body feels as light as a feather. Could it be you've realized the power of that special passive skill? The letter continued to guide Ryudo. I will teach you the true combat style of a time mage. Listen closely, Ryudo. Don't just observe with your eyes. Focus on feeling. Feel the endless flow of time, the energy that governs this entire world. Ryudo muttered, as if asking himself, the flow of time? The letter affirmed, exactly. You can absolutely do this. Because you are me. Danger is imminent. The colossal golem is about to unleash its next attack. Ryudo closed his eyes, trying to grasp the teachings. He concentrated intensely, focusing his entire mind on feeling the flow of time permeating the world. The golem's devastating punch was approaching with terrifying speed. In a split second, with mere kilometers separating them, Ryudo suddenly opened his eyes. They locked gazes, a moment that seemed to freeze time. With lightning speed, Ryudo leaped high, evading the fatal blow. He smiled confidently, shouting, "Time magic activate!" Instantly, Ryudo was enveloped in a mystical green energy. In the blink of an eye, he teleported, appearing on the golem's massive hand. His body became more agile and nimble than ever before. This passive skill was currently at level 1. But Ryudo swiftly utilized his extraordinary speed, breaking free from the altar and dashing forward. He sprinted along the monster's massive arm, like lightning tearing through space, advancing directly in front of Olam. Ryudo valiantly raised his sword, aiming precisely at the mysterious emerald green spot on Olam's body. He surmised it must be a critical weak point, the monster's core. With a mighty and decisive swing, he unleashed a full-powered sword strike. Ryudo's sword plunged into Olam's head, piercing its tough exterior. Instantly, the energy core within shattered into countless fragments. From within the monster, a brilliant purple light erupted. Ryudo continued to press his attack, driving the sword deeper. Olam's energy core was crushed, disintegrating into hundreds of pieces. He deftly dodged, moving away, leaving Olam to disintegrate and collapse in the blinding purple light. The familiar system sound rang out. Explorer Kuju Ryudo's level has increased to level 4. Sword skill increased to level 8. Received 45,800 experience points. Ryudo observed the notification, then heard the black letter speak. Now do you believe me? The Western painting god, Kuin, is quite the interesting nickname. Ryudo gripped his sword tightly, picked up the black letter, sighed, and said, "Was this also part of the plan?" The letter continued to guide him. "Very good. Now on to the next crucial step. Leave this dungeon immediately." Ryudo immediately wondered, is there something else that needs to be done? The letter replied, "Yes, just a small task along the way. We're going to the place where Shinomy Inori will die by a monster today." Hearing this, Ryudo stopped in his tracks. He exclaimed in panic, What did you just say?" The letter calmly replied, "That's right, your childhood friend. The D-rank dungeon in Ikebukuro. Inori and some friends will enter it and be annihilated by the hidden boss." Ryudo was stunned, speechless. The letter urged him, "Go save her, change the future, oh time mage." Ryudo couldn't help but exclaim. Ryudo immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Save her, time mage. Change the predetermined fate. May 23rd, 1004 AD. Deep within Ikebukuro, a damp and dark D-rank dungeon, a C-rank boss unexpectedly appeared here, causing unprecedented chaos. The letter recounted the horrifying event. Shinomy RS was brutally murdered. Although RRNAE's team risked their lives using a rescue spell, not a single adventurer was nearby to help in time. The entire team was annihilated. While not entirely RRN's fault, Ryudo roared furiously. Silence. The surrounding space suddenly warped, instantly teleporting them to Ikebukuro, a D-rank dungeon located in the heart of bustling Tokyo, in the peaceful Tashima ward. Ryudo frowned, shouting, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? The letter only just mentioned. Isn't it You who always wanted to avoid people, to not get involved with anyone, because everyone who gets close to me suffers misfortune? Ryudo cried out in anguish. That was the underlying reason why he felt at ease and peaceful being ostracized and isolated. However, deep down, he was filled with indignation and anger on behalf of others branded as gods of misfortune. Upon setting foot into the dark dungeon, Ryudo was immediately surrounded by a pack of ferocious monsters. The letter continued to guide him. Act according to the path you have just been enlightened to. Be brave, young man. This world can be changed, its fate altered by your very actions. Facing the hideous monsters, Ryudo instantly drew his sword. Without hesitation, he charged forward, plunging into the heart of the enemy encirclement. With just a few swift strikes, he effortlessly severed the monster's limbs, causing them to collapse in an instant. Ryudo retorted to the letter resolutely. Silence. I will do as I please. I will follow my own path. The letter let out a hearty laugh, its tone suggestive. Interesting. You're truly interesting. That is the answer I was hoping for. And as a worthy reward, I shall guide you to a method of applying space-time magic at another location within this dungeon. Elsewhere in the depths of the dungeon, a sudden and fatal attack was launched. Shinomy, along with her magic staff, was sent flying back miserably. Witnessing the horrific scene, the others were utterly terrified. Shinomy was sent flying, landing motionless on the ground, nearly unconscious. Amidst the worried, panicked cries of her classmates, she slowly opened her eyes, her heavy lids lifting with difficulty. Right before their eyes, a terrifying figure materialized, wielding a great sword that emanated an eerie blue light. It was the supplementary C-rank boss, the Night Watchman, guardian of the shadowy night. The students' faces fell, their voices filled with terror. What the hell is this? We weren't warned about him. This is useless. The distress signal isn't getting any response. Have they abandoned us? A girl shouted, trying to calm everyone down. Everyone, stay calm. Don't panic. If we work together, attack simultaneously, we might have a chance to win. However, another student trembled, his voice filled with cowardice. No, I can't. I don't want to die. I can't do this. Before anyone could react, this isn't the time for arguing. Prepare to fight. The boss swung his sword again, the blade whistling through the air. The C-rank boss's attack carried terrifying power, shaking the very ground they stood on. The students were instantly sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Shinomy gritted her teeth against the pain, struggling to her feet. The cadets around Shinomy had all fallen. Witnessing the horrific scene, Shinomy was stunned and speechless. The magic staffs of some were broken, scattered on the ground. Perhaps some of them were even gone forever. A severely injured female cadet, struggling to speak, told Shinomy, Inner protected save. Help, the girl whispered. Shinomy immediately planted her magic staff and stood up to face the ferocious boss. Shinomy mustered all her strength, unleashing a powerful punch. A blazing red fire erupted, hurtling towards the swirling blue flames emanating from the monster. But the power of the blue flames was completely overwhelming. Shinomy instantly realized a harsh truth. She was no match for this terrifying monster. The boss continued to swing its massive sword. It seemed determined to destroy everything in its path. The fatal blow descended. In despair, Shinomy screamed through her tears, Someone, help me. In that very moment of life and death, Ryudo appeared just in time, along with his magic. Space-time, immovable chains, Ryudo chanted. Ryudo asked Shinomy with concern, Are you alright, Inner? Shinomy's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Ryudo. Ryudo only had time to warn her, Get back. Immediately after, his sturdy chain was easily destroyed by the ferocious boss. The monster launched another deadly attack, but Ryudo quickly dodged. He used his teleportation skill, appearing and disappearing in a flash, redirecting the terrifying blow to a different location. The ferocious boss raised its massive sword high, but Ryudo stood firm, ready to fight. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing a sharp sword strike towards his opponent. Ryudo aimed precisely at a weak point on the C-rank boss's body, a spot he believed to be its vital point. Despite finding the critical spot, his attack didn't inflict much damage. Too tough, Ryudo thought to himself, but he didn't give up. He pressed on, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks. Ryudo's sword clashed violently with the boss's massive blade, sending sparks flying, and the final result was clear. Haruto's sword snapped in two, shattered by the overwhelming power of his opponent. The colossal monster gradually turned a fiery red, signaling increasing danger. Damn it, Haruto cursed under his breath. The monster's energy once again converged at its bloodshot eye, just like the Olam he had faced before. They faced each other, one colossal like a tower, the other tiny as a speck of dust. The disparity in power was stark, seemingly insurmountable. The monstrous boss unleashed a series of ferocious, frenzied attacks. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the very space around them. Haruto, with agile movements, he narrowly dodged the fatal blow. He even appeared right behind the monster, taking it completely by surprise. Haruto focused his energy into the sword in his hand, his eyes sharp. He realized his sword couldn't pierce the monster's rock-hard armor. However, it could still inflict damage on areas not protected by the armor. The soft, vulnerable flesh. This was the monster's critical weakness. I have to aim for its head, Haruto thought. It was a crucial realization, one that would determine his survival. The monster's boss finally realized Haruto's intention, roaring furiously and turning its head. But Haruto was a step ahead, instantly swinging his sword forward. Suddenly, the letter reappeared with a cryptic message. Your sword will scratch it. Haruto simply said, I know, and cast the time reversal spell. Space-time magic instantly reconstructed the material. Haruto's broken sword gradually reformed, returning to its perfect original shape. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his sword gleaming. Above the boss's head, a massive energy source was converging, radiating a terrifying pressure. Without a word, Haruto bravely thrust his sword towards the monster. Instantly, the boss's helmet was knocked off, and it roared in excruciating pain. Its sturdy helmet had been pierced, shattering into pieces. The letter slowly displayed the assessment. It seems you have rewritten your own destiny. On the other side, Shinomy stared at Haruto in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Shinomy hurriedly asked Haruto, what happened? She frowned, urging loudly, explain yourself. Behind her, injured students were being loaded onto stretchers and rushed to the hospital. Shinomy replied, but her voice was hesitant. I'll thank you later. Her face flushed crimson as she shyly said, thank you for saving me and everyone. The other students were still being helped away. Haruto patted Shinomy's head reassuringly. Oh, don't worry. Shinomy raised a hand to cover her mouth, murmuring softly, does that mean? She looked up at Haruto, her eyes sparkling. This is our little secret, right? Haruto didn't understand why she was blushing, but he nodded anyway. Yeah, good. Shinomy fell silent, a small, secret smile playing on her lips. Her curiosity piqued again. She asked, so what was that power just now? Haruto avoided Shinomy's gaze, stammering. Well, just then he turned and remembered the letter that had just appeared before his eyes, along with a reminder for him. I want a branching future. At least try to. Avoid revealing unnecessary things about magic, and about time and space as well. Haruto jolted, turning back to Shinomy to find her still looking at him intently. Haruto spoke seriously. Can you keep a secret about what I'm about to say? Shinomy immediately looked suspicious. Haruto tried to explain. Actually, so much happened at once, and I don't really like being the center of attention. Another voice chimed in, seemingly from the letter. Yes, keep it up, deceive her. Shinomy gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. She probed. Just now, was it your voice, Haruto? Haruto quickly denied. It wasn't me. You're mistaken, he asserted firmly. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Inwardly, Haruto fumed. That sneaky little brat. Just wait until I'm done with this. Haruto gently patted Shinomy's head and said softly, actually, I was trying out a special sword technique I've been secretly practicing. He added a bit sheepishly, but it's not quite perfected yet, so I'm a little embarrassed to show it off in front of everyone. Hearing this, Shinomy smiled understandingly. Oh, I see. Her cheeks flushed pink as she shyly said, that's all right. I promise I'll keep your secret. Haruto breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, I finally managed to fool her. Time passed quietly. The scene shifted to a second-rate adventurer's office, located in the bustling city of Tokyo, more specifically in the Nakano district. And so it continued. Shinomy had escaped the clutches of death, and at the same time, he could now wield extraordinary power and magic. Although he knew he didn't possess the ability to reverse time, deep down, Haruto told himself. I can write the future, change what hasn't happened yet. After pondering, he slowly stood up, intending to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Calamity Godkuin!" From afar, the group of students who often bullied Haruto were waiting. They waved their hands, signaling him to come closer. As soon as he left the classroom and reached a secluded corner, they surrounded and questioned him. "We heard you went to the Ikebukuro dungeon yesterday, didn't you?" One of them continued. "Someone told me you ran home with your tail between your legs because you couldn't do anything." They all burst into laughter. Moreover, it seems they even encountered a mini-boss, and even got some hands-on training with it. As expected of the Calamity God, Haruto didn't bother to respond, thinking to himself, another witness besides RNN? This is getting interesting. Another one spoke up. "You know what? My friend's in the hospital because of you guys. He's seriously injured. I bet the hospital bills are going to be astronomical. You know what I'm getting at, right? Hand over the money, and we'll forget this ever happened." The thug sneered, his voice menacing. "What do you mean?" Haruto remained silent, his eyes fixed sharply on the group in front of him. They started to lose their patience, their voices growing harsher. "Speak up. What are you going to do? You bastard. You're about to become my punching bag." Haruto spoke, his voice ice cold. "Enough." The thugs furrowed their brows in confusion. "What?" Haruto responded coldly. "I said enough. Are you all deaf?" Provoked, the bullies instantly flew into a rage. "You punk." Haruto thought to himself, "Thanks to my enhanced stats, I can easily read every move these scumbags make." In a flash, Haruto moved with lightning speed, taking down all three of them. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Haruto sent all three thugs tumbling to the ground, motionless, still dazed. They looked at each other, clueless about what just happened. "You bastard! What the hell is going on?" one of them stammered. Haruto's voice was ice cold. "Listen up, you little rats. Don't ever come near me again, or else." In his hand appeared their familiar lighter. A cryptic smile played on Haruto's lips. "This will happen." Terror struck the three thugs simultaneously. That's ours." Haruto flicked the lighter, a small flame dancing in the darkness. "This is a warning. Remember it." Haruto's gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Got it? You insects." Finally, true fear dawned on the three thugs. Haruto breathed a sigh of relief. "They won't bother me again now," he thought. "Time to get back to class." Haruto said. Sitting in class, Haruto pondered the next lesson. Magic measurement? The teacher's voice boomed from the podium. "All right, we'll begin the magic power measurement test now." Kazukin. Haruto immediately stood up. Yes, Haruto thought to himself. His magic reserves must be almost depleted. But I wonder what the results will be. How exciting. After all, I've officially become a space-time mage. Haruto slowly walked towards the magic measuring mirror. He considered this a small test. Try to pour a bit of space-time magic into it. Haruto placed his hand on the cold surface of the mirror. The magical current within him slowly flowed into the strange measuring device. Haruto's eyes widened in surprise. A blinding blue light erupted, startling the nearby teacher. The teacher stood stunned, observing the magical spectacle unfolding in the classroom. The intense blue light enveloped everything, obscuring the surroundings. As the hazy smoke gradually dissipated, everything became clearer. The magic measuring mirror shattered into hundreds of pieces. The teacher gaped, unable to believe his eyes. What had just happened? All the students in the class were astonished, stunned by the unprecedented sight. Haruto scratched his head, thinking to himself, I think I might have overdone it a bit. I'm standing out for no reason. He was lost in a gloomy train of thought, to the astonishment of the other students. Shinomy couldn't help but smile in amusement. School was dismissed, and Haruto walked out of the school gates alone. Amidst the buzz of gossip, curious eyes followed him. But this time, something was different. Look, it's him, the Calamity God who destroyed the measuring device. It seems that after a more thorough examination, it was a mysterious type of magic of unknown origin. Impossible. If that's true, he must be a ring. Haruto thought to himself, dejected. These rumors were vastly different from what he'd heard before. Lost in his thoughts as he walked, he felt much more exhausted than he'd anticipated. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing him to look up. Hey, Haruto! He looked around, but still couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound. He had just heard a call from below, and now another voice echoed from somewhere else. Haruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the strange creature at his feet. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in bewilderment, "What in the world is this?" It was the hedgehog plushie that had been in his bedroom. Somehow, it had mysteriously appeared here. And even more unbelievable, it was calling itself me. Haruto froze, realizing the voice was strangely familiar. He asked in shock, Are you the one from the letter? But immediately he wondered, but why are you in this form? The hedgehog plushie smiled, gently explaining. This is a type of space-time manipulation magic. It said, I've possessed the plushie in your room. Haruto was so stunned he couldn't speak. Wait, he stammered. That doesn't explain everything. Does it? He asked again, his face full of doubt. The plushie turned its head, urging, Anyway, we have to go, Haruto. This is an emergency. You don't have time to hesitate. Haruto intently observed the teddy bear, his expression serious. The teddy bear continued, its voice monotone. The chaos dragon has appeared earlier than in the timeline I witnessed. Haruto gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chaos? A dragon? What happened? The teddy bear replied. Yes, its presence is an extremely bad omen. It devastated the Adventurers Guild in the aerial region. That act alone claimed countless lives, and it caused a horrific, unprecedented disaster there. It is truly a brutal monster, classified as an alpha-level elimination target, the highest danger level. That's what happened. In the future, I know. Haruto exclaimed softly. I see. Haruto fell silent, absorbing the tale of the dragon's destructive power. The teddy bear continued, its voice somber. The fact that it appeared earlier than predicted means we must find a way to defeat it at all costs. Otherwise, Haruto finished the unspoken thought. That horrific disaster will happen again. The teddy bear nodded in confirmation. Exactly, just like what happened in my future, Haruto immediately suggested. In this case, we need to contact the Hunters Guild right away and request they send an extermination squad here. He continued, if we have a team of high-ranking seasoned hunters, I'm certain that, even if it's the Chaos Dragon. But Teddy Bear suddenly spoke, interrupting Haruto's train of thought. There's no time. We're out of time. As if on cue, just as Teddy Bear finished speaking, a thick darkness instantly enveloped the entire surrounding space. Haruto looked up, astonishment evident on his face. It's here. The dragon. It's in the sky, Haruto exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. Wait, that's impossible. Isn't it supposed to be imprisoned in some deep dungeon? That's a migratory monster, incredibly aggressive and bloodthirsty, Teddy Bear hastily explained. There's no way it would stay put. This dragon species is notorious for its brutality and nomadic nature. In a split second, immediately after, the colossal chaos dragon soared past them with terrifying speed. Haruto frowned, worried. Damn it, if this keeps up, the school, there will be casualties. That ferocious dragon seemed to be heading straight for their school. It was dismissal time, and students were streaming out of the school gates. They chatted excitedly, laughing and joking with each other. Suddenly, a colossal shadow fell over the sky, blocking out the sunlight. What's happening? Everyone froze, staring upwards in terror. What the hell is that? Why is it here? What in the world is going on? Impossible. A monster. Everyone prepared to fight. But just then, the monster, with blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, charged straight towards the panicked students. Everyone screamed and scattered in terror. Amidst the chaos, a blonde woman's voice rang out, loud and clear. Students, remain calm. Immediately evacuate to the school dormitories. A group of students quickly appeared, standing tall and proud. Haruto recognized them. They were mages from the Student Protection Association. Just then, a strange mark appeared in the air. 5 colossal seals, radiating earth-shattering power, suddenly materialized. All simultaneously targeted the colossal dragon, carrying destructive force. The golden-haired girl from before raised her magical staff, unleashing a fierce attack. She shouted, her voice echoing through the air, "Don't let it reach the campus. Protect the academy." At that critical moment, a gigantic magical seal, pulsating with boundless energy, appeared directly in front of the ferocious dragon. The beast was instantly blinded and disoriented by the seal's dazzling light. A tremendous explosion ripped through the sky, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured everything. Everyone erupted in joy, believing the girl had successfully vanquished the dragon. As all the anxiously watching students expected, the golden-haired girl also felt incredibly satisfied with her victory. But then, her expression suddenly changed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible! Right before their eyes, the dragon was not only unharmed, but had become even more ferocious and crazed. Fear gripped everyone. Could it be? It had no effect. Someone gasped in despair. That was a magic bullet specifically designed to kill dragons. Another voice cried out in panic. At that moment, from the dragon's mouth, a massive energy sphere radiating apocalyptic power began to form. In a split second, the strange creature lunged straight toward the defensive line of the student council. Faced with such an immense and terrifying energy, they seemed powerless, frozen in place, awaiting their impending doom. A deafening explosion rocked the ground. Everyone collapsed, scattered across the earth. Ryudo stammered in astonishment. The student council mages, the talented protectors, defeated in an instant. The stuffed animal replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I don't find that surprising." Ryudo protested. "There's still mages undergoing rigorous training. Now's not the time for such commentary." The stuffed animal said to Ryudo, "Hey, Ryudo." Suddenly, a liquid of some sort poured over his head. Ryudo asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" The stuffed animal explained, "This is Ryo Haku, dragon's fragrance, a special incense that attracts dragons. Dragons are ferocious migratory creatures, but they also possess rather low intelligence. So, with this, it will only chase after you." Ryudo froze, his face etched with astonishment. The plush toy urged him into action. "Ryudo, you have to do this. You have to defeat that monster. Show them the true power of a mage. Spacetime magic activate." A wave of putrid dragon breath washed over Ryudo. Instantly, the ferocious dragon shifted its attack to something else. "Ryudo, you reek," the plush toy explained. "With this smell, it'll only follow you. You have to destroy it, Ryudo. There's no other way." The dragon's eyes glowed a deadly red, signaling impending carnage. The plush toy on Ryudo's shoulder cried out in alarm. "It's coming right at us. Run. There's no time to hesitate." Without another word, Ryudo took off running. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Are you okay?" Ryudo, startled, turned to look. Rina was running towards him, helping a few other students along. The plush toy quickly warned him, "You can't let her get involved in this." "Does it hurt, Ryudo?" The plush toy finished speaking, and Ryudo immediately replied, "Of course not." The small stuffed animal spoke up. "Then run." It thought to itself, "This way?" Both of them could minimize the worry of someone witnessing their battle. Ryudo immediately used his incredible speed to dodge the ferocious dragon, simultaneously trying to redirect its attack. The dragon instantly pursued him with terrifying speed, not to be outdone. Ryudo stopped at Geijai Nakano Station in Tokyo City, Nakano Ward. "This platform is pretty deserted now," Ryudo muttered, observing his surroundings. "Just need to jump over that fence and lure the Hanryu in there." The young man nimbly hopped over the fence. Taking advantage of the moment before the dragon arrived, Ryudo asked, "Tell me, what are this dragon's characteristics?" The plush toy then slowly revealed, "It possesses the power of the shadow element. Its breath is incredibly powerful, overwhelmingly suffocating. So, if you confront it directly, engage it head-on, death is almost certain. The dense toxic gas surrounding it slowly but effectively weakens its opponents. Moreover, it possesses resistance to physical attacks. Therefore, even if attacked unexpectedly, it will remain unharmed, not a scratch on it." Hearing this, Ryudo asked, "So, it's just a simple monster from 5 years in the future?" The stuffed animal confirmed, "Yes, that's the gist of it. However, it's still just a child with limited intelligence. Thanks to this weakness, you can easily lure it, attract its attention with the scent of a dragon." Ryudo listened intently as the stuffed animal continued. "It's totally worth 500,000 coins. Ryudo exclaimed in astonishment. "What? 500,000 coins?" The stuffed animal replied calmly, "Yes, that's just its price. I've already deducted it from your bank account." Ryudo, stunned, grabbed the stuffed animal and demanded, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Wait, more importantly, how did you know my pin?" The stuffed animal just smiled enigmatically, saying nothing, with a you-know expression. Ryudo, in despair, let out a curse. The stuffed animal quickly consoled him. "Calm down, don't worry, you'll earn that money back in no time. If you defeat that monster, you'll receive a huge reward." It paused for a moment and added, "That's just the tip of the iceberg." It excitedly continued, "Money is just a small part of the reward. What's more, combined with the skill gem this monster possesses, you'll be able to acquire a completely new space-time magic." The stuffed animal asserted confidently, Hearing this, Haruto's sadness subsided somewhat. The stuffed animal began to analyze. Back to the main issue. This chaos dragon hasn't fully matured yet. Its weak point is its dragon core, and this weakness is currently exposed. It's located at. Before it could finish, the ferocious chaos dragon caught up to them, and it even brought a present. A colossal fireball, like a miniature sun, was launched. Both immediately ceased their conversation, focusing on dodging this terrifying attack. As the thick fog began to dissipate, the ferocious dragon continued to gather energy, preparing for its next assault. The plush toy suddenly cried out, its voice filled with worry. "Look out, Haruto! Good thing this useless toy is here." The moment the dragon unleashed the fireball, a earth-shattering tremor occurred, the ground violently shaking. Fortunately, Haruto managed to use his power to evade the attack. Haruto breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Somehow, I dodged it." Then he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with terror as he stared ahead. In a split second, a blazing red stream of energy surged forward, a direct attack. It hurtled towards him with breakneck speed. Needless to say, a series of devastating explosions followed, echoing throughout the space. A thick cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the area, obscuring everything. The dragon silently observed below, its eyes full of mystery. It seemed to unintentionally reveal its dragon core, the source of its limitless power. It remained silent, its gaze fixed downwards. But then, a look of surprise spread across the dragon's face. Haruto appeared suddenly, like a phantom, a fleeting glimpse. Rushing towards my bow, he declared confidently, "I'm from 0.5 seconds ago." The stuffed animal froze, thinking in astonishment. Did he just figure out a practical application for time manipulation? The manipulation of space and time. In a fit of rage, to evade that fatal attack, Haruto did the unexpected, surpassing even his own expectations. Haruto bravely leaped forward, confronting the ferocious dragon head-on. The enormous dragon core, shining brightly, appeared clearly before his eyes. "Found it! That's the dragon core!" Haruto exclaimed internally with joy. Without hesitation, he swung his sword forward, shouting, a powerful, decisive slash descended. But Haruto was stunned. What was this? He felt no impact at all. The next moment, a massive surge of energy erupted from Haruto's position. Haruto was utterly shocked. Impossible. The dragon before him vanished like an illusion, leaving no trace. Terrified, Haruto screamed, "Hey, you never mentioned this ability before." The plush just said, Hanryong can transform its entire body into poison gas, so be careful about that during combat. Haruto sighed in frustration. Next time, let me know crucial information like this before we start the fight. The plush continued, and it can also generate poison gas and summon a swarm of baby dragons. They're called the Legion. The next moment, that dragon appeared again. Not only that, it created countless dragon clones from the poison gas. Haruto was bewildered, wondering what that meant. When you said it was just one, you meant a juvenile? He muttered. I guess in the end, it can't be beaten by any conventional methods. The plush toy answered. Normally, it's considered an extremely powerful opponent, a terrifying creature that shouldn't appear for at least another 5 years. Haruto was completely taken aback, unable to understand what was happening. Why would such a terrifying monster appear now? He wondered. The plush toy offered a theory. It's possible you inadvertently altered the flow of the future. It chuckled, its tone accusatory. Take responsibility for your actions. Now go fight and defeat it. Haruto sighed exasperatedly. So everything is my fault? I guess I'll have to change my last name to Laotian soon. Just then, a baby dragon formed from toxic gas suddenly lunged at Haruto. Haruto instantly used his incredible speed to dodge the dangerous attack. In the air, more poison dragons were circling. They swooped down to attack, but Haruto swiftly slashed them with a sharp sword strike. Watching the baby dragon vanish into thin air, Haruto thought to himself, excellent. It seems these baby dragons don't know what to do. Once I hit them, that stuffed animal, commanded Haruto, eliminate those dragon whelps and await the opportune moment to strike. Haruto paused for a moment, then replied, I was planning on doing that anyway, even without your order. He frowned, his eyes narrowing as he gazed towards the gathering of dragon whelps. Immediately, Haruto executed a space-time seal, hurtling forward, facing the ferocious dragon whelps. Haruto didn't hesitate, his sword flashing as he cut one down in the blink of an eye. 2, 3. They all fell easily before him, swiftly dispatched to the afterlife. The stuffed animal observed from afar, smugly thinking, that brat probably thinks he's finished off all the whelps. It seems he's reached level 3. Ryudo, breathing heavily, asked, "Are all the whelps gone?" Before him now stood a colossal, majestic dragon. From the dragon's core, a blinding light erupted. Immediately after, the dragon unleashed a furious fireball. Ryudo was completely caught off guard by this sudden attack. He immediately retreated, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the creature. In the next instant, the entire train station was engulfed in flames, a cataclysmic explosion shaking the very ground. Miraculously, Ryudo narrowly escaped the blast, his back pressed against a nearby train car. Still reeling from the shock, he gasped, "That damned chaos dragon!" But the dragon seemed unfazed, continuing to gather energy in its core, preparing for another attack. Ryudo exclaimed in terror, "Impossible! Does this dragon never tire?" Without hesitation, Ryudo quickly fled his current position. Another deafening explosion echoed, the tremors spreading far and wide. Looking upon the devastation caused by the Chaos Dragon, Ryudo couldn't help but cry out, "Good God, it truly is a monster. I'm exhausted after fighting those lesser dragons." Ryudo thought to himself, "And now my energy is almost completely depleted. I've reached my limit. I need time to recover before I can unleash my full power again. I have to find its weakness. There must be a way to defeat this monster." The dragon's core, Ryudo exclaimed internally, swiftly retreating further. He tightened his grip on his sword, ready to fight. But then he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked towards the sky. The plush toy spoke, its voice filled with worry. "Things are about to get bad. Your attacks are completely useless at that height." Ryudo looked up, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, what do I do now? Is there really no other way? I've got nothing I can use." Ryudo racked his brain, his eyes scanning their surroundings for a solution. Then his gaze suddenly fixed on something. He stared intently at the power lines and a freight car in the distance. Ryudo thought to himself, "If I do this..." The plush toy spoke, interrupting his train of thought. "Hey, what are you going to do next?" "Ryudo, things are getting worse. You have to hurry." But Ryudo didn't answer. He abruptly grabbed the plush toy. Pulling it along with him, he commanded, "Follow me." Ryudo swiftly leaped onto a utility pole. The plush toy cried out in alarm. "It's useless. You still can't reach it, no matter how high you climb." Ryudo calmly replied, "Yeah, I know. That's why I'm going to do this." Immediately, Ryudo unexpectedly hurled the stuffed animal straight at the ferocious dragon. This unpredictable action caught the dragon completely off guard, leaving it no time to react. Immediately after, Ryudo swiftly activated the powerful space-time magic, stasis chains. Bound tightly by the chains, the stuffed animal wore a bewildered expression, as if clueless about what was happening. "What the hell is this?" Without hesitation, Ryudo charged towards the colossal monster, ignoring the stuffed animal's frantic screams. Ryudo thought to himself, "I won't let you turn into poison gas." He immediately cast stasis chains once more. In a flash, countless magical chains shot out, hurtling towards the roaring dragon. Ryudo knew that this powerful enemy couldn't be restrained for more than a few seconds. "But this is enough," Ryudo told himself. He swung his sword, lunging forward with lightning speed. This time, his sharp blade reached the dragon's core. Ryudo exerted all his strength, pushing the sword deeper. The stasis chains were still working at full capacity, restraining the monster. Ryudo gritted his teeth, struggling to hold the sword steady. The moment the magical chains snapped, the dragon's core exploded, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. The dragon roared a mournful cry, filled with pain and despair. The dragon core, its critical weakness, was cracking under the tremendous force of Harry's blow. A terrifying energy began to emanate from the dying beast. Its power was truly earth-shattering, beyond imagination. Seizing the opportunity, the stuffed animal quickly broke free from the chains. Amidst the thick, blinding smoke, Harry's sword was severely chipped, almost shattered. He slowly emerged from the dissipating smoke, his face resolute and filled with unwavering determination. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Chaos Dragon." Ryudo gasped for breath, his gaze fixed ahead. The dragon had breathed its last. It collapsed, motionless after suffering a fatal blow to its core. The system continued. Adventurer Kuyu has received 15 experience points. Swordsmanship skill increased by 28 points. Received 872,300 gold as a reward. Received item, Fong of the Chaos Dragon. Recommendation, upgrade to rank C adventurer. Please visit the nearest adventurers guild to complete the process. The stuffed animal muttered, just as I expected. Well done. However, the stuffed animal, indignant, roared, You dare use me as a footrest? Insolent. What's the meaning of this? Explain yourself. The stuffed animal fell silent, awaiting a satisfactory explanation. But Ryudo seemed unconcerned with its outburst, his attention fully focused on the system before him. The screen clearly displayed. Hidden skill Spacetime Magic has increased by 20 points. Congratulations! You have mastered level 2 Tangible Reverse Spacetime Sorcery. Congratulations! You have mastered level 2 Spacetime Acceleration Sorcery. Congratulations! You have awakened the level 2 Spacetime Mage's passive skill, unlocking an additional 50% potential. The stuffed animal spoke again, its tone slightly softer. How did you managed to avert such a catastrophic event, a tragedy predestined in the future? Very well, I'll let you off the hook this time. After all, we've achieved our objective. It glanced behind it, muttering, It seems someone has already reported this. We'll be in big trouble if they find out too much about us. The stuffed animal spoke up, reminding Ryudo. It hopped onto Ryudo, then continued, Let's get out of here. Now. Ryudo agreed. Rare to see you agree with me. Harry nimbly vaulted over the towering fence. They hurried back to their dormitory. In their room, Ryudo held something in his hand, a slightly sneaky look on his face. A sandwich. Harry muttered with a craving tone. Is that all that's left for me? Do you want anything to eat? Ryudo asked the stuffed animal kindly. The stuffed animal sighed in exasperation. How can a stuffed animal like me eat or drink? It's common sense. Learn to use common sense to understand things. Ryudo suddenly exclaimed. Then a talking stuffed animal is even crazier than that. Ryudo suddenly gasped. I almost forgot. He stood up, walked to the table, and poured a full glass of water. Ryudo whispered to the photo in front of him, I'm home, Mom and Dad. The stuffed animal silently observed the touching scene without saying a word. Ryudo turned to the stuffed animal, his tone slightly reproachful. Hey, don't tease me about this anymore. The stuffed animal finally responded. Of course, after all, we are one. Its voice echoed in Ryudo's mind. It thought to itself, I'll put aside the matter about Rhea for now, and continue to keep this secret. It mused. It's still too early for him to know the truth. The stuffed animal looked at Ryudo with a knowing glance. I will tell him everything, it told itself, when he officially becomes a true magician. Ryudo, having just completed a teleport, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, right, I think just now. He hesitated. I received some items for crafting a weapon. Right system. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Correct, it's the Fong of the Chaos Dragon. The stuffed animal reminded him. Your sword is severely damaged. It can't withstand another battle. This is the perfect time. It affirmed. Skip school tomorrow. It suggested. Let's go choose our weapons. The next day, at the Adventurers Guild in Shinjuku, a branch of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Office. Shinjuku Ward. Ryudo gasped in astonishment. I never thought that. A place as important as this would have anything to do with a lowly adventurer. As weak as I am, the stuffed animal spoke up. It's all thanks to my presence, you know. It boasted, chuckling smugly. Ryudo sighed helplessly and said to it, As soon as we're done here, we're going straight home. Don't you dare wander off on your own. At the reception desk, a voice announced, Customer number 23, please come to the reception desk. Ryudo said, That's us. The receptionist asked politely, How can I help you today? Ryudo replied, I just conquered a dungeon. I need you to check and confirm the results. Ryudo presented his card. The receptionist paused, assessing the young man before her. He looks ordinary, even a bit frail, she thought to herself. Maintaining her professional smile, she replied softly, Yes, I understand. May I see your adventurer's card, please? She requested. She took the card from Ryudo and began to examine it. Ryudo silently observed her every move, his gaze unwavering. As soon as the card was placed in the correct slot on the device, a different system interface suddenly appeared before him. We need to confirm your identity, the receptionist said. Please place your hand on the console, she instructed. Then we can verify the results of your mission. Without hesitation, Ryudo immediately placed his hand on the console. The receptionist quickly worked on the system, processing the information. A moment later, she looked up sharply, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is him, she exclaimed. Rising from rank E to rank C in just one day. Impossible. The receptionist exclaimed in surprise. This is strange. Could the system be malfunctioning? She wondered. Witnessing the scene before him, Ryudo thought, oh no, this is bad. If this keeps up, I'm going to attract way too much attention. I really hate dealing with these annoying complications. Should I resort to that method? Tangible reversal, level 2. After finishing, Ryudo turned to the receptionist and said, it seems like the system has finished confirming my identity. This time, the system displayed his RRK level as E. The receptionist was dumbfounded. Yes. Huh, what's this? Ryudo tried to remain calm, asking, is there a problem? The receptionist stammered, flustered. No problem. Here's your card. A strange, inexplicable feeling arose within her. Ryudo quickly grabbed the card and left. The stuffed animal looked at the words reversal on the screen and exclaimed, oh, pretty clever. Ryudo explained, we need to prevent future discrepancies, and things like that, right? So this is where we need to go, Ryudo asked. They both stepped into the elevator, following the stuffed animal's directions. In the blink of an eye, the waiting period was over. Ryudo looked ahead, cautiously saying, we can't just barge in here. Unless we're an A-rank adventurer. The small stuffed animal spoke, its tone slightly commanding. Forget about that. Instantly, it shed its adorable, plush exterior, revealing its true form, a strange letter. Ryudo's eyes widened in astonishment. Just now, that stuffed animal form. Now, it's a letter. The letter spoke, its tone urgent. What happened doesn't matter. Take me to that scanner, Ryudo anxiously reminded. But this is the most heavily guarded area. I know. Just do as I say, the letter firmly replied. After a moment of hesitation, Ryudo complied, bringing the letter to the scanner. Unexpectedly, the gates swung wide open. Ryudo exclaimed in surprise. What? What's going on? The letter calmly replied. All right, the first step is complete. Now, choose a suitable weapon for the time mage. Ryudo looked forward, a surprised smile blooming on his lips. A familiar voice called out, catching Ryudo's attention. Oh, are we exploring this place today? In the distance, a figure sat, seemingly having waited for a long time. This letter doesn't mention any exploration or searching. The true purpose of this journey is to help you find a powerful weapon. Just then, the man in the distance slowly stood up and softly asked, are you a seasoned adventurer? In other words, have you reached A rank or even higher? This man is Shiro Yamaha Tokyo, head researcher at the renowned weapons synthesis laboratory. Tokyo rubbed his head, muttering in confusion. Somehow, you have the aura of an F-rank amateur. Did you bypass the strict security system to break in here? The letter. Ryudo, show him that. Ryudo didn't hesitate, immediately complying with the request. He took out the Chaos Dragon's Fong and placed it in front of the man. Ryudo calmly explained to the lab director, this is an extremely rare trophy, taken from a ferocious monster. I want to use it as a material to upgrade my weapon. Tokimoon pushed up his glasses, observing intently. Let me see. His eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, this is incredible. You hunted this monster alone? Astonishing. Ryudo nodded slightly, replying, yes. Tokimoon looked at Ryudo and said slowly, very well, let's begin. He drew strange lines, mysterious ancient characters, on the face of the watch he wore on his wrist. Immediately, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. A secret door in the ground slowly opened. Tokyo explained, this is a special device, built to produce Japan's most advanced and sophisticated weaponry. It's top secret, used to research other worlds, analyze the item you brought, and the materials it's made of. In fact, this information isn't even in our organization's database. Ryudo listened silently, intently absorbing Tokyo's every word. Tokyo concluded, I'll use this rare opportunity to conduct research, and you can use this facility for free. Contact me when you're finished. The letter revealed a surprising truth. Ryudo had never created a weapon before. Therefore, I will guide you. Harry intently observed the system that had just materialized before his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. It's true, I've never learned anything about this, unless I reach rank B or higher. The letter detailed the weapon crafting process, outlining 4 crucial steps. First, you must choose a base weapon, a prototype for the entire crafting process. For me, I should probably choose the sword the Academy lent me. That rank 2 sword. Harry thought to himself. Next, the second step is to decide on the weapon's attribute. The number of attributes a weapon can possess depends entirely on its rank. Unfortunately, my sword is only rank F, so it can only carry a single attribute. Hey, that sounds a bit offensive, don't you think? A voice echoed in Harry's mind. The letter continued. Third, carefully consider the materials you will use throughout the weapon upgrade process. These materials are categorized into various groups, such as mineral materials or monster bone materials, and in certain special cases, when these 2 legendary swords become one. The necessary component for this crafting process is the formidable Fong of the Chaos Dragon 2. With all preparations complete, it's time to begin forging the ultimate weapon. The actual time he spends tempering the blade is a crucial factor that determines success or failure. The weapon's power and might will be directly proportional to the effort demonstrated through each point earned. Harry stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. I understand. The mysterious letter confirmed. All right, let's begin right now. Harry carefully placed his sword in the center. The foundation for the entire crafting process is this original blade. In terms of attributes, the letter exclaimed in astonishment. There are still so many powerful attributes remaining. Actually, there aren't many options left. Then let's choose light as the first attribute. Ryudo agreed. I concur. Let's select the light element. Immediately, a mystical circular box appeared. Ryudo spoke. Next, I need to place the enhancement item inside. Correct. As soon as the Chaos Dragon's Fong was placed inside the box, it mysteriously sealed shut. Ryudo muttered, weapon forging time. Will it be written in this letter? A sudden command boomed. Choose 3 years. Go. Ryudo exclaimed in surprise. What? I can't wait that long. 3 years is too much. But the letter clearly states, just do as I say. No questions. Ryudo sighed, helplessly accepting the arrangement. He had a compromise. The system announced, weapon creation process initiated. Please be patient. The completion process will take approximately 3 years. At that moment, the death letter in Ryudo's pocket suddenly flew out. Ryudo's eyes widened in astonishment, stunned by the strange sight. It gently slid inside the strange machine. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, the machine suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. Ryudo gasped. What was that? A sudden burst of light erupted, engulfing everything. Just then, the system announced, thank you for your patience. Weapon creation complete. Chaos Sword, light attribute, rank A. The letter whispered, ugh. I'm hurt. Ryudo stared at the sword in astonishment. Really? It's already done? The sword nodded. Yes. But we can't do this often. Tokyo finally regained his composure, stammering, a sword that should take 3 years to forge is complete in an instant. He frantically checked the system. What in the world is going on? The letter urgently pleaded, hurry, run. It's time to go, Ryudo said, sheathing the sword. I anticipated you'd say that. The moment the system issued the notification, you have transferred the Chaos Blade to the item storage. Ryudo immediately excused himself, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you very much. I must go now. Without waiting for Tokyo to reply, Ryudo quickly left the room. As he walked, he overheard whispers that caught his attention. Hey, have you heard the rumors about a nameless guy lately? They say he's incredibly strong. He wiped out an entire horde of migrating monsters in the blink of an eye. Now he's considered the strongest in the guild. Yeah. A total freak of a rookie. I'm really curious. What kind of person is he? I bet there's going to be a fierce competition between the prestigious clans to recruit him, if his true identity is ever revealed. Ryudo continued walking, still catching snippets of their conversation. I wish the S-America clan would notice me. S-America rank adventurers are truly legendary. A lowly, insignificant being like you shouldn't even dream of such a thing for the rest of your life. Ryudo, upon hearing this, thought to himself, oh no, this is a dire situation. I must go home immediately. The letter suddenly transformed. A plush toy appeared and interjected, no, you should seize this rare opportunity To test the power of the new sword, it suggested. Haruto asked in bewilderment. Huh? But where? The plush toy smiled and replied. Go to the territory of the Cerberus beast. Haruto was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. You mean the dwelling place of the Cerberus beast? He stammered. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Haruto. It was Shinomy, running towards him in a panic. Shinomy burst into tears of relief. I'm so glad. You're still alive. She spoke between gasps for air. Someone told me that the monster that attacked the school was chasing you. I kept texting you, but you didn't read them. And today you didn't even come to school. She frowned worriedly and said, I was really worried about you. Haruto, surprised and confused, asked, What are you doing here, Shinomy? Shinomy smiled gently and replied, Shouldn't I be the one asking that, Haruto? What are you doing in such a dangerous place? I'm here representing the student council, she explained, participating in a raid deep within this dungeon. Haruto nodded in understanding. I see, that makes sense. He added with a touch of pride, You are the top second-year sorcerer after all. Suddenly, Shinomi's plush toy spoke, its voice soft but warning. Don't divulge any unnecessary information to him, Shinomy. You understand? Haruto? Shinomy wiped away a tear and smiled brightly. Anyway, I'm glad you're all right, Haruto. Haruto, slightly embarrassed, chuckled nervously. Sorry for making you worry. Shinomy then noticed something else on Haruto. She exclaimed in surprise, what's that plush toy? It looks so unusual. Her eyes lit up with delight. It's so adorable. Shinomy reached out towards the plush toy. Let me see it closer, Haruto. She hugged the plush toy, took a sniff, and exclaimed in surprise. Somehow, it smells just like you, Haruto. This is so nice and relaxing. The plush toy in Shinomi's arms thought, Oh no, we're too close. An idea sparked in Haruto's mind. He quickly turned to Shinomy and said, You can hold him for a while if you want. Shinomy was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. But even more astonished was the plush toy nestled in her arms. Haruto reassured her, It's okay, you can keep him. Give him back whenever. Shinomi's cheeks flushed. She hugged the plush toy tightly and said, Thank you. Haruto replied, You're welcome. Then quickly left, thinking to himself, Yes, the plan worked. I've successfully distracted her. Shinomy smiled brightly, waving goodbye to Haruto. Only the plush toy was in despair, screaming silently. Haruto, wait, don't leave me. This is Haruto. The next day, at the renowned Magic Academy, the plush toy remained silent, not saying a word. Haruto sighed and said, Don't be mad anymore. I will definitely come back for you. The stuffed animal suddenly became indignant, loudly protesting. That's not the point. It suddenly clutched Haruto's shoulders, urgently saying, Thanks to you, I had the chance to see my childhood friend again, someone I haven't seen for 15 long years. It's all thanks to you, Harry. Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but feel a jolt. The stuffed animal continued, its voice sincere. I owe you a profound thank you. Haruto was silent for a moment, then replied, Well, good. Out of sight from both of them. A platinum-haired man sat perched on a tree branch, phone in hand. He chuckled softly, murmuring, So that's Haruto, the one they call the god of calamity. His gaze fixed on Haruto. He muttered, He's quite interesting. He'll be my next target. He turned his head, lost in thought. Bring me some amusement, O mysterious dragon slayer knight. The scene shifted to the student council office. Someone slammed their hand on the table in anger. A girl frowned, asking, Are you truly unaware of the incident? That was Sakokuji Yuzuki, the student council vice president. Haruto, sitting opposite her, firmly stated, I know absolutely nothing. Yuzuki held up a piece of paper and said, The other day, when a ferocious migratory dragon attacked us after school, I happened to overhear the direction you ran, matching the path the monster was pursuing. As she finished, Haruto rubbed his head and explained, That dragon changed its target mid-chase. It switched to another student and disappeared somewhere. I'm positive that student was the one who defeated that terrifying monster. I barely escaped with my life. Yuzuki frowned, continuing her questioning, Do you know anything about the identity of the hero who defeated the dragon? Haruto shook his head in denial. No, I was too busy trying to escape. Yuzuki sighed, pushing up her glasses and said, I understand. Haruto promptly left the room. Well then, I'll be going now. My class is about to start. With that, he hurried off, despite Izuki's attempts to call him back. Haruto thought to himself, Why am I being suspected? The stuffed animal suddenly spoke, pulling out a phone and saying, Probably because of this. Haruto stared in shock at the video rapidly spreading online, accompanied by countless comments. A barrage of comments popped up. That's a high school student? Incredible. The Dragon Slayer, the savior of Tokyo. I've never witnessed such powerful magic. Our benefactor, the one who came to rescue Tokyo. I think the hero lives in Nakano. Regardless, that person saved us. If the hero had to reveal their true identity, I bet no one would believe it. A hoax. Definitely fake. Who is this guy? Ryudo muttered worriedly. Can we stop this news from spreading with time magic, or some other way? The stuffed animal immediately replied. With your current abilities, that's impossible. Ryudo sighed deeply. I expected as much. He quickly entered the classroom. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of murmurs erupted. Look, he's here. The game is finally starting. Ryudo sat down, lost in thought. Before, I was always ignored in class, but now. Ryudo glanced at them and smiled faintly. Today feels different. Suddenly, Shinomy appeared and spoke to Ryudo. You need to be careful. Ryudo, confused, asked, Why? But before Shinomy could answer, another voice interrupted. You don't need to say anything to him. Slow footsteps approached. It was the white-haired third year, a talented mage, and also the student council president, Sumareji Ryudo. He declared confidently, I will finish our unfinished business. Slowly and clearly, he introduced himself. I am Sumareji Ryudo. I am the student council president, and a rare magic genius. The one who stands at the top of the power hierarchy in this school. Simply put, I am the strongest here. He uttered these words with relaxed arrogance. He continued, his tone challenging. You are Kujo Ryudo, correct? Ryudo replied curtly, without hesitation. That's right. Ryudo sneered, his eyes sharp. I've come to challenge you. Ryudo emphasized again, his voice menacing. I'm here to duel you, Kujo Ryudo. The air hung heavy after Ryudo's arrogant declaration of war. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, soft chuckles breaking out. Kujo looks like he's done for. Ryudo remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the person standing before him. His opponent, Ryudo, returned to stare with confidence and pride. He spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A failure like you, possessing no magic whatsoever, dared to damage the precious magic measuring device. Traces of an unidentified object were found at the scene. Ryuga continued, his sharp gaze fixed on Ryudo. You were the one who single-handedly defeated that ferocious chaos dragon. Ryudo remained silent, perplexing thoughts swirling in his mind. How could he know? This was top secret. Ryuga maintained his smile, murmuring, interesting, truly fascinating. His expression suddenly turned cold and serious as he declared, that is precisely why. I will crush these rumors before they spread. Ryudo remained silent, not uttering a single word. Ryuga's voice boomed, revealing the truth brazenly. The truth shall be brought to light. I am the one who vanquished that fearsome dragon alone. Accept my challenge. From the one truly worthy of the title Dragon Slayer. Is he challenging me? Ryudo thought to himself. This duel is a special form of examination. A voice echo, sanctioned and facilitated to occur legally within the educational framework of the academy. Its purpose is to measure and evaluate the true abilities of the students. The outcome of this battle will determine the ranking of the participating students within the academy grounds. High-ranking students enjoyed a plethora of enviable privileges and were recognized as true adventurers, automatically joining the prestigious Adventurers Guild upon graduation. The unbreakable rule in every duel here was the absolute prohibition of any magic or spell capable of causing death to an opponent. Any action resulting in permanent injury or irreversible consequences was forbidden. The list of participants in these matches was carefully selected based on the request and decision of the lower-ranked party. The lower-ranked individual also had the right to challenge higher-ranked opponents through a formal challenge. The higher-ranked individual was obligated to accept the challenge. However, Ryudo, being the lower-ranked one, had the absolute right to refuse. This meant that Ryudo sighed deeply, lost in thought. There was no reason for him to accept this. Who dared to challenge the top student in the entire school? Ryuga suddenly turned to Shinomy, his voice dripping with sarcasm. About that, Shinomy, you should reconsider your choice of friends. If you truly desire to join the student council next semester, in the upcoming semester, I will help you gain a deeper understanding of this matter. I will enlighten you. In a private and personal tutoring session, Shinomy looked at him, fear and worry evident in her eyes. Ryuga gave a sinister, calculating smile. He continued, I will also teach you the proper way to gain entry into the student council. Despite her fear, Shinomy responded with a trembling voice. Yes, thank you for your thorough guidance. Ryudo silently observed the entire exchange, his eyes cold and sharp. He clenched his fists, then abruptly stood up and shouted, "Hey you, the match you want. I accept." Ryudo finally agreed. Shinomy looked at Ryudo, tears welling up in her eyes. Ryudo let out a boisterous laugh, about to say, "Oh ho, well then." But Ryudo suddenly spoke, interrupting Ryudo's train of thought. "I have a proposition as well." Ryudo smirked contemptuously. "A condition?" Ryudo calmly replied, "Precisely. The loser will have to leave the academy. What do you say?" Ryudo pointed a finger at Ryudo, his eyes sharp. Ryudo laughed loudly, his face full of disdain. He turned around, his voice arrogant. "Fine. It's too late for you to regret this." Ryudo didn't respond, remaining silent in the face of the provocation. Scene change. A voice filled with admiration rang out. What a sharp retort. Ryudo remained silent, calmly taking a bite of a pastry. The stuffed animal exclaimed, "You're becoming more and more like me." "Ryudo, I must warn you, Sumeragi is very strong." Ryudo was surprised. "You know him?" The stuffed animal nodded, beginning to recount. "That guy will become the president of the Shinjuku branch of the Adventurers Guild. He's the creator of countless spells related to the fire element, and will become one of the 7 renowned sages." Ryudo exclaimed, "The sage's house? Sounds more like the name of a fool." The stuffed animal nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly. His character and nature are utterly vile and wicked. From now on, he will thoroughly exploit his power and position to manipulate and control the women under his command." Ryudo gasped. "So he's a scumbag, a real piece of trash." The stuffed animal continued its story. "He's also very good at charming people, very skillful at persuasion. His certainty that you are the legendary dragon slayer is probably based on some information from his subordinates, or those in cahoots with him. After all, his magical abilities are extraordinary, truly exceptional. His claim to be a magical genius isn't entirely baseless. You, with your current strength, cannot defeat him." Hearing these words, a cold sweat broke out on Ryudo. The stuffed animal spoke again. "Try checking your data, review your power levels." Ryudo quickly opened the notification panel, searching for information on Kuyuhari. The screen displayed, level 15, rank C, class, swordsman, skills, level 3 swordsmanship, level 34 space-time magic, 1 unidentified hidden skill. Recommendation: report this case to the Adventurers Guild. Potential release index, level 2+, strength, enhanced by 10%, speed, 500/590, near maximum, defense, 89 out of 100, magic, none, intelligence, rank B, spirit, rank B+, potential, rank S, highest, primary weapon, chaos sword, secondary weapon, dagger. Note: missing right arm. Spells learned, 10 types, including level 2 haste, binding chains, reverse gravity, level 2 materialization. Blank. The stuffed animal beside Ryudo suddenly spoke, its voice monotonous. "It seems you've improved a bit since last time." Having finished speaking, the stuffed animal placed its paw on the notification screen. "But to be sure, let's compare it with Sumergary's data." The screen instantly changed, causing Ryudo to exclaim in astonishment, "What is this? Don't tell me you can." Before he could finish, Sumergary's information was clearly displayed on the screen. Sumergary Ryaka, level 78, rank C, a mage wielding level 7 fire magic, 6 level 5 tier 2 water spells, level 5 tier 6 wind magic, level 4 tier 1 earth magic, along with base stats no less than 200 points. The plush toy assessed. This enemy's power is 10 times yours. Ryudo gasped in astonishment. Is that the power of space-time magic? It's truly incredible. You can see other people's stats. He silently thought to himself. Is the gap really that big? It's hard to believe. Elsewhere, 2 girls try to comfort each other. It's okay. Everything will be alright." Ryudo noticed a girl sobbing uncontrollably. I can't do it." The girl cried out in despair. Why can't I use magic anymore? What happened? I'm going to fail the periodic mage exam." Her friend gently consoled her. "Don't worry too much. You clearly didn't use your wand incorrectly, nor did you make any mistakes in chanting the spell or any step of the process." However, the other girl remained consumed by sadness. She said listlessly, I have no choice but to accept this harsh reality. A private lesson with Mr. Greenwood? Haruto froze, stunned by what he'd just heard. He raised a hand, silently signaling for quiet so he could eavesdrop on their conversation. Well, I don't think there's any other way. The memory of Greenwood and Sinonom's classroom conversation suddenly flooded back, along with the girl's cryptic words from moments ago. At least it will all be over soon. After I take off all my clothes and close my eyes, Haruto decided to speak up, interrupting the dark train of thought. Are you two free? Both girls turned around in surprise at the sound of his voice. They saw Haruto approaching them. The girl hesitated, then asked timidly, Are you a student from the swordsmanship class? Haruto calmly replied, You don't have to go to that private lesson. I'll take care of it. As he spoke, Haruto extended his hand towards the girl. Close your eyes and try to remember. Did you ever notice this in magic measurement class? Now, I can sense it more clearly. The movement and activity within her magical flow. The magical flow within her body is burning intensely, causing a severe blockage. This is because she's burdened by an immense amount of magical energy, far exceeding her limits. In this case, we need to eliminate the turbulence in her energy flow and restore balance to her magical source. Haruto opened his eyes, gently reassuring the girl, Don't panic. Still unsure of what was happening, she could only follow Haruto's hand with her eyes. A powerful spatiotemporal energy began to converge in his hand. Immediately after, those streams of power surged towards her. She was still in a state of confusion when she suddenly heard her friend scream. Yuko! Her friend rushed forward, shielding her from Haruto, and yelled, What the hell are you doing? But Haruto calmly said to the other girl, Try using your magic. Under her close friend's worried gaze, the young woman, Yuko, shyly nodded, her hands clasped as if in prayer. Sure enough, this time, a powerful energy converged in Haruto's palm. A mystical, azure stream of power, radiating extraordinary force. Yuko's face beamed with joy. I can use magic normally again. The girl opposite her couldn't hide her astonishment, gasping in surprise. Impossible. Your magical energy, it's even greater than before. The wondrous energy gradually dissipated from Yuko's hand, along with a radiant, happy smile on her lips. Yuko quickly spoke, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Haruto. Haruto replied softly, You're welcome. Both girls were moved to tears. Now I don't have to go see Ryudo anymore. I'm really happy for you, Yuko. Haruto suddenly remembered his friend who was also being targeted by dark forces. He fell silent. That afternoon, at the renowned magic school, Haruto walked along, saying, Tell me, how can I become even stronger? The stuffed animal looked at him with a surprised, astonished expression. Haruto muttered, anxiety lacing his voice. Only 3 days left until the death match. I have to close this power gap, no matter the cost. Tell me the name of a dungeon that can help me increase my power, and I'll go there right now. Haruto stared at his hands, his eyes filled with determination. The stuffed animal smiled mischievously. I knew you'd say that. I've carefully studied the map and gathered information on a suitable dungeon. Listen closely. Haruto listened intently, then asked, What's the reward for conquering this dungeon? The stuffed animal grinned. A massive amount of valuable experience points, along with a brand new space-time spell, a chance to test a secret weapon, and a powerful monster for you to summon. Haruto smirked inwardly after hearing this, thinking, Exactly what I need right now. The screen displayed information about the dungeon. B-rank Azabu Dungeon, Crystal Labyrinth. Recommended adventurer level, 65. Haruto, sweat beading on his forehead, stared intently at the information displayed before him, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Despite his bold proclamation, could he truly triumph against such an overwhelming number of enemies? Surrounding Haruto was a horde of ferocious crystal monsters, their eyes glowing red with murderous intent. The plushie spoke, its tone laced with mockery. Well, hero, quite the predicament, isn't it? Haruto slowly summoned his weapon, his expression serious, muttering under his breath, Thanks for the heads up, plushie. Don't let a single one of them escape. Got it. Haruto replied instantly, his voice firm. Of course. He charged forward with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion, shouting, I will annihilate all of these vile monsters and conquer this dungeon. Haruto's eyes blazed with determination. An unyielding resolve etched upon his face. An hour later, the system announced, Crystal Labyrinth, deepest region of the B-rank Azabu Dungeon. In that cold, gloomy place, three figures clashed fiercely, locked in a brutal battle. A courageous adventurer attacked the crystal monster before him, unleashing a powerful attack with a roar. Take this. But then he realized with horror that his attack was completely useless, not causing any damage. Another warrior quickly drew her magic staff and shouted, "Dodge! Spark!" She gave a confident smirk, challenging, like magic. Take this. Directly in front of them, after the thick fog completely dissipated, a gigantic crystal monster appeared, still standing menacingly. The system immediately displayed the information. Dark Crystal Knight. Origin: Mystical Crystal Labyrinth. HP: 2,300 megapixels. MP: 50 tera. Strength: 340 units. Defense: 610. Magic resistance: B high. Special skill: a creature formed from rare metals, combined with the dark power of the shadow attribute. Because it's not a living being, it is completely immune to all forms of magical attacks. At the same time, it possesses extraordinary resistance to physical damage. Both of them stared in astonishment at the Dark Crystal Knight. Could it be all our attacks are ineffective? Oh my god, impossible. How can this be? This time, it was the Dark Crystal Knight's turn to attack. At death's door, the two adventurers could only squeeze their eyes shut, embracing each other as they awaited the inevitable. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the earth. The male adventurer slowly opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment towards the source of the commotion. A sharp blade sliced cleanly through the head of the terrifying Dark Crystal Knight. It was Ryudo wielding his brand new weapon, its vibrant blue light pulsing as he relentlessly attacked the Dark Crystal Knight. Instantly, a tremendous explosion rocked the area, a resounding boom echoing through the chamber. The two adventurers, miraculously alive, stared at each other in utter disbelief. "We're saved. Thank you so much," the woman exclaimed with immense gratitude. Ryudo wiped the sweat from his brow, calmly stated, "There are many dangerous monsters lurking in this dungeon. You should leave here as soon as possible." The man, helped to his feet by the woman, hurriedly asked, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Ryudo looked towards the thick smoke, replying, "To ensure your safe escape, I'll draw the monster's attention." As expected, when facing them, other crystal monsters appeared with similar power. Once again, the Black Crystal Knights appeared, surrounding them. Ryudo urged his two companions, "Go. Get out of here now." After a moment's hesitation, they finally decided to flee, escaping the dangerous encirclement. Before disappearing, the young man looked back, speaking to Ryudo with sincerity. "I'm truly sorry, and also incredibly grateful." The stuffed animal beside Ryudo spoke, its voice monotonous. "Including that last battle, you've defeated 89 Black Crystal Knights. Still not even half of the target," it remarked, its tone slightly stern. "I know that," Ryudo replied, his expression resolute. "No need to remind me. Let's quickly finish off these monsters and level up." Before Ryudo, a massive horde of Black Crystal Knights lay in wait, ready to attack at any moment. Facing the overwhelming number of enemies, Ryudo showed no hesitation or fear. Ryudo swung his sword, launching a preemptive strike. His sword strokes were as fast as lightning, as powerful as a raging storm. One by one, the surrounding Black Crystal Knights fell beneath his sharp blade. The stuffed animal suddenly spoke, guiding Ryudo. "These are the monsters that yield the most experience points in this crystal labyrinth. Defeating them is the fastest way for you to level up." It carefully assessed the situation, but at the same time affirmed, "However, with your current strength, they will be extremely formidable opponents." Ryudo maintained his fighting spirit, his eyes burning with determination. This time he acted decisively. Countless heavy chains, carrying tremendous force, converged and shot forward. Any monster that dared to advance was bound tightly by the chains, unable to move. The stuffed animal continued, "Fortunately, your weapon, the Chaos Sword, possesses the light attribute, so you can confront these shadow monsters head-on." Ryudo listened intently while relentlessly fighting without pause. His attacks were swift and powerful, like a raging storm. Ryudo and the stuffed animal pressed forward, their eyes filled with determination. Despite having defeated a significant number, countless ferocious enemies still lay ahead. The stuffed animal instructed, "Eliminate as many as you can. Don't give them a chance to counterattack." He stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Ryudo shook his head resolutely, saying no. His eyes shone with absolute determination. "I won't let a single monster survive. The enormous dark hand stunned the black crystal knights, freezing them in awe of this earth-shattering power. Ryudo remained undeterred, his hands moving relentlessly, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon the knights, blocking his path. The young boy's eyes blazed with determination, reflecting the extraordinary power surging within him. A flurry of sharp sword strikes sliced through the air, severing the knight's limbs. After a fierce battle, Ryudo stood panting, facing the remaining enemies. It seemed his stamina was beginning to wane after the intense assault. Just then, another black crystal knight charged forward with ferocious momentum, but this one was much larger and more powerful than the previous ones. As expected, it was the Black Obsidian General, boasting 4,800 HP and 102 megapixels. With 5,000 attack points, 800 defense points, a rank magic resistance, and 6 dodge points. Ryudo gasped in astonishment. His plush toy quickly assessed these as the stats of a boss. The boss swung its greatsword, clashing violently against Ryudo's blade. Ryudo gritted his teeth, thinking, I have to do something before I'm overwhelmed by its immense power. I will unleash this sword's secret technique. Right now, a mystical purple energy erupts from the Soul Dragon sword. General Black Crystal's fatal attack descends. Ryudo nimbly dodges, narrowly avoiding the danger. However, his sword is chipped. Ryudo immediately changes tactics. With lightning speed, he appears behind the colossal monster, his eyes cold and resolute. Ryudo swings his sword straight ahead. In a flash, General Black Crystal's head is severed. Ryudo gasps, exhausted after the decisive blow. The plush toy speaks. Ryudo, listen. Just then, the 4 Black Crystal Knights suddenly attack each other. Ryudo is bewildered. What's happening? The plush toy shouts. There's no time. I believe you already know, but I must make it clear. The principles and nature of time-space magic are completely different from other forms of magic. It doesn't simply rely on inherent magical ability, but also depends on many other factors that govern and control the flow of time in this world. The element of time is the key, and that's why even those who don't possess innate magical abilities, like you, can still awaken and unlock it. Ryudo fought back, questioning, why are you only revealing this to me now? The plush toy replied, grasping this knowledge in such a dire, critical situation is not ideal. Regardless, the Dark Crystal Knights continued their relentless assault. They charged like crashing waves, one after another. This time, Ryudo unleashed binding crimson chains, aiming directly at the ferocious monsters. But right after, something unexpected happened. The seemingly indestructible chains shattered in an instant. The plush toy urgently warned, Ryudo, don't lose focus. He quickly glanced back. A brand new monster suddenly appeared. It was the Dark Crystal Witch, possessing a massive 1,200,000 HP and an attack power of 409, with both attack and defense exceeding 200 points and a formidable A-rank magic resistance. It didn't use a sword but raised its hand, summoning a mysterious energy. Ryudo witnessed this scene with utter astonishment. His plush toy spoke up, reminding and instructing him, a brilliant time mage. You must always be mindful of time, it said, even in the fiercest battles. The Dark Crystal Witches attacked simultaneously. They unleashed powerful magic attacks, aimed directly at Naruto. He had to use all his agility to constantly dodge the relentless attacks. Suddenly, a powerful direct attack hurtled towards Naruto. At this moment, he stood calmly, observing, facing the incoming surge of immense energy. His eyes suddenly changed. Harry shouted, "Time flow." The surrounding time and space began to distort violently. Everything seemed to warp and contort into a two-dimensional plane. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, like a deadly night had fallen. Ryudo stood defiantly, motionless amidst the enemy horde, as if protected by an invisible, impenetrable magical barrier. Ryudo observed silently, his sharp gaze fixed on the encircling Dark Crystal Witches. Without hesitation, he raised his remaining arm. An immense energy began to converge, swirling in his hand. In a flash, Ryudo unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack, utilizing his power to manipulate space-time. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending the Dark Crystal Witches in front of him flying. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the bodies of the unfortunate Dark Crystal Witches. Ryudo looked down at his hand, pondering, is this The flow of time? The stuffed animal replied. Indeed, that is the power of time. It thought to itself, he's even more remarkable than I imagined. He has unleashed the time spark. The scene changed, time shifted. A sword plunged deep into the ground, piercing the bodies of crystal monsters. Ryudo stood atop the rubble, surrounded by the corpses of his enemies, leaning against his sword, regaining his strength after the battle. He gasped, eyes fixated on the notification flashing before him. Level up. Level up notifications popped up repeatedly like a sudden downpour. Ryudo spoke up, asking, "What's our next objective?" Suddenly, at the very center of the crystal maze, the final boss appeared. It was the sightless beast, the terror of countless people. A pack of ferocious wolves, with blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, materialized. Ryudo stood before a large door, blocking the entrance to the next area. He clutched his head, feeling a sharp, needle-like pain pierce his brain. The stuffed animal beside him spoke up, explaining, "It's a side effect of abusing space-time magic," it said. "Constantly traversing through space-time puts immense pressure on your brain." The stuffed animal paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you want to rest for a bit?" Ryudo placed his hand on the door, resolutely replying, "No, time is running out." Despite his exhaustion, Ryudo was determined not to stop. The system displayed a map of the crystal maze. The room lay deep within the darkest area of the maze. Ryudo faced his final foe, a formidable boss. A small stuffed animal spoke, its voice filled with caution, reminding Ryudo, "This boss possesses unwavering integrity and noble dignity," it said. "Qualities rarely found in any creature. That means never underestimate it or let your guard down." The majestic Cypherot spirit beast slowly advanced towards Ryudo. The system suddenly displayed information about the final boss. Cypherus spirit beast, 3 ferocious, savage heads. The stuffed animal softly explained. According to ancient legends, it's a monster carrying the valiant soul of a renowned samurai. Ryudo involuntarily let out a shuddering cry, his body trembling uncontrollably. He tried to endure the excruciating headache that tormented him. The spirit beast stared intently at Ryudo, its piercing gaze seemingly trying to penetrate his very soul. The stuffed animal quickly produced a small vial, its voice laced with worry. "Drink this," it urged. "It will make you feel better." Ryudo looked dubious, but still reached out and took the vial. He glanced at the monster, who had yet to attack. Ryudo was surprised, thinking to himself, "Is it waiting for me to recover?" Ryudo tossed the stuffed animal aside, quickly gulped down a potion, and muttered, "As expected, this final boss is really strong." Suddenly, the stuffed animal spoke. "It has an old wound on its right flank. Aim for that weak spot." The ferocious beast was gradually regaining its deadly aura. Ryudo was terrified, anxiety flooding his heart. Its killing intent is back. He looked at the stuffed animal and whispered, "Understood. It actually waited for me? Unbelievable. I owe the samurai a huge debt." Ryudo thought. Suddenly, the ferocious beast's tail began to twitch. Without hesitation, Cerberus lunged at Ryudo with razor-sharp claws. They moved with terrifying speed, as fast as lightning. A single attack possessed earth-shattering power, causing the ground to crack. Fortunately, Ryudo dodged in time, using his special ability. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on observing and analyzing the ferocious beast. As predicted, beneath the monster's chest lay a hidden wound. Ryudo quickly connected it to the injury he'd just mentioned. The ferocious Cerberus lunged towards Ryudo, determined to attack. Slightly surprised by his opponent's speed, Ryudo barely managed to raise his sword in defense, forced into a passive position. One of Cerberus' 3 heads clamped down on Ryudo's sword. Ryudo strained with all his might, struggling against the beast's terrifying strength. But then, in a surprising move, he suddenly released his grip on the sword. Ryudo nimbly leaped onto one of Cerberus' heads. This bold action stunned the monster. Sensing the danger, another head opened its jaws wide, preparing to unleash a deadly attack. From afar, the plush toy screamed, "Dodge its breath attack, Ryudo!" Ryudo faced the gaping maw, charged with terrifying energy, a lethal threat imminent. Just as the energy beam erupted, Ryudo twisted his body, narrowly dodging the blast. He gritted his teeth, focusing energy into his hand. His target was the gaping wound beneath Cerberus' chest. The moment he pinpointed his opponent's weakness, Ryudo seized the opportunity, lunging forward with incredible speed. The monster roared in excruciating pain, Haruto swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance. The plush toy gasped, its eyes wide with surprise. Wait, isn't that healing magic? That's the same power Haruto used to help that girl the other day. The plush toy was stunned into silence. It watched as Cerberus's wounds began to heal. You just healed it? The plush toy exclaimed in astonishment. Haruto calmly replied, I just want a fair fight. The plush toy cried out in alarm. You're crazy. You're going to die. Haruto responded resolutely. I must show respect to my opponent, even if it's a monster. If I die here, it only means that's the extent of my strength. Suddenly, something was launched at breakneck speed. Haruto's sword was knocked from his grip, clattering to the ground. The stuffed animal's round eyes widened in astonishment. Cerberus gave the sword back to you, it exclaimed. The beast remained silent, turning its head and walking away. Haruto spoke up. No, I don't need it. His hands clenched tightly, magic swirling around him. Haruto declared firmly, keep it. This isn't a fight for a level up. Nor is it the final battle to conquer the dungeon boss. This is simply a fight. Cerberus remained silent, its gaze fixed intently on Haruto. They stood facing each other, tension filling the air. The stuffed animal thought to itself, what in the world is going on between these two? Suddenly, Haruto launched a preemptive strike towards the beast, but he was stunned by what happened next. Cerberus effortlessly flung Haruto away. Haruto hastily raised his arms to shield his face. He slowly landed on a large sheet of ice. Immediately afterward, the area was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. Haruto launched another powerful punch at the monster's head. The force of the blow sent Cerberus staggering backward. Another of the monster's heads opened its massive jaws, preparing for a fatal blow. It had Haruto's arm pinned, leaving him with no escape. Haruto writhed in agony, but gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without a sound. Both sides fought with unmatched ferocity. Haruto swiftly dodged the next attack. The plush toy, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but worry, yelling Haruto. A powerful blow sent Haruto crashing to the ground. It quickly urged, hey, calm down. Keep a clear head. This time, all three heads of Cerberus simultaneously gathered magical energy, preparing for an all-out attack. Haruto calmly replied, I know. You think I didn't anticipate this? His eyes once again blazed with extraordinary power and unwavering determination. Haruto thought to himself, this time, I'll bet everything I have on this life or death battle. The fireballs in Cerberus's mouths grew larger, radiating intense heat. The next moment, all three heads of Cerberus unleashed the fireballs towards Haruto. He just stood there silently, seemingly accepting this fatal attack, an attack that could very well end his life. And then, in the next instant, a deafening explosion rocked the entire space. Their attacks were relentless, each strike filled with deadly intent, determined to obliterate their opponent. But just when all hope seemed lost, Haruto appeared suddenly beneath Cerberus, like a god descending from the heavens. He prayed silently, hoping his body could withstand the immense power surrounding him. In the next moment, Haruto swung his arm forward, his aura potent enough to tear space itself. Not just one blow. Haruto, with incredible speed, unleashed a furious barrage of punches upon the ferocious Cerberus. But in return, his arm endured excruciating pain, blood dripping from a wound. Haruto cried out in agony. The deep gash on his arm was a bite inflicted earlier by one of Cerberus's heads. The monster roared in fury, shaking the very ground. It brandished its razor-sharp claws, ready to tear apart anything that dared stand in its way. This time, Haruto clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He stared down the beast, refusing to back down. In the next instant, a devastating attack was launched, aimed directly at Cerberus. The monster's three heads roared in unison before the terrifying power of the blow. Haruto didn't hesitate, charging forward. He poured all his strength into his legs, as if to banish this monster to oblivion, erasing it from existence entirely. He roared, declaring with authority, "This is your end." A devastating kick, combined with a surge of magical energy, formed a terrifying torrent of spatio-temporal power, slamming directly into Cerberus's face. A few seconds of breathless silence passed. Haruto gasped, his breath heavy, staring at the beast's motionless body on the ground. Haruto gave a weary smile, murmuring, I really am a power maniac, aren't I? Just then, he stumbled, his body slowly giving way. Soon, Haruto collapsed completely, unconscious. The system immediately issued a notification. V-rank dungeon, Azabu, Crystal Labyrinth completed. Haruto's eyes fluttered open, slowly regaining consciousness. A familiar voice rang in his ears. You're finally awake? He slowly turned his head towards the sound. It was the stuffed animal, sitting right beside him. Haruto rubbed his head, trying to sit up, and said, I think we defeated Cerberus. The system continued its announcement. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 20. Haruto exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, Min ranked up. What happened? Immediately after, a system notification popped up. You have received Cloak of the Time Mage. You have received Cloak of the Time Mage. The stuffed animal exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that the official outfit? That's amazing. Haruto, still petting the stuffed animal, replied softly, Yeah, I'll try it on later. It's not the time now. Haruto slowly turned to his right, as if sensing something unusual. The next moment, a Cyberot suddenly appeared right in front of him. Haruto gasped and quickly backed away. But the Cyberot just stood there, wagging its tail happily like a puppy looking at him. Haruto was silent, completely bewildered by this unexpected situation. The Cyberot now looked docile, like a puppy acting cute. It just looked at Haruto with the innocent, sparkling eyes of a small puppy. Haruto cautiously reached out, approaching the Cyberot carefully. Finally, he touched it and started petting its soft fur. The stuffed animal commented, It seems to really like you. So cute. Haruto said exasperatedly, Is this thing really the final boss of this dungeon? Unbelievable. The stuffed animal then spoke up. I never expected things to turn out this way. But in the end, you have received a well-deserved reward. I should be satisfied with this and depart now. Hearing this, Haruto, filled with curiosity, asked, Reward? Do you mean this cloak? The stuffed animal replied, No, I mean the summoned beast, Cerberus, is the most valuable spoil within this crystal labyrinth. It continued to explain. However, the two of you haven't truly formed a binding contract yet. If you allow it to drink your blood, it will officially become your loyal subordinate. Hearing this, Haruto, without hesitation, immediately bit his finger. Then, he let a few drops of fresh blood fall into Cerberus's mouth. The beast then gradually dissipated into the air. The stuffed animal said, From now on, you can summon it whenever you wish. The system simultaneously announced, Cerberus has become the player's subordinate. Haruto couldn't help but exclaim, Excellent. I've finally gathered everything I need from this place. Time sure flies, doesn't it? Like a dog chasing a rabbit across a field. 3 days have already passed since then. Currently, at the Tokyo Adventurer Education Agency headquarters, in Nakano Ward, everyone continues to gossip about Haruto behind his back. Look at him. I can't believe it. Is he serious? Haruto remains silent, not saying a word. Shinomy, standing at a distance, happens to catch sight of him. She calls out an alarm, Haruto. She rushes over, anxiously asking, Where have you been? What have you been doing these past few days? I tried to contact you, but couldn't get through. I was so worried, you know. Haruto turns around and replies, Oh, I was just spending some time training. I want to be fully prepared for the upcoming match. He adds, By the way, Shinomy, you don't need to worry so much that you overtrain yourself. She thinks to herself, I wonder what he went through that made him look so tired and drained. Haruto clenches his fists, his eyes filled with determination, and asserts, No matter what, I'm ready. Shinomy falls silent, lost in thought. Could it be? Is this the Haruto-kun I've always known? She gasped in astonishment. They both stood frozen in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Green GA observed the entire scene. I thought he had run far away, he muttered, a hint of surprise in his voice. But a sinister, calculating smile quickly spread across his face. He thought about Haruto daring to show up here, trying to garner sympathy with a pitiful act. As they entered the school gates, they ran into Ryudo, who was waiting with a defiant look. The match will take place right after class today, Ryudo declared, his tone brooking no argument. He taunted, Are you ready, oh mysterious dragon slayer? Haruto nodded, responding with a firm, yes. Ryudo scoffed, continuing, I'm sure. You haven't forgotten the absurd condition you set, have you? Haruto replied without hesitation. Of course, the loser leaves this school. Exactly. Ryudo snarled. However, I still feel it's not enough, he said with a calculating expression. Haruto furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp. What are you implying? Ryudo dramatically flicked his sleeve, an arrogant gesture. He spoke, his tone challenging. So, do you dare to bet another 100,000 on this match? Haruto was startled, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The crowd around Ryudo erupted in laughter, echoing his words. Bet. Are you afraid? Are you going to back down now? Don't spoil our fun. Come on. Place your bet. The stuffed animal frowned, sensing Ryudo's insidious plot. He's deliberately inciting the crowd, using these students to pressure Haruto. He wants to corner Haruto, leaving him with no way out. The stuffed animal in Haruto's backpack seethed, silently cursing. That bastard Ryudo, as cunning and deceitful as ever. Shinomy worried, clutching Haruto's sleeve. Ryudo smirked, confident that he would seize everything from Haruto and turn him into his slave. Shinomy started to intervene. Haruto this, but Haruto quickly cut her off. Fine, I bet 100,000 gold coins. Ryudo, with an amused expression, turned around. He walked away, his voice dripping with innuendo. I'm eagerly anticipating our after-school match. Strolling under the curious gazes of everyone, Ryudo continued his provocation. Shinomy worriedly said, I'm afraid you chose the wrong person to protect you. Haruto, prepare yourself for our private lesson. Ryudo sneered. Shinomy fell silent, overwhelmed by uncontainable fear. But Haruto gently reassured her, don't worry, I will definitely win. Haruto asserted with a confident smile. After school, Haruto changed out of his uniform. He walked while intently staring at his phone screen. His plush toy suddenly transformed into a reminder note. The match is about to begin. Yeah, I know, Haruto muttered. Suddenly, Haruto looked up. A group of students suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Oh, what a coincidence. How about we play a little game before you start your match with Lord Ryudo? One of them added, you see, each of us will receive 1,000 in prize money if you can take him down. Another group suddenly appeared behind him, issuing a challenge. Haruto remained silent, listening to them discuss a hefty bounty. Seeing Haruto's indifference, the group scoffed and mocked him. What's wrong? Are you scared? How disappointing. No matter how pathetically you beg and plead, we won't let you escape. At that moment, Haruto muttered to himself, what a relief. The group was bewildered, not understanding what Haruto was saying. What? Haruto rubbed his head and said casually, thank goodness. He's still using the same old tricks, just as I predicted. Such trash with their empty words. Haruto continued coldly. Now I can attack him freely, without having to hold back. And you'll be the first to enjoy this privilege. Hearing that, the group angrily cursed, you arrogant bastard. Don't get cocky. The leader immediately swung his sword to attack. But in the next moment, Haruto easily grabbed the man's face. Without a word, he slammed the ugly mug into the ground. Haruto sighed in annoyance, muttering, pesky flies, why do they keep swarming around me? Cut to the Adventurer Education Agency. That afternoon, in Tokyo, Nakano Ward, Ryudo said with disdain, slaying dragon person? Who is that? He was boasting so arrogantly before, but now he's running away from a match? What a waste of time. That bastard even told the referee, if he doesn't show up in the next few minutes, then obviously I win. Right, referee? The referee hastily replied, of course, sir. His friends continued to flatter and fawn over him. He's like an idiot trying to go up against you. Oh, Green GA. He must have been so scared that he ran home. Green GA chuckled inwardly. My subordinates must have apprehended him by now. All the students here to watch the match have taken their seats. Shinomy, worried, clasped her hands in prayer, softly whispering Haruto's name. Suddenly, a student spotted Haruto and shouted, there he is! The entire crowd, including Ryudo, stared at Haruto in disbelief. What the hell is this? Ryudo exclaimed. Hearing Ryudo, Haruto barked. What nonsense are you spouting? What are you doing here? Haruto calmly replied, what do you mean? We had a duel scheduled, didn't we? Haruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Ryudo was so stunned he could barely speak. Why, that's right. But, Ryudo stammered. We're supposed to be at the designated location. The students who dared to challenge Haruto were all mercilessly defeated. Haruto said casually, all right, let's begin. Haruto turned to the person beside him. You can signal the start. The other guy startled. All right, Ryudo is still confused, but obeyed the referee. Begin. Third-year student from Class 3A, Sumireji Ryudo, versus second-year student from Class 2F. Go Haruto. The referee's booming voice signaled the imminent start of the match. Ryudo frowned, lost in thought. I can't believe he's actually able to compete in this match, but I'll end everything here. Ryudo resolved silently. Grinoga clenched his fists. Then, he raised his hand high, declaring, I'll use my ultimate move right from the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Grinoga's body was instantly engulfed in a furious blaze of fire and smoke. He let out a haughty laugh, taunting, Come on, bring it. Are you ready for what's coming? Grinoga sneered, confidently thinking to himself, He's about to taste my light art. Hellfire, that's a high-level spell. Ryudo focused energy into his hand. Immediately, he charged forward, roaring. Grinoga laughed maniacally, triumphant. He believed he had poured all his power into this spell. If hit by these flames, his opponent would surely die instantly. Ryudo silently observed the scene, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. The fiery bullets, like tiny meteors, were distorting the flow of time, throwing the surrounding space into chaos. As they hurtled forward, tearing through the air, Ryudo realized he could see their trajectories, not just as afterimages of the past, but as predictions of their future destination. He grasped their flight path in the passing moment, as well as where they would appear next. If I focus, keeping my eyes locked on them, Ryudo thought to himself. At that moment, 2, 3, 4 aggressive fireballs launched towards Ryudo simultaneously. Ryudo swiftly utilized his agile movements and incredible speed, appearing and disappearing, dodging the fatal attacks. Subsequent attacks, no matter how cunning, were easily neutralized. Ryudo, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. That kid, does he not know what fear is? Impossible. He gritted his teeth. Seeing Ryudo completely unharmed only fueled Ryudo's anger and frustration. Clenching his fists, Ryudo gently landed on the ground. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and immediately leaped into the air. It turned out, it was an incredibly fierce fire attack, harboring terrifying power that was coming for him. Just been freed from that spot. Ryudo gasped in astonishment. Impossible. This can't be happening. Even my devastating double trap technique is useless. Ryudo flinched, his eyes widening in terror as he looked up. Ryudo was focusing his energy, power surging in his hands. It was the time ray, a mysterious energy source. Without hesitation, those streams of temporal light shot towards Ryudo with blinding speed. He couldn't even react, completely helpless against the sudden attack. Ryudo's body collapsed, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The impact was so powerful that the ground and surrounding walls violently trembled. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Impossible. Lord Gringa, just now, what kind of magic was that? Isn't he supposed to be magicless? Shinomy cheered with delight. Amazing. That was incredible. She looked at Ryudo, her eyes sparkling with pride. I knew it, she thought to herself. Ryudo is different now. He's not the weak boy he used to be. Ryudo slowly descended to the ground, his voice calm, yet commanding. He addressed his opponent. Didn't you want to end this quickly? Grinoga slowly rose, each step heavy as lead. His face was contorted in a mask of rage, eyes bloodshot. He roared furiously, charging forward like a wild beast, unleashing a savage attack. Bastard, you dare mock me. The fateful letter. It was Radiant Arts, Raging Fire Dragon Fist, a deadly martial arts technique. Everything within the range of the technique would be incinerated in a blazing inferno reaching 3,000 degrees Celsius. Yet, Ryudo dared to block this terrifying attack with his bare hands. Seeing his arm gripped by his opponent, Greenwood sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Fool, this cursed technique will burn everything it touches, including you. The flames roared fiercer than ever, threatening to reduce everything to ashes. But at the critical moment, Ryudo suddenly unleashed a cunning kick, throwing Grinoga off balance. With one hand still gripping his opponent's arm, Ryudo's other hand moved with lightning speed, bringing Grinoga crashing to the ground. Ryudo slowly raised his burning hands towards Grinoga, who lay sprawled on the ground. Gringa screamed in terror, utterly petrified, but the fatal blow wasn't aimed at him. Haruto simply slammed a powerful blow into the ground. Gringa was completely taken aback, clueless as to what was happening. Haruto calmly spoke, his voice icy. "It's time for your raging flames to be extinguished." Gringa furiously sprang to his feet, roaring, "No matter what, you're just a pathetic, lowly weakling. Sooner or later, I will crush you to dust." Gringa signaled to his subordinates behind him. "You know what to do." They all raised their hands in unison, responding to his signal. "Yes, Lord Ryudo, we obey." Instantly, their power surged into Ryudo. Haruto realized what was happening. His underlings are transferring their power to him. To amplify his strength? What a blatant and novel cheat. Facing this immense surge of energy, Haruto calmly asked, "How much more energy must you drain from others to be satisfied?" Ryudo, now completely transformed, let out a maniacal laugh. His legs twisted into a grotesque shape, resembling those of a ferocious beast. He roared, declaring this to be his ultimate secret technique. Before Haruto's eyes, Ryudo suddenly emitted a blinding light, almost impossible to look at directly. The arena erupted in flames, engulfed in an inferno. Haruto stared ahead in horror. The opponent before him no longer seemed to be Veruska, but a terrifying, colossal monster. His final hidden technique was to transform into a ferocious demon. An analysis screen appeared, a giant formed from fire, possessing magical power absorbed from countless other mages. "How can you possibly defeat this?" a mocking voice echoed. "With your meager skills, how can you even try?" Haruto responded resolutely, "I know how. This time." The monstrous demon roared furiously, unleashing a terrifying blast of fire towards Haruto. He swiftly dodged the fatal attack. Immediately after, Haruto launched a time ray counterattack, but then he froze in astonishment. This meager strength is nothing to Ryudo in his demonic form. Another spark ignites, flashing through the air. This time, the monstrous demon's entire body erupts in flames, unleashing a colossal inferno, incinerating everything in its path. The raging fire surges towards Haruto, carrying destructive power. Haruto swiftly dodges, but finds himself surrounded by a sea of flames with no escape. He's cornered, his back against a cold wall. Demonic claws, razor sharp, lunge towards him. Haruto realizes with horror that he's been completely trapped with no way out. Encircled by the blazing inferno, the terrifying demonic figure slowly advances. Haruto focuses intently, using his special eyes to analyze his opponent. Suddenly, he freezes, utterly astonished. A strange phenomenon, unlike anything he's ever seen, is unfolding before his eyes. A part of the time stream seems to be distorted, like a spatial rift, tearing through the continuous flow of time. That bizarre rift appears directly on the body of the demon Ryudo. Haruto thinks if he can make that rift spread wider. Meanwhile, Ryudo in his demonic form continues his relentless assault. This time, he swings his sharp claws, striking directly at Haruto's head. But Haruto unexpectedly counters, charging out from the demon's grasp. With lightning speed, he snapped the reaching arm. In a flash, he retreated, creating a safe distance. Haruto spoke, his voice resonating. "Hey, can I borrow that teddy bear one more time? That mysterious letter. What are you planning to do now? But it's back to being a stuffed animal, right? Fine. I guess there's no other choice." Haruto sighed, accepting. Haruto immediately clutched the stuffed animal tightly. He used the same old trick. Tossing the stuffed animal into the air, he quickly bound it with a time-stopping chain. Haruto took a running leap, using the stuffed animal as a springboard. Propelled by the plush toy, he soared spectacularly. This time, Haruto aimed directly for the demonic Ryudo, hurtling through the air. His eyes focused intently, meticulously analyzing the flow of time. "There it is. That's the crack in the time stream," Haruto exclaimed to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Haruto, in a flash, drew his sword, aiming directly at the crack. A sharp sword slash tore through the demonic form, starting from the head. After completing his task, Haruto gently landed on the ground. The demon's form had completely vanished. Virus GA, after his humiliating defeat, was reduced to a withered husk, reverting to his original form. He clutched his head in a frenzy, screaming in agony and despair. What is this? What in the world just happened? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be happening. As long as my minions continue to supply me with magic power, my gigantic form can regenerate infinitely. I am eternally immortal. Ryudo couldn't comprehend the situation, roaring in frustration. Why? Why can't he recover? Why? Ryudo grabbed Ryudo by the collar, demanding answers with suspicion and rage in his voice. There isn't a single principle of magic that I don't understand. This time, Ryudo didn't use magic. He launched a direct physical attack. A powerful, decisive punch straight to Ryudo's chest. With just one normal blow, Ryudo collapsed, lying motionless in the arena. Ryudo turned to the referee, calmly stating, "It's your turn to make the announcement." The trembling referee declared, "The winner is Kuga Ryudo." Ryudo stood tall, basking in his glorious victory. That evening, at their usual restaurant, Shinomy beamed. "Fantastic. Now, let's celebrate this victory together." Shinomy and their friends joyously congratulated Ryudo. They raised their glasses together, toasting the hero Ryudo. "Congratulations, Ryudo. That was a spectacular victory in the magic duel." Ryudo sat huddled in a corner, blushing slightly, and replied with a smile, "Thank you all so much." Shinomy said with a bright smile, "Come on, don't be so formal. Let's raise a toast, Ryudo." She lifted her glass high. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Ryudo stammered, "Well then, cheers, cheers everyone." The group suddenly erupted in cheers. Cheers, cheers. Everyone clinked glasses and chatted excitedly in the cheerful atmosphere. A girl with short hair, cupping her cheeks in her hands, exclaimed, "I'm so relieved. Glad that obnoxious upperclassman finally got expelled." Everyone agreed, voices filled with indignation. "He acted like he owned the place. Unbelievable. That guy only knew how to use money to solve everything. Not to mention the sexual harassment. Disgusting." The girl with purple hair said worriedly, hugging Shinomy, "You should be careful too, Shinomy. He almost got his hands on you." Shinomy chuckled softly. "Yeah, that's true." She turned to Ryudo. "Hey you, so then, what about the 100 million gold prize for this match?" Ryudo was taking a sip of water when he suddenly remembered something. He set his glass down and exclaimed, "Oh, I completely forgot about that." Everyone was immediately bewildered and confused. "What? Why? What a waste." Ryudo declared firmly, "I'm not a materialistic person." The surrounding girls instantly admired him even more. "That's amazing." At that moment, another girl spoke up. "By the way, Ryudo," she called out, turning to him. Another girl chimed in. "What's your relationship with the intern?" Ryudo was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Shinomy, hearing the question, immediately spat out the water she was drinking. Blushing, she stammered, "Why would you ask something like that?" AK flashed a sly smile and said, "Well, he accepted the challenge against the strongest student in the school. Because of you." Everyone erupted in curiosity. "What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? So what's the real deal between you two?" Ryudo stammered, flustered, only able to let out a few, sounds. Faced with everyone's intense curiosity, Ryudo seemed unable to utter a word. Suddenly, she stood up, speaking up to rescue him. I need to use the restroom." AK watched Ryudo's hastily retreating figure, concluding, he's bailing. So embarrassing. A moment later, the students resumed their excited chatter. "I feel like you has been different lately. You noticed it too?" "Yeah, I think so too. He seems friendlier, more approachable, more like he's matured a lot. Just recently too. Before, he was practically invisible, and he had all those weird nicknames." Meanwhile, Shinomy was quietly listening to everyone's conversation. She reminisced. Ever since that day, Ryudo had always been by her side, helping her immensely. She clutched her glass tightly, lost in thought. "I'm sure things will always stay like this. I mean, we still share a secret only we understand." The memory of that fateful day in the dark depths of B-level dungeon suddenly flooded back. Elsewhere, Ryudo was carefully washing his hands in the restroom. A sudden ringtone interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from Shinomy. She wrote, "I'm sorry. Maybe my friend's relentless questions bothered you. Don't worry about it too much." Ryudo smiled faintly as he read the message. He thought to himself, "It's been so long since I've felt this alive. I thought I'd never experience this feeling again." Ryudo muttered to himself, "So, the future can still be changed?" Just then, a sudden voice startled him. The sound came from his stuffed animal. Haruto scratched his head and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" "I'll be there soon. Just try to stay quiet until then." But the stuffed animal interrupted him, its tone grave. "Emergency. It's an emergency." Haruto heard a mysterious voice. "The time has come. It's almost time." Haruto furrowed his brow, asking in confusion, "For what? What are you talking about?" The stuffed animal spoke, slowly saying, "I will reveal to you the true reason why I appeared here. Listen carefully, Haruto." Haruto was shocked when the stuffed animal mentioned his younger sister. "Your little sister should have died, but she's still alive." Haruto was stunned, uttering, "Huh?" Before he could compose himself, he quickly retorted, "But Ria died in an accident a long time ago. Her grave is still there." The stuffed animal turned its head, speaking in a cryptic tone. "Yes, but not in this world, your world." It urged, "Prepare yourself immediately. We're going to rescue your sister." Returning to the past, a little girl appeared, cheerfully calling out to Haruto, "Big brother Haruto. Look, look." Ria beamed, happily showing off the red scarf in her hands. Haruto looked at her, smiling. "Wow, it looks so warm. Did you knit it yourself, Ria?" Ria beamed, waving the scarf. "Well, isn't it great? Hey, I knitted it myself, you know," she emphasized. "Every single stitch," Ria added proudly. Haruto chuckled. All right, I get it. You've mentioned it twice already. Because it's important." Ria giggled. She quickly offered the scarf to her brother. "Here, this is for you." Haruto feigned surprise. "Oh, for me? I don't know if it suits me." He hesitated, looking apprehensive. Ria suddenly deflated, her voice turning sad. "You don't like it? Even though I worked so hard," she mumbled. Haruto ruffled her hair, smiling gently. "No, you got it all wrong. Of course I like it." Ria's face lit up with a bright smile. She looped the scarf around his neck. "Well, okay then. Just shut up and take it." Haruto felt the warmth of the scarf around his neck. Ria continued, "The stitches might be a little loose." The little girl giggled, excitedly exclaiming, "It's done. Tomorrow is Christmas." A bright smile bloomed on her lips as she pulled out a white fake beard, excitedly saying, "This is Santa's present." Haruto smiled affectionately, his eyes filled with love. "So that's it. Thank you so much." Ria sat down gently beside him, her voice soft. "We'll have Christmas a little late, okay? When I get home from my ballet performance." "Promise," the little girl affirmed resolutely. Ria beamed, her eyes sparkling. "But you have to give me a Christmas present too." Haruto suddenly became pensive, lost in memories. A subtle sadness welled up in his heart. In the end, I couldn't keep that promise. The next morning, the flight carrying Ria and her parents crashed. His voice choked, and they never came home. Haruto fell silent, immersed in the painful memories of that time. "Harry, Haruto, are you even listening to me?" The stuffed animal's sudden call brought Haruto back to reality. Haruto startled, realizing everyone had returned home. Haruto's gaze drifted towards the photograph placed next to the family picture. The red scarf was still there. "Sorry," Haruto murmured. Could you say that again?" The stuffed animal fell silent, then spoke in a cryptic tone. "Haruto, you need to focus all your attention on the upcoming mission. You are about to shoulder a tremendously important responsibility, a mission you cannot afford to fail." Haruto rested his chin on his hand, a pensive look on his face, and replied, "Yes, I understand. But first tell me why my little sister is still alive." The stuffed animal responded in a logical tone. "Logically, all passengers on that flight perished in the catastrophic accident. No one could have survived, not even your sister." The stuffed animal inquired, "What do you know about the accident?" Haruto, though his memories were hazy, answered honestly, "That's all I know. It was a mysterious explosion that occurred mid-air at a very high altitude." The stuffed animal muttered softly, "I suppose that's all anyone knows. But the truth is, this mystery goes far beyond the understanding of modern science." Haruto furrowed his brow, asking what. It continued the story. In the vast expanse of the sky that day, a strange black hole, a rift in space-time, suddenly appeared. Haruto, his face full of doubt, wondered, "A space-time rift? What does that mean?" The stuffed animal nodded slightly, confirming what the boy had just said. "Exactly, it's a space-time rift, an anomalous gateway," it replied. "It has the ability to connect our world to countless other dimensions, mysterious parallel realities. Even with the advanced technology of the future, accurately predicting the location and time of a space-time rift's appearance remains an unsolvable problem. It's completely random and unpredictable. This space-time rift will bend space, creating unusual gravitational fluctuations whenever it appears. And unfortunately, the plane carrying your family flew too close to that space-time rift. The plane lost all control, pulled in by the intense gravitational field created by the rift. And then it crashed, vanishing without a trace. Haruto was stunned, his eyes wide with horror. Impossible. But if that's true, wouldn't all the passengers on that fateful flight have? The boy choked, unable to say the word perish. The stuffed animal spoke softly, its voice filled with sorrow. It's all in the past now. Try to remember, Haruto. No one survived that catastrophic event. However, his sister's body was never found. She vanished into thin air. In other words, she's trapped alone in the chaotic dimensional space of the time rift. The stuffed animal spoke, breaking the silence. Haruto was stunned into silence, speechless with shock. It continued to explain. Where the time rift leads is called the void, a crevice between dimensions. There, the flow of time, as well as all definitions of space, are completely different from this world, even if decades have passed in this world. For your sister, it might only be a fleeting moment, a blink of an eye. And when the time rift opens again, your sister will have a chance to return. Tears welled up in Haruto's eyes. He whispered, Ria will come back. The stuffed animal continued, its voice warm and reassuring. That's why I'm here, to guide and train you for the future. By the time we realized the existence of these intersections between dimensions, it was already too late. The creature clutched the precious object, its voice trembling. Therefore, you are the only hope left in this world. I beg you. It bowed its head, pleading, please save her. Haruto was silent, lost in thought. Finally, he stood up, resolutely replying, I understand. So, my sister, where will the dimensional rift appear again? The stuffed animal answered solemnly. It will appear above the top of Tokyo Tower, on the highest floor of the Heavenly Observatory dungeon. The next day, the city was still immersed in its usual tranquility. They both reached the foot of Tokyo Tower. The stuffed animal exclaimed in astonishment, I can't believe that you bought all of the offensive items and recovery potions that the adventurer's shop had for sale. Haruto replied, it's all thanks to the huge sum of money I earned from leveling up in the Azabu Crystal Labyrinth. The stuffed animal glanced at Haruto's scarf and spoke. You're wearing that? It's only mid-June. Haruto muttered. And you said I was sensitive to the cold. Haruto grumbled about the animal's earlier comment. The stuffed animal replied in an exasperated tone, fine, I won't call you out on it anymore. It continued, its voice turning serious. Listen, Haruto, the entrance to the celestial dungeon is located on the observation deck of Tokyo Tower. Within the next 24 hours, a dimensional rift will open in mid-air, approximately 300 meters above the top floor of the celestial dungeon, and your sister will be dropped from there. Haruto stared at the system, his expression hardening. The stuffed animal warned, if you don't act quickly, she will fall in. Its voice trailed off, die. Haruto clenched his fists, resolutely stating, I understand. This time, he proactively tapped the system screen. Robe of the Chronomancer. Haruto read the item name aloud. Haruto's uniform began to transform. His eyes burned with steely determination. I will save her. At the base of the towering Tokyo Tower, Haruto calmly strode forward, when he was suddenly stopped by two men in uniform. Halt! They announced that a gate to a dungeon had just appeared on the observation deck, and only adventurers ranked higher than A were permitted to enter this dangerous area. Haruto silently turned and walked away. The letter spoke. What will you do next? What's your plan? Haruto replied, his voice unwavering. There's no time to waste. I have to take a shortcut. Immediately, Haruto leaped up, nimbly scaling Tokyo Tower. The letter exclaimed in astonishment. You're starting to become like me. Haruto, gripping an iron bar firmly, retorted, and you're becoming more talkative and annoying. In moments, he reached the top floor. Haruto cautiously peered inside. Inside, a man with fiery red hair stood with 3 guards, exuding an air of authority. The letter suddenly spoke. Isn't that Kalogan? That annoying brat made it here, too? Hearing this, Haruto immediately wondered, do you know him? The letter responded, at the present time, he's most likely the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Minato Branch. He's a stubborn and inflexible man, always strict and punishes any wrongdoing. The letter says he's just patrolling the area, waiting to see if anything unusual happens. Haruto stared at the gate before him and said, we have no more time to waste. Let's get through this gate. Immediately, the Kanryu sword materialized in Haruto's hand. At this moment, the guard in Kyurigin seemed to sense something unusual and turn around. What's going on? The red-haired man ordered his subordinate. Go investigate where that sound came from. The guard immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The guard went to check, then muttered in confusion. I thought a window broke or something. But everything seems normal. At that moment, Haruto suddenly appeared right behind him, silent as a ghost. With a single light chop to the back of the neck, he easily knocked out the guard, rendering him unconscious. Haruto watched the guard collapse, thinking to himself, I used the reverse tangibility jutsu to restore the window that I accidentally broke. While sneaking into the observatory, Haruto exclaimed, Excellent! Everything's going according to plan. Now I just need to... Another guard came rushing in, reporting to the chairman. Sir Kyurigin, there's an emergency. He immediately spun around, bellowing, What is it? Speak quickly. The guard hastily explained, Sir, I was on patrol and discovered an intruder. This intruder is very powerful. I couldn't apprehend him. Kyurigin frowned in annoyance. What? An intruder? I'll deal with him myself. With that, he stormed off, the guards hurrying after him. Only the guard who had reported remained, standing silently in place. He slowly removed his glasses, revealing Haruto's true face. The stuffed animal in his hand suddenly giggled. The plan worked perfectly, Harry. Haruto stood before the gate, smiling confidently. All right, let's go. They both quietly stepped inside. Harry froze, a look of astonishment on his face. Had the world turned upside down? Everything seemed illogical. The stuffed animal suddenly spoke, offering a cryptic explanation. Descending the stairs in this heavenly tower dungeon actually means you're going up. Haruto nodded, a sign of understanding. I see, I understand now. That's why this place is still called a dungeon, he continued, even though it's floating in the sky. Haruto's companion added, The theme of this dungeon is mystery, the inexplicable. Undead monsters, with horrifying appearances, will attack you without warning. Haruto closed his eyes, trying to visualize the situation. So, there's going to be an army of the undead appearing in midair. Preposterous, he exclaimed sarcastically. Haruto drew his sword, his voice resolute. This setup doesn't suit a swordsman's fighting style like mine. It goes against everything I've been trained for. The stuffed animal calmly replied, I anticipated this. And remember the basic. Our attributes are perfectly compatible with your sword, ever since it was forged. Right, the light attribute. Haruto replied, a look of understanding on his face. The small creature continued, I've told you this before, haven't I? This is the main reason I'm training you. All right, let's go. Haruto immediately dashed forward without hesitation. Just then, a monster cloaked in black suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Haruto raised his sword, light flashed, and he unleashed a swift attack. In the blink of an eye, the monster was completely obliterated. As they moved, the plush toy spoke, its voice serious. Haruto, listen carefully, because in my future, this dungeon was sealed as soon as it was discovered, so no one has ever set foot inside. However, it continued, I still know some things about this place. Haruto diligently fought monsters while attentively listening to the plush toy's explanation. This heavenly tower, the small creature analyzed, has a total of 100 floors, and every 20 floors, there will be an incredibly powerful boss guarding it, unavoidable. Haruto muttered, 100 floors, so that means there are a total of 5 bosses. He flipped open his phone, the screen's light flickering across his face. Only 20 hours remained. I can't waste precious time on trivial matters, Haruto muttered. Just then, Haruto abruptly looked up, astonishment evident in his eyes. A horde of ferocious monsters suddenly appeared before him. They surged forward like a raging tide, crashing against the shore, their menacing aura terrifying. Their forms vaguely resembled humans, but were far more grotesque and monstrous. Surrounded by the monstrous horde, Haruto shuddered involuntarily, a shiver running down his spine. With agile movements, he swiftly leaped into the air. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary confusion, Haruto shouted, Cyplus, manifest! Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, obliterating the monsters in a flash. Deadly purple eyes, filled with power, materialized. Haruto declared sternly, there's no more time to delay. We must advance quickly with maximum speed. The 5th floor of the Sky Tower dungeon, deep within the heart of bustling Tokyo. In Minato Ward, once again, the monsters surged, launching a ferocious attack. Haruto sat majestically atop his divine beast. The mighty cyber Cerberus charged through the sea of monsters, annihilating them without mercy. That was fast, Ryudo exclaimed in astonishment. Just like my name suggests, Plushie replied, a hint of pride in its voice. Cerberus truly is an extraordinary beast. Its power is immeasurable, Ryudo marveled. Its attacks inherently possess divine attributes, he added. Let's keep going, Plushie, Ryudo urged. Before them, a new wave of monsters, numerous and ferocious, suddenly appeared. The system continuously announced, you have reached floor 6. You have reached floor 7. You have reached floor 8. You have reached floor 9, floor 10, floor 11, floor 23. The numbers showed no sign of stopping. Floor 56, floor 70, floor 89. Finally, the system stopped at, you have reached floor 200 of the Sky Observation Dungeon. Cyborg finally stopped, his expression turning serious. What's wrong? Ryudo asked, then looked up in astonishment. Right before their eyes was a mystical Bagua formation. Above the formation, a blazing red energy was converging, radiating a terrifying pressure. Plushie spoke up to explain. A boss appears every 20 floors. You must defeat it to unlock the next level. Plushie's voice turned serious. Ryudo resolutely jumped down from his spirit beast. Right before their eyes, a terrifying energy source was slowly materializing. First, powerful arms gradually emerged from thin air. Then, right in front of a stunned Ryudo, a fiery chariot suddenly appeared. As the top of the chariot came into full view, a stranger holding the reins materialized. Ryudo looked up with a terrified expression. The flaming chariot slowly descended to the ground. A foot landed on each step, slowly descended. Swirling dark energy enveloped the foot, then spread throughout the mysterious person's body. The system immediately announced, this is the fallen noble family. The first to appear was the eldest son, followed by the lady. And finally, the imposing man who stepped down was the head of the fallen noble family. Ryudo thought to himself, could these be the legendary immortal A-rank monsters? And all three powerful enemies appeared at once. Ryudo stared resolutely at the enemies before him. No matter the cost, he was determined to fight to the bitter end. I'm powerless. I can't save my sister. Ryudo cried out in despair. The stuffed animal warned, its voice echoing, Ryudo, they're coming. Look, just as I predicted, the lady made the first move. Ryudo muttered. Right after, the head of the family appeared. Leading them is the eldest son, with a blood-soaked sword in his hand. A terrifying killing intent radiated from him. Ryudo calmly ordered the stuffed animal, back away, get out of danger. The stuffed animal asked curiously, are you going to use that thing you bought at the adventurer's shop? Ryudo replied shortly, yes. Hearing that, the stuffed animal immediately jumped down, retreating from the battle area. Ryudo once again activated his special ability, the Eyes of Time. He concentrated intensely, using his eyes to see through the flow of time. I can see clearly, Ryudo whispered, the flow of time of the events about to happen. Everything seemed to slow down before his eyes. After observing, Ryudo immediately raised his hand. The Orichan knife appeared, shimmering with magical light. Not just one, but many Orichan knives appear at once. All of them flew swiftly forward, in the direction Ryudo indicated. The fallen noble family's eldest son gave a bitter smile. He tried to raise his hand to block the attack, but Harry nimbly dodged the fatal blow. He immediately sprung forward, utilizing his incredible agility and speed. Ryudo effortlessly swept past the head of the guard and the patriarch like a gentle breeze. It turned out his true target all along was the lady of this powerful clan. Before she could react, a cold, sharp blade plunged into her head. Ryudo delivered another decisive blow, ending her life. Then, Ryudo used his space-time eyes to survey his surroundings. He pointed his sharp blade towards the clan's patriarch. Despite the patriarch also wielding a weapon, the blade effortlessly pierced his body, like slicing through thin paper. However, Ryudo was also struck by a counterattack from the patriarch's staff. Both of them immediately retreated to protect themselves. Ryudo quickly landed on the ground. He believed everything had unfolded perfectly according to plan. He continued to analyze the situation. I can maintain an optimal safe distance from them, Ryudo thought to himself. Ryudo raised his hand, signaling the bomb activation. Instantly, sudden bolts of lightning crackled, dancing in his palms. Instantly, The dagger embedded in the patriarch's chest emitted a strange blue light. The knives on the madam's head and in the eldest son's hand glowed with a similar light. All of them erupted simultaneously in a tremendous, unprecedented explosion. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Ryudo stood silently, listening to the stuffed animal. The Orichan blades he used are made from an extremely rare metal, the stuffed animal explained. It's harder than any metal found in the dungeons, and incredibly expensive, worth 100,000 each. The stuffed animal paused, then continued in a slightly reproachful tone. They explode when an electrical current passes through them, yet you threw them around without a second thought. It sighed, uttering a humph. Quite an expensive victory. Just throwing away millions like that. Naruto spoke with a serious tone. It's not over yet. Naruto understood. He had only destroyed their physical forms. They would soon return, as spirits, to continue their attack. Just as I predicted, they're incredibly resilient. These spectral monsters possess actual physical bodies. Naruto frowned, contemplating the troublesome creatures before him. But this also inadvertently reveals their critical weakness. Ryudo swiftly drew the legendary Hanryong sword, empowered by its radiant light magic. Ryudo charged forward, his sword slashing at the enemy. A relentless barrage of attacks left no room for counterattack. This was the infamous chaotic meteor blade technique. Finally, overwhelmed by the divine light's power, the evil spirits shattered into fragments. They crumbled, dissolving into tiny sparks before vanishing completely. The system immediately issued a notification. The fallen noble family has been eliminated. Kuyu Haruto's adventurer rank has increased by 5 levels. Swordsman skill increased from level 8 to level 10, rewarded with 2,283,000 gold. The souls of the fallen noble family have completely dissipated. The next gate has opened. Ryudo gazed at the gate with unwavering determination, thinking to himself, "Hold on, Ria. I'm coming for you." 40th floor of the Sky Tower dungeon. The spirit beast Cerberus let out a ferocious roar. Its remaining head clamped down on the enemy's main artery of its foe. In mere minutes, it effortlessly took down one of the 5 final bosses, Lameiac, the Undying Queen. In a flash, the boss dissolved into nothingness. The spirit beast Cerberus had destroyed it with ease. Having accomplished this glorious feat, it wagged its tail excitedly, running towards Ryudo, anticipating praise. Ryudo patted Cerberus's head, allowing it to lick his face affectionately and praised. "Good job, Cerberus." The stuffed animal suddenly spoke. "You're more like a pet than a spirit beast." That leaves only 3 bosses left. The group continued to the 50th floor of the Sky Tower dungeon. The stuffed animal suddenly yelled, "Stop!" Cerberus immediately halted. A massive wall materialized before Ryudo and Cerberus, blocking their path. "What is this? Why have we stopped here?" Ryudo wondered aloud. The young man was puzzled by the wall's sudden appearance. There's no mistaking it. The stuffed animal murmured, a hint of excitement in its voice. "Try activating your eyes of time," it suggested, "and look closely at the wall," the stuffed animal instructed. "Then you'll see it too." Ryudo immediately followed the instructions, activating his special ability. He focused his gaze on the wall ahead. "This is a hidden room?" Ryudo gasped in astonishment. The stuffed animal hopped off Ryudo's back and began to explain. "In the flow of time we've traversed, this dungeon vanished completely before anyone could enter. It transformed back into a letter and continued. But now it has reappeared, and this time we will conquer it," the stuffed animal declared resolutely. "Put me in the gap in the wall like last time." Without hesitation, Ryudo placed the letter into the crevice. As the door opened, Ryudo stepped inside the mysterious space. "Wait for me outside," he told Cerberus. Inside the perilous 50th floor of the Heavenly Tower dungeon. Before Ryudo appeared a massive crystal, its sheer size overwhelming. Ryudo cautiously spoke, questioning, "You're not going to trick me like last time, are you? I don't want to be fooled again." The stuffed animal let out a hearty laugh, its voice reassuring. "Don't worry, Ryudo. I wouldn't pull childish pranks at a critical moment like this." The system suddenly displayed a notification. Akashic Crystal Unlock Effect activates latent skills or untapped abilities for the one who touches the crystal. Ryudo hesitated for a moment, then decided to place his hand on the surface of the strange crystal. Instantly, the crystal shattered into countless tiny shards, emitting a blinding light. The system rapidly announced, "Spacetime Magic Gravity Bomb, Duplicate Manifestation, Triple Acceleration." and level 2 chain lock. All skills have been upgraded to level 3. Potential unleashed, 75% activated. Ryudo was utterly astonished, witnessing his body undergoing powerful transformations as countless tiny crystals rained down around him. The stuffed animal exclaimed excitedly, "Oh ho, now you have a clone." Ryudo still didn't understand this new skill. He wondered, but how do I use it? The plush toy laughed aloud, replying, "Why don't you test it out in a real battle?" Ryudo sighed, walking and muttering, "Knew you'd say that." The group ventured into the perilous 60th floor of the Heavenly Tower dungeon. This time, their opponent was one of the 5 infamous bosses, the terrifying zombie Sha Monk Demon. Ryudo anxiously asked, "What's this monster's weakness?" The plush toy struggled to remember, then answered, "I think it's a flying monster, and it can spit a highly corrosive liquid capable of melting anything. Oh, and it can regenerate, but it smells awful." Ryudo quickly covered his nose, interrupting, "Hey, you're just listing its traits. I don't see any weaknesses." Suddenly, Ryudo's eyes widened in horror as he realized something. With lightning speed, the giant fly-like monster lunged at him with its sharp natural weapons. In a split second, Zombie Sha Monk plunged its steel-hard horn into Ryudo's chest. A direct hit, a fatal wound right in the center of Ryudo's chest. But just then, the colossal monster froze, witnessing Ryudo's body gradually become translucent, fading into nothingness. The small stuffed animal spoke up. "That's why I advised you to use this technique in a real battle," it said to Ryudo. The sand demon monster could only watch helplessly as Ryudo dissipated into a wisp of smoke before its eyes. Immediately after, he reappeared in a completely different location, still clutching the stuffed animal. Ryudo understood. He had used space-time magic doppelganger. The fly-like monster once again charged forward with terrifying speed. Ryudo instantly activated his power, accelerating to level 3. With superior speed, he easily evaded the monster's attack. Ryudo channeled his energy into his legs, leaping high into the air. Space-time magic doppelganger was cast, creating a copy of him from the past. This copy would temporarily take his place, misleading the enemy. The stuffed animal began to explain the situation. Sure enough, on the large screen, countless illusions of Ryudo appeared simultaneously, filling the entire space. These clones were constantly moving, confusing and disorienting even the gigantic zombie Satang monster. Ryudo, along with his sizable harem from the past, charged forward in unison. In his hand, a sharp sword flashed brightly. The other copies were also armed and ready for battle. Next, Ryudo unleashed his signature move, Chaotic Meteor. But this time, it wasn't just a single sword, but a multitude of dazzling sword images, creating a terrifying storm of sword energy. The zombie Satang immediately counterattacked, unleashing a tremendous blast of energy from its massive trunk. This power was incredibly fearsome, but unfortunately, it only affected the illusions. The illusions struck by the attack vanished instantly. However, the number of illusions Ryudo created was overwhelming. Destroying them was like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on a monster, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The zombie Satang was still unaware of the imminent danger. Instantly, a series of blinding light attacks were launched, piercing through the monster's massive body. Cracks began to appear on the zombie Satang's body, signaling its impending collapse. Ryudo landed safely, light as a falling leaf. He had also succeeded in destroying the final boss monster, number 3, making it vanish into thin air. The plush toy playfully quipped, "Now you're worthy of the title of Ninja Master Ryudo." Ryudo didn't smile. He continued walking. "Empty praise doesn't suit me," he replied coldly. Suddenly, a door leading to another mysterious dungeon appeared. Ryudo muttered, "Only 2 final bosses left." Without hesitation, Ryudo bravely stepped forward. But suddenly, he clutched his head and cried out in pain, his body staggering. The intense pain brought him to his knees. The plush toy was startled and shocked. It cried out in worry, "Ryudo! Wake up, Ryudo!" Time suddenly reversed 3 years. Harry closed his eyes, lost in thought. Rhea sobbed and pleaded, "Please, I beg you, please go." Harry remained silent, arms crossed, not saying a word. Rhea tried to persuade him. "I'll do my best. I promise I won't give up halfway. Please, Harry." The young girl's face was filled with sadness and disappointment. Finally, Harry sighed, a a look of resignation on his face. He gently asked Balia, "Do you really want to take this class?" Ria immediately beamed, replying with certainty, "Yes." "I'm glad to hear you say that," Haruto replied with a small smile. Haruto also just sighed, then relented. "All right, if you've made up your mind, pick out your favorite ballet shoes and show them to me." Ria, overjoyed, held up the book in her hands and exclaimed, "Really? Awesome." Seeing the little girl brimming with joy and excitement, Haruto couldn't help but smile wryly and sigh once more. The scene shifted to an elegant building with a large billboard. The word Swan Ballet Academy stood out prominently. Inside the academy, girls were chatting animatedly, their laughter filling the room. All were dressed in ballet uniforms and specialized shoes, ready for class. Ria, also fully prepared, cheerfully spoke up. "Thanks for waiting for me, everyone. I'm ready." The other students warmly greeted her and started chatting. "I'm so glad we're in this class together. Let's all do our best." Suddenly, Ria turned around. She smiled sweetly and waved to her brother, standing in the distance. From afar, Haruto waved to her with a friendly smile. Her classmates laughed and chatted merrily. "Look, the car's here." Ria is so lucky to have a brother who loves and cares for her so much. Having a big brother always there to protect and support you must be wonderful. "Hee, I'm the luckiest girl in the world." Ria replied shyly, "Wait, that's not what I meant." "Hold on, what are you guys talking about?" Ria asked, bewildered. In a corner of the studio, Haruto quietly observed his sister and her friends practicing. Ria seemed to be struggling a bit with the new exercises. However, she was giving it her all to keep up with everyone else. After completing a difficult move, she jumped up and down with joy, a wide smile on her face. Haruto smiled affectionately, thinking to himself, "She looks so happy." In the afternoon, Ria said goodbye to her friends and went home with her brother. On the way home, she excitedly shared, "It was so much fun." She took a deep breath and said seriously, "Even though ballet is really hard, I'll do my best. I'm determined to see it through." Haruto smiled back and replied, "All right, that's good. I believe in you." Ria looked up at him, her large eyes filled with curiosity. She spoke softly, "Haruto." Haruto turned around, smiling. Ria continued, "These shoes and the lessons, they're very expensive, aren't they?" she asked hesitantly. Haruto chuckled reassuringly. "Not really. Don't worry about it." Ria clutched her bag tightly, remaining silent. A moment later, she spoke again. "Because my parents went overseas to attend an important academic conference. So, all this money is yours, isn't it?" she inquired. Ria's eyes were fixed on Haruto, awaiting his answer. Haruto closed his eyes, a look of slight dejection crossing his face. Haruto thinking, could it be she's realized? "Ria, everything's all right. Really, don't worry," he reassured her. "You had fun learning just now, didn't you, Ria?" Haruto bent down slightly, offering a gentle smile. "I'm so glad you found something you truly love. That's all I've ever wanted for you," Haruto said sincerely. "Haruto," Ria choked back tears. Clutching her bag tightly, she returned Haruto's smile with a radiant one of her own. "Thank you." Harry smiled happily as well, seeing his sister's joy. Ria suddenly hugged her brother's arm, clinging to him affectionately. "I love you, Harry." "Hey, it's dangerous to do that here," Haruto quickly warned. They walked and chatted happily, basking in a warm sunset glow on their way home. "It's okay, we always do this." Ria laughed in response. "That's for sure. Today I'm going to use everything I learned to cook a delicious meal for you, to show you how much I care." A moment later, Haruto's eyes fluttered open. He realized he had fallen asleep in the dark dungeon. Cerberus gently used its body as a pillow for Haruto. The stuffed animal spoke, its voice laced with worry. "Are you finally awake?" Haruto rubbed his head, asking groggily, Was I unconscious?" Cerberus replied, "Yes, you overexerted yourself in battle." Haruto opened his status screen, muttering to himself, "If only I could use the ultimate recovery item. The Elisa elixir I bought at the adventurer's shop." The stuffed animal hopped down, reassuring Haruto, "I've taken care of that. All your physical wounds are completely healed. But the mental trauma, I'm afraid, won't heal so quickly." Haruto silently closed his status screen. Then he suddenly remembered something, asking Cerberus with a surprised expression, "Isn't there no more time limit?" Cerberus answered, "There still is, but only 5 hours left." Haruto jumped up, resolutely saying, "Let's go." His eyes shone with determination. "We'll go to our ballet class together one more time. We have to." The stuffed animal remained silent, looking at Haruto with a knowing gaze. There's only one last, mid-level monster left. After all the monsters were eliminated, the dungeon's final boss would immediately appear. However, with his current strength. Haruto thought to himself, I'm afraid I can't hold out for much longer. The stuffed animal narrowed its eyes, silently, making a decision. There's no other choice but to use my last resort, the final option. Finally, they reached the 80th floor of the perilous Heavenly Tower dungeon. A terrifying roar echoed through the space. The monster before them was one of the dungeon's 5 final bosses, the Acid Mummy King. But just then, the Acid Mummy King's body was suddenly imprisoned in a thick layer of crystal ice. Haruto coldly uttered, "Space-time magic, gravity beam." The system announced, "You have defeated the Acid Mummy King." Adventurer Kuyu Haruto has leveled up 2 levels. Swordsmanship skill has leveled up 2 levels. Received 3,561,000 gold. Haruto gasped, his whole body exhausted and drained. He silently rubbed his aching left hand, trying to hide his fatigue. Cerberus quickly rushed to Haruto's side, his face etched with worry. Haruto smiled gently, patted Cerberus's head, and said, "Thank you so much, Cerberus." A system notification popped up. "Do you want to use the medicinal herb?" Without hesitation, Haruto immediately selected yes. He stared at his body, astonished by the herb's miraculous healing effects. Haruto once again felt a splitting headache. The plush toy asked with concern, "Do you need a rest for a bit?" Haruto immediately replied, "No, we don't have much time left. Only 3 hours remain before my sister falls out of the spatial rift." The time-space rift. Haruto shouted, "Everyone, let's head to the top floor." The system issued a notification. "You have reached the 100th floor of the Heavenly Tower dungeon." Before them lay a vast, expansive cosmic space. Haruto gasped in astonishment. Are we in outer space?" The plush toy laughed heartily. "It's time to face this dungeon's most powerful monster." Just then, a gigantic gate suddenly materialized before them. The plush toy instructed, "After defeating it, you will know the exact coordinates of the temporal rift." Haruto tightened his bright red scarf. The boy and his stuffed animal companion looked ahead with determined eyes. "Let's go!" Haruto exclaimed as he stepped inside the mysterious gate. Before them, a figure sat regally upon a throne like a sovereign ruler. It was a colossal skeleton, radiating a terrifying aura. A warning abruptly appeared. Heavenly Tower Dungeon, Final Boss. World Lord Dungeon, Death God's Soul Chamber. The strange being stared at the one who dared trespass on its domain. Haruto calmly returned the challenging gaze, seemingly unfazed. The stuffed animal spoke, its voice laced with worry. "This monster doesn't exist in our world." The Death God's soul suddenly spoke, breaking the tense silence. "A human? You dare come here alone?" Both were startled by the icy voice. "A living being with high intelligence." Haruto exclaimed in astonishment. "You can understand human language?" The Death God's soul continued, its tone contemptuous. "To the inferior human race. The powerless, left with no other options, must join forces, forge an alliance, to confront a common enemy. You, a mere nobody like you, made it this far? That alone deserves a bit of praise." His hand froze mid-air, dark energy swirling around. A grotesque, shadowy weapon slowly materialized. Haruto showed no fear, calmly summoning the legendary Hanryong's sword. Both took a defensive stance, ready to face the Death God. The surrounding spiritual energy grew heavy. "Kneel before me, ruler of the dark abyss," the Death God roared. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Haruto challenged. "I will unleash upon you the most terrifying death curse." The Death God shrieked in fury. The talking plush toy suddenly spoke, warning Haruto. "I've seen information about that weapon before. It's the Reverse God Forged Scythe. That death curse is a high-level illusion magic, combined with a direct impact on the soul, causing permanent damage. It's an extremely dangerous weapon," the plush toy emphasized. It concluded definitively. Haruto calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, I will defeat him." He immediately activated his special ability, Eyes of Time Perception. Haruto quickly realized the dark creature's fatal weakness. Steadying himself in a fighting stance, Haruto yelled, "Third level acceleration." His body shot forward with terrifying speed. Even the Death Spirit was startled by the incredible velocity. So fast, it thought. But instead of evading, it bravely faced Haruto head-on. The sharp death scythe was raised high. A terrifying slash, like a nightmare, descended. The blow was so powerful that it shook the very ground. Haruto leaped into the air just in time, dodging the fatal attack. Immense energy gathered in his hand, light blazing in his eyes. Time seemed to stand still. His target was the energy core, said to be the death spirit's only weakness. Haruto hurled the dagger forward with extraordinary force. The dagger flew straight towards the death spirit's head. An earth-shattering explosion erupted before Haruto. Yet, the final boss stood firm, an impenetrable fortress. It immediately counterattacked with a new, powerful blow. Haruto faced the fatal attack, death imminent. But in a split second, his body vanished into an afterimage. The death spirit suddenly realized the deception, that what imprisoned him was merely an illusion. Quick as a flash, Haruto appeared right behind the final boss, like a bolt of lightning. He raised his hand high, shouting, "Chain lock!" Instantly, the death spirit was bound by heavy chains, imbued with immense sealing power. Seizing the precious opportunity, Haruto lunged forward, his sword gleaming with deadly intent. But at that moment, the death spirit exclaimed, "Such a trivial curse! How can it possibly bind my lord?" His body began to grotesquely transform. The chains gradually turned crimson, then shattered into pieces. Haruto was utterly astonished. The death spirit had escaped with ease. He immediately counterattacked with a swing of his sharp side. Haruto hadn't anticipated his escape, much less such a swift counterattack. He could only widen his eyes in terror at the plushie's shriek. Amidst the plushie's panicked warning cry, Haruto luckily managed to duck, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. He hastily retreated, his hand tightly gripping his sword, ready to face the ferocious death spirit. Haruto suddenly heard the monstrous creature roar with terrifying power. "You dared to dodge my death scythe twice. It seems you're quite confident in your speed." It paused for a moment, then scoffed contemptuously. "But in the end, you're just a weak, inferior being, without wings, forced to pathetically crawl on the ground. I'll sever your legs first," it declared coldly. As soon as the words left its mouth, the creature's eyes flashed a sinister, crimson red. Multi-dimensional curse. The dark curse hurtled towards Haruto, leaving him stunned and speechless. A strange energy suddenly radiated around Haruto, like ripples spreading outwards. Everything around him instantly became hazy and indistinct. When Haruto regained his senses, he realized with a jolt that he and the death spirit no longer existed in the same space. Even the gravity affecting them was different. Haruto wondered in confusion. Spatial inversion again? The death spirit smiled enigmatically. Haruto looked up in terror. "What is that?" Suddenly, the floor beneath Haruto crumbled. The Grim Reaper, with a cold expression, simply watched. He witnessed Haruto plummet into the dungeon's abyss, as if thrown out of space, falling into nothingness. "This is bad," Haruto thought in despair. "I worked so hard, sweat, and bled to reach the 100th floor, and now I'm free falling into the abyss. Above?" The Grim Reaper spoke, his monotone voice echoing. "In this state, you can no longer move or teleport." With that, he swung his filled death scythe towards Haruto. Haruto gritted his teeth. "Damn it," he screamed internally. In this precarious situation, he had almost no chance of dodging. Haruto slowly summoned the blade in his hand, his mind racing. "All right, to win, I have to make a sacrifice." Haruto decisively threw the knife forward and activated its sudden explosive ability. The Grim Reaper's death scythe lunged with terrifying speed. Haruto narrowly avoided the fatal blow, but lost his momentum, crashing hard into a stone wall. A daring idea struck him. Could there be an invisible wall here? If so, The thought barely finished. Haruto thrust his Hanryong sword forward, as if trying to pierce some unseen barrier. Surprisingly, this reckless act helped him regain his balance, preventing him from falling into the endless void. The death spirit, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Oh!" Instead of attacking immediately, Haruto calmly observed and analyzed the situation. He tried to make sense of the strange phenomena that had just occurred. Surely all of this is an illusion created by that monster's power, Haruto thought to himself. I'm most likely trapped in an illusory world. The question now was, how to escape? Haruto looked ahead, searching for a way out. At that moment, the death spirit attacked again. This time, it opened its terrifying skull mouth wide, from which surged a frightening wave of deadly energy. Haruto quickly jumped down from the invisible wall, dodging the attack. However, some of the dark power managed to graze his leg. Haruto looked down in horror as he watched his leg being gradually enveloped by dark magic. The death spirit spoke triumphantly. "You will be the perfect subject for my experiment. You are merely a test subject for my magic." The resentment of these lost souls will gradually consume your body. I'm curious to see what will finish you first. The boundless hatred in your heart, or my two sides. Haruto witnessed the dark magic clinging to his body. He knew he had to escape this terrifying illusion quickly, but how could he break free from its chains? The evil magic had spread, encompassing almost the entire space. Moreover, a final boss awaited, wielding a divine scythe. At that moment, the Grim Reaper flashed a sinister, triumphant smile. "Rest in peace, weakling." With those words, he swung his sharp death scythe, charging straight towards Haruto. Haruto thought in despair, "Damn it, am I going to die in this hellish place?" Suddenly, the image of his little sister, Harry, flashed in his mind. Harry! He closed his eyes, bracing for his fate. The death scythe continued its relentless approach. But at that very moment of life and death, a powerful voice boomed. Level 78 binding chains. The death god's soul stared at itself in utter astonishment. Bound by 10 heavy chains, shackles that tightly constricted his very essence. Haruto was also stunned by the bizarre sight. "Ew, are you the stuffed animal that appeared before me?" Haruto stammered. The reluctant plush toy spoke up. "This is the only way to save you, Haruto." And at that moment, the stuffed animal's body radiated with tens of thousands of dazzling rays of light. An immense energy enveloped its small form. The light was so intense, Haruto had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. A tremendous burst of light exploded. Haruto stared in awe at the source of the light. A mysterious man, cloaked in a hooded robe, had appeared and stood before Haruto. "Letting you die here would be troublesome," the man said in a deep voice. Wow, future Haruto is so handsome and charismatic. Haruto thought to himself. As soon as he finished his thought, the man instantly unleashed the universe reversal technique. Haruto's eyes widened as he looked around. Everything descended into chaos. Time is being reversed. Haruto's surroundings suddenly shifted. He found himself reliving the moment he fell to the ground, like a fleeting illusion. Haruto saw the ground return to normal, the cracks gone, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. What has happened? In the blink of an eye, everything was restored, as if nothing had transpired. Haruto lay on the ground, facing the death god's spirit hovering before him. Both were stunned by this inexplicable situation. The death god's spirit looked around, his voice trembling. "Impossible. You just undid a lord's magic." Another figure slowly descended to the ground, answering the death god. Haruto's eyes widened at the newcomer. It was his future self, standing protectively before him. "It's been a long time since I've seen this form." Future Haruto spoke. The death god's spirit roared in fury. "What can one more human possibly do? The prelude is over. Appear ultimate magic that I have painstakingly researched for so long." As soon as he finished speaking, the death god spirit summoned an immense energy surging like a tsunami. From within that energy, countless grotesque hands and faces began to emerge. It roared majestically. "Lord of the Dark Abyss has passed supreme judgment upon you sinful humans." Future Haruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, I can't believe it. He can summon A+ rank monsters too." A+ rank? Incredible. He ordered Haruto, "Get up. I'll take care of those small fry. You go and defeat that death spirit." Haruto was still stunned, not yet recovered. Future Haruto calmly analyzed. "That's a god-level monster, possessing immense power. He wields terrifying strength beyond imagination. But don't worry. You've mastered space-time magic. I'm sure you can win. I have complete faith in you." He smiled. "After all, you are me from the future." Haruto slowly rose, stood beside him, and said, "I understand." Future Haruto placed a hand on Haruto's shoulder, saying confidently, "Ready? I'll reveal the plan now." The two whispered urgently, exchanging vital information. Haruto listened, his face etched with astonishment. But the death god had run out of patience. He roared, pointing ahead, "You useless fools! Seize them all!" His minions obeyed, surging forward in a relentless attack. Suddenly, a blinding emerald green energy erupted. Haruto and future Haruto charged forward, ready to engage. Future Haruto shot forward like an arrow, leading the charge. He raised his hand, focusing his energy. The gravity limit technique was unleashed. An attack of terrifying power was launched. But the monsters managed to dodge just in time. They continued their ferocious advance, undeterred. This time, Future Haruto summoned countless energy spheres. A barrage of fierce, relentless attacks rained down. He roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack! I'll be their opponent. Come on." On the other side, Haruto was also bravely fighting his way through the enemy ranks. However, he was relentlessly pursued by persistent A++ rank monsters. But Haruto from the future quickly intervened, wiping out these loathsome vermin. He used Acceleration Zone, while loudly warning, "It's coming. Go, Haruto!" Haruto responded to the urging, charging straight towards the Death Spirit. Witnessing this, the Death Spirit roared, "Pathetic, disgusting, inferior beings." It immediately unleashed the multidimensional curse, enveloping the entire surrounding space. Haruto yelled, "I've seen this magic before." This time, he could completely dispel the curse and continue to push forward. Haruto's unexpected action greatly surprised the Death Spirit. "What's happening?" Haruto roared as he charged with breakneck speed. Still the same boring, pale, scion attack. The Death Spirit roared in fury. "Insolent lowlife!" and continued its assault. Haruto thought to himself, "These roundabout attacks are just a waste of time. I need to find the shortest path for a direct attack." Haruto fought while analyzing, searching for his opponent's weakness. The fatal flaw of the timeline lies where the heart trembles. Haruto and the Death Reaper were locked in a fierce, relentless battle. Both were equally matched, neither willing to yield. In a life-or-death moment, Haruto unleashed his ultimate technique, Chaotic Meteor Shower. The earth-shattering power of this move was such that even the underworld lord, the supreme god ruling over hell, could not evade a critical blow, its full force striking the opponent. But instantly, the Death Reaper countered with his sharp scythe, carrying a chilling curse. "Don't get cocky, weak human," a contemptuous voice boomed. "A lowly creature like you can never hope to defeat me." Haruto was startled by the terrifying power of the counterattack. Unable to dodge in time, he took the full brunt of the devastating attack, blood spraying from his mouth. Despite the excruciating pain, Haruto struggled to activate his duplicate manifestation skill. Collapsing to the ground, Haruto hoped to disperse and lessen the damage this way. But would this tactic truly be effective? Without hesitation, Haruto charged forward once more, with unwavering resolve. This unexpected action caught the Death Reaper off guard. The flames of determination burned brightly in Haruto's eyes. This time, he aimed directly for the Death Reaper's exposed flank, unleashing an all-out attack. Amidst the fierce battle, Haruto fought while thinking. Its weak point must be its heart. As expected, after a critical blow aimed at the heart, the final boss roared in excruciating pain. Witnessing this, Haruto believed he had succeeded. Victory was within his grasp. But suddenly, a mocking smile appeared on the monster's face. Haruto was stunned, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Finally, he understood the truth, realizing the true nature of this evil being. It never had a heart to begin with. Before Haruto could recover, the Death God's spirit reappeared, delivering a new letter. A letter bearing a deadly curse. Blood splattered. Future Haruto witnessed the horrific scene and screamed Haruto's name in terror. The Death God's spirit watched as Haruto, gravely wounded, had his tail severed. He allowed a triumphant, satisfied smile. "Ha ha ha, you fool," he taunted. "Did you really believe my weakness lay in my heart?" Now, he revealed his secret. One of the Underworld Lord's special abilities is to create a false weakness. I used it to deceive foolish mortals like you. Haruto's body collapsed, lying motionless on the cold ground. The Death God's spirit grew more smug, his savage laughter echoing through the void. He roared at his monstrous underlings. "Attack! Kill them all!" Then, he turned to Haruto, his voice dripping with triumph. "The future belongs to you alone, Haruto." Haruto stood silently, gazing at his own corpse, then coldly replied, "No, impossible. Your weakness. What is it?" The Underworld Lord scoffed. "Weakness? You ask me about weakness. A divine being like myself has no weakness. If I had to say, it would have to be something incredibly complex, like the very concept behind my existence. The forbidden crown of hell." He snarled, power radiating from him. "I will not hear any pleas." He roared, consumed by rage. Haruto, on the contrary, offered a cryptic smile. "Do you hear that, Haruto? Now I know. The Haruto within immediately responded, "Understood." In a flash, he appeared right behind the death god. His sharp blade pressed against the death god's neck. The death god's soul cried out in terror. "Impossible! How could this happen?" Haruto calmly spoke. "The one you just sliced in half, Ivawa, was merely a clone." As if to prove his point, Ivawa's body began to dissipate into nothingness. Haruto continued to explain, his voice remaining steady even after narrowly avoiding the death sigh. "I used the duplicate manifestation magic to split myself into two. Then, I control that clone to attack you." Haruto added, "My true body remained hidden, lying motionless on the ground this whole time." The death god's soul, still in shock, stammered, What are you saying?" Haruto replied, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Shouldn't you have died instantly? After being hit directly by my divine sai?" Haruto responded, "It was a fatal wound, undeniably. However, I used time magic to rewind time on my body beforehand." It turned out that Haruto from the future had managed to leave a message just before his death. "Time on my body will be reversed." It's an extremely complex and difficult skill to execute. This magic can only be used once on the same target. However, it seems the plan is still proceeding smoothly. The death god was stunned, almost unable to believe what he just heard. But it was too late. He had no chance to fight back. Future Haruto immediately activated the level 78 binding chains. The chains tightly bound the death god. Haruto coldly declared, "Let's end this here and now." The death god's soul was completely helpless, only able to watch and listen to them talk. "You once said that your fatal weakness lies in the crown on your head, right? Along with your bizarre head shape." Both swords simultaneously pointed towards the death god. Haruto commanded, "Shatter it into pieces." Haruto touched his familiar scarf. Memories of Ria flooded his mind, her voice echoing, "Big brother, thank you for everything. I love you." These precious memories fueled Haruto's strength. An immense power ignited within him. This time, Haruto didn't hesitate. He swung his sword, severing the death god's soul from its head. Not stopping there, Haruto continued to shatter the head into hundreds of pieces, then roared in fury. "My brother's power is unmatched, an absolute and unwavering force." The remaining fragments of the death spirit slowly dissipated into nothingness. The death spirit's lower body instantly crumbled, collapsing to the ground. The remaining monsters also vanished one by one, fading away like smoke. Haruto stood triumphantly amidst the fading mist. The system interface finally appeared, announcing, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Underworld Lord, Death Spirit. You have received 124,000 experience points. You have received a reward of 35,635,000. Haruto closed his eyes, murmuring, "Mission accomplished." At that moment, a crystal staircase suddenly materialized. Future Haruto spoke. "Let's go." We've finally reached the top floor of this tower. Along the way, Haruto continuously observed the man beside him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Then he sighed softly, uttering a melancholic phrase. Is this what I look like when I'm old?" Future Haruto immediately replied, his tone playful. "Want me to give you a beating?" Haruto sighed once more, then said with a serious expression, "I mean, things could have been much better if you had appeared and helped me from the beginning." Future Haruto, while ascending the stairs, slowly said, "I warned you, this is our last resort. There's no other way. Things are far more complicated than you realize." Haruto wanted to press further, but the old man simply shook his head. "We need to end this conversation here. Time is running out. The temporal rift is about to open. Hurry, we must act quickly." They both moved swiftly, continuing their journey forward. The Muchion Tower Vault. Before them lay a vast space, astonishingly large. Future Haruto suddenly turned, shouting, "This is the place." Both of them looked up in anticipation. Seconds later, an ethereal blue light appeared. Space-time seemed to tear, strange rays of light falling down. Ria was falling from the fissure, her eyes still closed as if in a deep sleep. In the sky, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, accompanied by a massive crack. Future Haruto spoke. "The rift will fully connect to this world in 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Let's stay calm, don't act rashly." As soon as he finished speaking, Future Haruto leaped into the air. Haruto frantically called after the mysterious man. Future Haruto turned back, exclaiming, "Oh right, I almost forgot." He quickly activated some kind of acceleration spell. Instantly, tiny glowing circles appeared, forming a magical staircase suspended in midair. Haruto immediately used them, swiftly chasing after the man. Both were getting very close to Ria and the edge of the swirling time vortex. Ria was still unconscious, lost in a deep sleep, but as if sensing her brother's desperate calls. Ria stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing her brother below, Ria muttered in confusion, "Haruto." Haruto quickly reached out towards his sister, shouting, "Ria, it's me. I'm here." Future Haruto stopped him, urgently saying, "Calm down. Inside that time vortex. It's completely separated from the cause and effect of this world. Only time magic can affect it." The man declared, "I'll go in there. I'll use time magic to get her out. Make sure you catch her." With that, Future Haruto immediately rushed towards the violently swirling time vortex. The time portal is closing. The mystic elder raises his hands, chanting an arcane incantation, casting a spell on the unconscious Ria. Instantly, Ria falls toward the cold ground. Haruto reaches out, urgently directing, "This way. Come on." Ria, still unconscious, murmurs, "Brother, big brother." Suddenly, Haruto senses something amiss. Just as Ria is about to hit the ground, a mysterious force pulls her back towards the portal. Haruto shouts in alarm, "What's happening?" From the other side of the portal, a worried voice calls out, "Strange, it's too early for the portal to close." Watching the time rift shrink, Haruto cries out in despair, "No, it can't be." But then, a glimmer of hope appears as the opening begins to widen again. Future Haruto, on the other side, strains with all his might, yelling, "I'll use everything I got to keep it open. Keep it open. Pull her through." Without hesitation, Haruto summons his power. On the other side, Future Haruto struggles to maintain the portal. Haruto pulls Ria away from the collapsing rift. Future Haruto urgently warns, if her small body gets caught when the spatial rift closes, she'll be torn to shreds, utterly destroyed. Even if she escapes safely, the slightest misstep could send her plummeting to her death. Haruto grew more cautious, seriously saying, "I understand. Now quickly catch her." The moment Ria fell, Haruto swiftly grabbed her. "Got it." Haruto pulled Ria into his arms, holding her tight. Ria exclaimed, "Big brother." Haruto looked up, shouting to the person on the other side of the rift, "Your turn. Come back now." But Future Haruto remained silent, making no move. Haruto worried, yelling, "Hey, what's wrong? You have to hurry." Future Haruto smiled softly, saying, "Perhaps it's time we said goodbye, Harry." Haruto didn't understand what was happening. Future Haruto continued, "I've reached my limit. I can't maintain this form any longer. I used up all the Kono's elements stored within me. With that last desperate act, I don't have enough strength to return to you." Hearing this, Haruto cried out in despair, "No, wait, this can't be happening." Future Haruto gave a weak smile and said, "Haruto, you were never an exceptional disciple. You complained, you blamed others, and you often made foolish mistakes. You're the type of person who always thinks they're a bit more mature, but then easily lets emotions take over, losing all reason, and just keeps repeating unnecessary mistakes. Master also told me the same thing, but I have no regrets about fighting alongside someone as kind and compassionate as you." Future Haruto's voice faded, almost disappearing into nothingness. The rift, this temporal rift, will never open again. "Farewell, my friend." Haruto screamed in agony. "No, you can't die. This is unacceptable." Future Haruto, still struggling, urged, "Therefore, Haruto, I place all my hope in you. Please, save this world for me." Haruto choked back tears, unable to speak. Finally, he let out a teary smile, his voice firm. "Okay, I will. Leave the rest to me." Future Haruto smiled back. "Keep your promise." Seeing Ria and Future Haruto, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He softly said, "You're safe now, little one. I'm so glad you're all right." Ria looked bewildered, then exclaimed, "Could it be you're my brother too?" Future Haruto froze, stunned by her words. Memories of Ria, the moments they shared, flooded back into his mind. Before the time portal closed, Future Haruto gave a gentle smile. "Welcome back, Ria." With that, The temporal rift slowly sealed itself, vanishing into nothingness against the deep blue sky. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ryudo clutched his chest, a searing pain ripping through him. Tears streamed down his face as he remembered what he had just witnessed. He had just found, and simultaneously lost, someone incredibly precious. A day after completing his mission at the Sky Castle dungeon. Located in the towering Tokyo Tower, stood the headquarters of the Adventurer Training Agency High School Division. Ryudo had just stepped into the classroom when whispers and murmurs erupted. Ah, he's here. The young man was startled to find himself surrounded by a group of girls. They squealed with delight. Kuju-kun, we've been waiting for you. Ryudo stammered, slightly flustered. Huh? Everyone, are you third years? A girl from the group stepped forward, speaking confidently. We're members of the Ryudo Victims Association. We want to express our sincerest gratitude to you. They all beamed, saying in unison, thank you so much, Kuju-kun. They shared with Ryudo. It's such a relief that terrifying criminal has been brought to justice. Now we won't have to cry ourselves to sleep anymore. The same girl continued. The finger pointed directly at Ryudo, the voice filled with conviction. Kuji-kun is our savior, our supreme being. Who gave him the strange nickname Plague God? Ryudo stammered, hurriedly saying, please stop it. It's really embarrassing. I just want a peaceful, simple life like everyone else. Just then, a graceful female student approached. Ryudo recognized her immediately. It was Sakura Kuji Yuzuki, the talented and beautiful vice president of the student council. Without hesitation, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, respectfully saying, Kuji-san, as a representative of the student council, I sincerely apologize for the president's thoughtless actions. Ryudo quickly replied, it's not necessary, Yuzuki-san. Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you. However, she firmly stated, I can't ignore this. After all, I'm about to succeed the position of student council president. Yuzuki lifted her head, her gaze softly directed at Ryudo, and asked, are you interested in joining? Help us from within the student council. What do you say? Ryudo's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, he gasped. Yuzuki smiled, pushing her glasses up her nose. I'm recruiting, she said softly. I'd like to offer you the position of captain of the guard. You would lead the magical guard squad. It's a crucial part of the student council. The unexpected offer not only surprised Ryudo, but also left the other third-year girls stunned and speechless. However, Ryudo just scratched his head, turned away, and shook his head. Nah, I'm good. His blunt refusal left Yuzuki frozen, like a statue. She quickly grabbed Ryudo's hand, pleading desperately. Please, I beg you. I'll do anything you want. Shinomy, arriving just then, witnessed the unbelievable scene. Startled, she thought to herself, could it be President Sakurakaji is hitting on him? She was so shocked that her friend had to pat her head and comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. Fortunately, a third-year girl pulled Yuzuki back, interjecting, Sakurakuji-san. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Before leaving, Izuki firmly stated to Ryudo, we'll continue this conversation during lunch break. Behave yourself in class, okay? That's an order from the new student council president. Ryudo could only rub his head in frustration, sighing deeply. The scene shifted to the school rooftop. Ryudo quickly opened his personal information panel. The screen displayed, Q Haruto, Adventurer level 98. Rank C, recommended for promotion to rank A. Swordsman assessment. Swordsmanship skill level 6, space-time magic level 8. Unidentified skill detected, recommend reporting to the guild. Potential unleashed level 3. 75% strength increase, reaching 180 points. Agility, 600. Defense, 300. Magic power, unknown. Intelligence, B. Spirit, B+. Growth potential, S. Haste spell level 3. Chains level 2. A spectacular display of matter manipulation. The gravity beam recreating a perfect clone. Ryudo gasped in astonishment. Unbelievable. Just looking at these stats, along with these incredible power readings, I feel invincible, like I can't lose to anyone. It's understandable. After defeating so many powerful enemies, Ryudo's attention suddenly shifted to his current credit total. The number had surpassed 43 million credits. He exclaimed, this isn't a small amount of money for a normal high school student to have. Enjoying his meal, Ryudo suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Could that be? And just as he suspected, moments later, Yuzuki appeared, calling out, Kuji-kun, where are you? After searching the rooftop, other students said, "He's not here either," Yuzuki said angrily. "I told him to stay in the classroom. The next stop on this search is the gym." Perched high above, Harry quietly savored his pastry down to the last bite. He let out a sigh, offering a heartfelt gantan. Harry hopped down, muttering to himself in thought, "I guess I need to come up with a concrete plan if I let this situation continue." Haruto reflexively turned his head, about to say, "That's right, do you have any bright ideas?" But his familiar stuffed animal companion had vanished from its usual spot. Haruto looked up at the vast sky, whispering in despair. "Right, he's not by my side anymore." The scene shifts to the dormitory area. Haruto slowly walked back to his room, each step heavy with burden. In his hand was a bag, its contents hidden from view. Just as he entered, Ria's clear voice rang out. "You're late. I've been waiting for you." Ria beamed, exclaiming joyfully, "Welcome home, big brother." Haruto was silent for a moment, then replied with a gentle smile, "I'm home, Ria." The sibling stood before Ria's memorial portrait, the young girl whispering, "Mom, Dad, I offer my deepest gratitude for the love and care you've given me, Mom and Dad. Please watch over me and guide my path forward." Haruto smiled tenderly, his gaze fixed on Ria as she prayed earnestly. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Ah, the scarf I knitted for you." Ria hesitated, curiosity lacing her voice. "Have you kept it all this time?" Haruto replied with a warm smile. "Of course." Ria giggled, questioning, "But it's June now, Haruto." Haruto explained gently, his voice soothing like one with child. "Like with that teddy bear you gave me. I get cold easily." "I know." Ria smiled knowingly. After the ritual, they both sat at the dining table. Ria spoke, her voice brimming with excitement. "All right, let's eat," Ria said enthusiastically. "This is a home-cooked meal made by your very own little sister, Ria." Haruto smiled back. I know. Thank you for the meal." Haruto quickly took a spoonful of food. Ria asked nervously, her eyes full of anticipation. "Well, how is it, big brother?" Haruto chewed, savoring the taste. "Delicious," Ria replied joyfully. "Yay." Haruto patted her head, praising her. "You did great, Ria." Mid-meal, Haruto suddenly spoke, curiosity evident on his face. "But you're finally really back, right, Ria?" Haruto affirmed confidently. "Yes, I've submitted all the necessary documents to the government, and I told them that my sister is actually still alive." Ria smiled brightly, responding to her brother. Thank you so much, Haruto." The girl spoke with determination. "I've already missed 2 years of school, so now I have to work hard to catch up." Haruto spoke between bites, his tone full of concern, including dance classes at school. Ria looked worried, furrowing her brow slightly. "But our family's financial situation, will it be okay?" Haruto smiled confidently, reassuring his sister. "Don't worry about that." With a balance of over 43 million in the account, Haruto spoke to Ria, his voice full of assurance. "Even in the distant future, in a not-so-distant future, you can freely pursue your passion for ballet. Even until your hair turns gray and you become an old woman, still lost in the dance." Ria giggled, responding to the somewhat naive statement. "What do you mean? I don't understand. What are you talking about?" The little girl turned curiously, her gaze falling upon the adorable hedgehog plushie. "Are you saying all of these good things are thanks to him?" she asked with a surprised tone. "The hero from the future?" Haruto gently took the plushie from his sister, affirming, "Yes, we owe him a great debt of gratitude." The memory of Naruto's final words suddenly flooded back into Haruto's mind. "I place all my hope in you," Naruto said. "Take my place and save this world from destruction." Naruto thought to himself, worried. "But how? How can I possibly save the world?" Ria suddenly spoke, interrupting the boy's wandering thoughts. "All right, I almost forgot. When you saved me, I remember there was something in my pocket." The girl pulled out a small, blue box, a look of uncertainty on her face. "Do you know what this is?" she asked inquisitively. Haruto gasped in astonishment. Is this a message cube?" It was just placed on the table," he stammered. The strange message cube suddenly reacted, emitting an ethereal blue light. In the next moment, to the utter shock of the two brothers, an Akita plushie appeared. An image of Haruto from the future suddenly materialized on a screen, projected from the message cube. The present Haruto stared at the image of the plushie, his face filled with disbelief. The image was inside the glowing message cube. Suddenly, the plushie spoke. "If you're watching this message, it means I no longer exist in this world. Anyway, I bet you're feeling pretty confused and lost right now. Haruto, you must be worried about how to save the world after I'm gone, right? The plushie smiled, its tone reassuring. Haruto continued to stare at the image in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. The plushie continued. As the unparalleled, most powerful archmage in the world, I have made thorough preparations for this situation. I'm pretty talented, aren't I? Go ahead and praise me all you want. Haruto and Ria were speechless, staring at the overly narcissistic boy. Ria let out a gasp of genuine admiration, while Haruto thought to himself, don't get cocky just because of a message like that. It continued, speaking to Haruto. I'll transfer the letter from Future V, R2 to your archive. Ferdwa. Haruto asked in astonishment. A letter from the future? What's VR2? The stuffed animal smiled and said, use it to save the world. Got it, our savior. Hearing this, Haruto immediately turned serious. Haruto smiled and said to the little girl, don't worry, you're safe now. Haruto gently comforted her. You must have been so scared, right? Don't worry, you're protected now. The little girl blushed and replied shyly, Wais, thank you. The little girl's mother rushed over, embraced her daughter tightly, and exclaimed with emotion, thank goodness. You're all right. Haruto looked at the mother and daughter, smiled warmly, and thought to himself, I saved her, didn't I? As Haruto realized the critical situation, he thought it was too late. But then, in the nick of time, Haruto suddenly remembered the time magic he had performed. The little girl's ball and his glass of water both vanished during the spell. Haruto pondered. Perhaps it was a small price to pay to save a life. This miraculous power had allowed him to save the little girl. The child's mother looked up and stammered, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Haruto smiled and replied, you're welcome. There's no need for thanks. The woman quickly spoke, but such a noble act cannot be forgotten. At least, tell me your name. Haruto hesitated, stammering, if you could, please forget about this. He thought to himself, he didn't want to attract any more attention. With that, Haruto quickly grabbed his bag and left. Well then, excuse me. He left behind the woman's faint call. Wait, please wait a moment. Harry ran like the wind, muttering, oh no, if I don't hurry, I'm going to be late. The scene shifts to the Adventurer Training Academy, the high school section. Haruto nimbly leaped from rooftop to rooftop, finally landing gracefully on the school's roof. Haruto placed his hands on the railing, looking down below. Yuki's ardent fans were still diligently searching for him. Has Koji-kun arrived yet? Not yet. It seems he hasn't arrived. Haruto sighed softly. The scene changes to him diligently studying in class. Meanwhile, the other students were whispering amongst themselves. Some even snuck glances in his direction. In short, he was still the center of attention. Haruto thought to himself, even without using my ability to see the flow of time, I know full well that I'm being stared at to the point of embarrassment. Shinomy, sitting nearby, was also thinking, Haruto I have a feeling he's gone somewhere, beyond my reach, just like last time, when I happened to see him, leaving the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Shinomy was lost in the memory of that day, when she visited the Adventurers Guild branch. At the Shinjuku City Hall, she politely addressed the receptionist. I'm a student from school, affiliated with the Training Academy in Akano Ward. I just completed a B-rank dungeon exploration mission. The man opposite her replied with a grateful expression, thank you for your hard work. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Shinomy was about to turn and leave, when she suddenly heard the receptionist hesitantly speak. Nakano. He looked up at her with a questioning gaze. By any chance, do you have a student named Guyu at your school? Shinomy was surprised and exclaimed, that's strange, we do. The man then began to tell the story. Tokumyun-san, a leading expert at the prestigious Weapons Synthesis Research Department, just announced a groundbreaking theory on weapon synthesis. The fundamental principle behind this groundbreaking discovery, named the Kujiu theory, holds profound meaning. Intrigued, I delved deeper, and he revealed that the unexpected inspiration came from a high school student in Nakano. This student played a crucial role in helping Tokumyun develop this theory. Sounds unbelievable, right? Like something out of a tall tale. Shinomy upon hearing the story, was utterly astonished. Back in the present, Haruto observed another Haruto with a pensive look, lost in thought. Haruto, how much further do you aspire to climb? Where will your ambition find satisfaction? The lecturer's voice boomed from below, interrupting his train of thought. And with that, our morning lecture concludes. Oh, right, regarding the exchange students, they will officially enroll next week. Lunchtime unfolded in the familiar, bustling schoolyard. Haruto held a mysterious, familiar black envelope in his hand. He wondered, could it be? Is this the invitation to become the legendary great chronomancer in VR? The letter read, Haruto, first you need to hone, to refine your swordsmanship. After all, time magic is but a supplementary magic, a support tool. Your true talent lies in the sword in your hand, in your ability to wield it. If you wish to become a great time mage like me, a master of time and space, then first, live by the sword, temper yourself with swordsmanship. In time, you will understand why I say this, the truth behind this advice. For now, this is enough. Focus on honing your sword skills. With that, the letter vanished, dissolving into thin air. Haruto leaned back, resting against the chair. He sighed inwardly. This predecessor was always so enigmatic, so unpredictable. If only he could have explained things more thoroughly, more clearly. Just then, a figure appeared at the school gates. This person suddenly cast a cloaking spell, concealing all traces of their presence. Immediately, Haruto sensed something amiss, an unfamiliar presence. He quickly turned around. Sure enough, high above, a strange individual appeared, someone of unknown origin. Haruto instantly jumped to his feet, gripping his sword tightly, and shouted, "Who's there?" The man turned, coldly asking, "And who are you?" Insignificant one. Haruto remained silent, offering no reply. Haruto suddenly heard the mysterious voice continue speaking to him. "I need to borrow your strength, young man," the voice whispered, as if confiding in Haruto. "This world's destruction is fast approaching," the voice warned, carrying an ominous tone. The figure above continued, their voice filled with authority. "I need to borrow your strength, you who are nameless." Haruto remained stoic, his face contemplative. He hadn't sensed any presence at all until this mysterious person approached. Haruto observed the figure before him, his sharp eyes assessing and judging. "He's definitely not ordinary." Haruto spoke, breaking the silence. "You spoke of the world's destruction? What do you mean?" The figure pushed up their glasses, calmly replying, "You heard correctly. In the near future, everything you hold dear will be utterly destroyed, reduced to nothingness." Haruto gasped in shock. What? The image of his younger sister, Ria, at home flashed through his mind. However, he remained wary, questioning. "How can I trust your words? I don't even know who you are. Who are you? What is your true nature?" Haruto pointed his sharp sword at the enemy, his voice cold as he questioned. The other man suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if stepping from another dimension. He began to taunt Haruto with sarcastic remarks, words laced with coercion and force, making Haruto extremely uncomfortable. Haruto suddenly remembered the man who called himself Akito Haruto from the future and said in a low voice, "You remind me of someone. And I utterly despise these kinds of charades." Haruto raised his head, his gaze resolute. "I will act according to my own beliefs," he declared, "and do what I believe is right. I will be the one to decide my own destiny." The man before Haruto froze. Then a knowing smile crept across his face as he finished listening. He took out his phone, held it up to Haruto, and said, "Well then, even if I show you this." Haruto was stunned, speechless. On the phone screen was an image of Ria diligently practicing ballet. The image was like a slap in the face, igniting a furious rage within him. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from him, engulfing the surrounding space. The man facing Haruto observed silently, his sharp eyes assessing. He recognized this as a weapon. And more than that, one of extraordinary, unique quality. A sly smile spread across the man's lips as he thought to himself, "As I suspected, this boy possesses the natural talent of a swordsman." But he quickly reassured Haruto, "Please calm down, don't worry. I only want to take this picture to verify your identity, to check your background. I assure you, I won't harm your sister. I won't lay a finger on her." He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his tone turning serious. "I swear on my honor as a swordsman." However, before he could finish his oath, he suddenly appeared beside Haruto with astonishing speed. Maintaining his calm smile, he said, "If keeping my oath means dueling you in a fight to the death, then it would be my honor." Haruto was silent for a moment, then spoke coldly. You've crossed the line. Haruto turned his head, his gaze resolute. Whatever happens next, remember my words today, don't regret them. The man before him also began to draw his sword, preparing to face Haruto. The air grew thick with tension. An inevitable confrontation was about to begin. From the very beginning, I've been prepared for any scenario. Both stood ready to engage, their fighting spirits blazing. Tension filled the air, as if a world-shattering battle was about to erupt. The bespectacled Kai launched the first attack, a chilling, killing intent flooding the area. Haruto, with his special eyes that could see the flow of time, looked astonished. He stared intently at his opponent. What's going on? There's no Kono's element surrounding him at all. If that's true, then I won't be able to observe his time flow. The man before him simply asked, What's wrong? Are you ready? I'm attacking regardless. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before Haruto with terrifying speed. His speed was frightening. He said, My killing intent isn't the type that explodes outwards. It makes my intent to kill obvious. It's the complete opposite. I completely conceal my presence, masking my very existence. With those words, he swung his sword straight ahead. The brutal attack nearly tore Haruto's face open, but with extraordinary agility, he reacted in time. Haruto dodged the fatal blow and simultaneously created a safe distance from his opponent. Is it his overwhelming killing intent or some special skill that's nullifying the coconut element around him? Haruto questioned aloud. Why did you suddenly explain to me how your own skill works? Are you some kind of cliché villain from a comic book? The enemy smirked in response. The reason I revealed that to you is because in the end, victory will still be mine. If you conceal your presence, you can gain an advantage over your opponent. That's all. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared right behind Haruto. He spun around in alarm, but it seemed it was already too late. The opponent launched a direct attack with blinding speed. Haruto couldn't dodge and took the full brunt of the blow. The enemy laughed triumphantly, confident that he had captured his prey. Gotcha! The opponent launched a lightning-fast attack straight ahead. Haruto couldn't react in time and took a direct hit. The attacker smirked, thinking he had his prey cornered. But a moment later, his face was etched with shock and disbelief. What happened? Haruto's body, just sliced in two, suddenly vanished like an illusion. It completely disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. Haruto reappeared behind the enemy, swift as a lightning bolt. He had used a clone technique to deceive his opponent. Quite a surprise, huh? Haruto said casually. He immediately launched a swift counterattack. The opponent, though caught off guard, managed to dodge in time. He was baffled, unable to comprehend what was happening. The previous attack carried tremendous power, forcing him to stagger backward to keep his balance. But in the end, he successfully evaded it. Not satisfied, Haruto followed up with a powerful punch. The opponent didn't dare underestimate him, quickly jumping back. He created distance, avoiding direct contact with the punch. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, I was sure that blow landed. Could this be more than just a normal afterimage? Just a moment of carelessness, a lapse in focus, is enough to turn the tide of battle. Haruto instantly unleashed his speed technique, charging towards his opponent with terrifying speed, like a god. Seeing Haruto approaching, the enemy exclaimed, I see. So this is the power of that nameless one? Interesting, though momentarily surprised. He maintained an amused smile. His eyes glowed with a brilliant golden hue. The surrounding air seemed to tear with countless invisible blades. Haruto and his opponent clashed, their weapons ringing against each other. Neither showed any sign of faltering, relentlessly attacking. Blazing sword strikes ignited the air around them. The enemy let out a knowing chuckle, taunting, What will you do next? Come on, Kuya Haruto. Haruto fought, thoughts racing through his mind. If I can no longer see the flow of time, then, in an instant, Haruto unleashed the power of the time shackles. Heavy chains, imbued with immense restraining power, instantly ensnared the surrounding space. They bound the oncoming opponent, leaving him no chance of escape. Even the two clashing swords were locked in place by the chains, completely immobile. Harry's hand tightened, his eyes sharp as blades. The enemy seemed to sense the impending danger, a flicker of terror in his eyes. But it was too late, the opportunity lost. With lightning speed, Harry unleashed a powerful punch with his free hand. He roared, his shout booming like thunder, Ronaldo punch. The enemy finally realized the imminent danger, but there was no time to react. Only one thought remained in his mind. This is it, poised on the brink of death. He was forced to choose another path to save himself. He instantly dropped his sword and raised both hands in defense, yelling, "Iron Body!" He channeled his inner strength, transforming his body into hardened metal to withstand the fatal blow. Ryudo poured all his force into the punch, delivering a critical strike. The enemy took the full brunt of the attack, sent flying back several meters. Smoke and dust filled the air from the impact of the collision. The enemy winced, pain etched across his face. What was that terrifying power just now? That wasn't just any ordinary punch. I knew it. He's definitely an awakened. He stared intently at Harry, who was still brimming with fighting spirit, his aura soaring. Even in his fury, Harry cautiously observed and assessed the loathsome opponent before him. Even my ultimate move had no effect. But just then, a voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "Stop, Ryudo!" The surprised voice of Cricket Chirp Girl called out. His opponent, at this moment, simply nodded calmly in response. Then he spoke. "I sincerely apologize for the offensive things I said about your sister." The man bowed his head, expressing genuine remorse. "Please forgive my selfish transgression, because I will never do it again." Ryudo couldn't help but feel confused, bewildered, wondering, what's going on? The man picked up his sword, saying, "All right, I'll be going then." Ryudo was completely baffled. "Hey, what are you doing? How can you just decide that? Our fight isn't over yet." Before Ryudo could finish, the man interrupted with a confident tone. "Indeed, but of course this is not the end. Join me on this journey at my school." Ryudo became more confused, stammering, "School? Your school? What do you mean?" The man looked at Ryudo, his voice deepening. "You possess a unique talent, a rare potential. However, you are still too naive, too weak. Your strength hasn't reached the level I desire." He suddenly made an offer. "Come to my school, learn the ultimate secrets of swordsmanship, and from there, you will become stronger, surpassing all your limits." Ryudo was stunned by the unexpected offer. He suddenly remembered the words in the mysterious letter from years ago. The letter had said that his true talent lay in swordsmanship, in his ability to wield a sword. If he yearned to become a great time mage, like me, begin by mastering the sword, living with the sword. Ryudo remained cautious, asking carefully, "I told you, I can't just trust you so easily." The man gave a knowing smile and replied, "Indeed, but right now, I am clearly much stronger than you. Isn't that reason enough to convince you?" Ryudo remained silent, not saying a word. This is clearly the truth, yet how can this guy, so calmly, try to persuade me? Unbelievable. Fine, then I'll wait for you at my school. With those words, right before Ryudo's eyes, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. Only then did Ryudo realize something was unusual. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, a surprised expression on his face. This is... Ryudo glanced at the paper. A student exchange permit between his school, Nakano School, and Azabu School. Did he slip this into my pocket during the fight? Ryudo trembled, murmuring, "So, he meant..." When he said, "my school," was he referring to this? At first, it seemed like Ryudo was trembling with fear, but in reality, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "That bastard, he really knows how to push my buttons." Standing before the gates of the prestigious Nakano Magic School, the person who just had a fiery duel with Ryudo was Kiyotaka Ayanikoji, a student from Azabu High School. He's real. He clutched something in his hand and thought, before those 7 sages get their hands on him, turning him into a pawn, I will forge him, train him into a deadly weapon. And after he joins the 7 sages, the figure plotted, I will use him to overthrow them and seize all their power for myself. He was determined to stop Kurigan's sinister plot at any cost. Back on the rooftop, the student exchange program announcement lay crumpled on the ground. Ryudo looked at it, pondering. A student exchange program? He carefully reread each line on the announcement. Objective: enhance the combat capabilities of young adventurers from all schools. Duration: July 1st to July 31st, 2000. Eligibility requirements: must be a student currently enrolled in a school affiliated with the Adventurer Training Academy. Student council members will receive a rank treatment and the special privileges this school offers. Lost in conversation, Ryudo suddenly heard a strange noise. He quickly turned to look. It was Yuzuki. She was excitedly exclaiming, "Found you, Kuikun. Today, you absolutely have to join our student council. Haruto calmly stood up, smiled, and exclaimed, "Well, what perfect timing." He looked directly in her eyes and said, "I'm in." Yuzuki froze, speechless in astonishment. She couldn't believe her ears and shouted, "What?" Time flew by, and a week quietly passed. At the adventure training agency, Ayabo branch, Yuzuki beamed, looked at Haruto, and said, "I'm truly surprised, Kuji-kun. Not only did you agree to join our student council, but you also want to come to Azabu school with me. As an exchange student." Haruto replied with a polite smile, "Of course, it's the natural thing to do. As a student council member, isn't it?" He thought to himself. Although the truth was, the announcement clearly stated that student council members would enjoy top-tier privileges and treatment. Haruto looked ahead as he walked, saying, "Azabu Academy has produced many famous A-rank adventurers. It's the leading adventurer training academy in Japan." Yuzuki added, "Moreover, this prestigious school requires a magical aptitude score of over 70 for admission." Yuzuki turned to Haruto excitedly. "You have to give it your all. Don't get left behind." Haruto just gave a wry smile. They quickly entered a magnificent building. Inside the vast hall, people bustled about. Yuzuki suggested, "First, let's greet the chairman of the board." Haruto remained silent, his gaze distant. He had a feeling the people around them were whispering about him and Yuzuki. Where did they come from? What was their purpose? Haruto quickly regained his composure, refusing to let worry consume it. He knew anxiety wouldn't change a thing. "Just keep my own pace," Haruto told himself. Yuzuki hurriedly turned back, reassuring Haruto with a gentle voice. "No, don't worry, Kuji-kun. I'll be right beside you." Haruto replied with a yes, but a lingering doubt remained. Is she really okay? They reached the 20th floor, the chairman's office. Yuzuki briefly explained the place to Haruto. She knocked quickly, then politely opened the door and stepped inside. "Excuse us." As the door opened, a deep voice echoed, "I've been expecting you too." Standing before them was the man Haruto had sparred with before. The man's face broke into a friendly smile. "I am Kiryu Muramasa, chairman of the Ayabu Academy." Kiryu Muramasa introduced himself. Haruto thought, "I can't believe it." Kiryu slowly rose from his chair. He walked towards them and greeted them. "Welcome to Ayabu Academy. Located in the golden age of magic, this school possesses a unique distinction. We focus on honing swordsmanship through rigorous and systematic training. Even among countless prestigious adventure academies, we proudly remain the only school dedicated to this path. Instead of magical duels, students here are forged through real sword fights." Kiryu approached Haruto, a knowing and challenging smile playing on his lips. "During this student exchange program, I'll help you climb to the top of the rankings, using my own strength, through intense sword duels." Haruto stared at Kiryu in astonishment, and before he could comprehend what was happening, Yuzuki hurriedly spoke. "Please wait a moment. There's no such clause in the student exchange program activities. There's absolutely nothing like that." Haruto spoke up unexpectedly, his voice filled with determination. "If that's the case, could I duel you again?" "Chairman." Except for a still bewildered Yuzuki, everyone understood the hidden meaning behind Haruto's words. Kiryu turned around, responding with a smile. "The top ranker, huh? We'll have the privilege of challenging the strongest. Azabu High. In other words, me." "You think so too, Haruto? Splendid, just as I expected. I'll immediately rise to the top and crush you without hesitation," he declared with a determined look, making me even more amused. "Make it quick. The sooner I get back home, the better." Haruto reminisced for a moment, then spoke up. "Listen, what bothers me the most is our match is still unfinished. Once that's settled, I'll have no reason to linger here." Yuzuki looked confused. "Huh? A match?" Kiryu smiled in response. "I have absolutely no problem with that, regardless of your attitude or stance. This school always respects any swordsman, as long as they aspire to reach the top of the rankings." Kiryu opened the announcement board, then turned to address both of them. "I will issue both of you student IDs and school schedules. With these, you can freely use all the facilities, as well as the school's modern equipment. Of course, all of you will enjoy A-rank privileges and benefits." Kuyu Haruto's information is displayed. Specialization, Swordsman, Rank, Adventurer, Level 98. Azabu Academy Ranking, 4395, Access Level, A. Haruto carefully observed and analyzed the data. If this ranking system works like Nakano's, he thought to himself, then I just need to keep challenging students with higher rankings to climb the ladder. Kiryu, wish him luck. Leaving President Yuzuki's office, she muttered, her face still etched with surprise. This is completely unexpected. She told me, I won't do it. Yuzuki continued to mumble. Why should I aim for the top spot on this school's leaderboard? Ryudo simply replied, exactly. From the very beginning, the new student council president didn't need to do that. What do you think is the fastest way to climb the rankings? Yuzuki asked. It definitely has to be. How about we check out places where the top students, the ones with excellent academic records, gather? Ryudo smiled, his eyes drifting towards the system board, thinking to himself, exactly. First, let's go there and see. Their first destination was the cafeteria located on the second floor of the Adventurer Training Academy. Adventurer Yuzuki spoke up, a puzzled look on her face. The school cafeteria? Did you forget to eat breakfast this morning? Ryudo. Kuji-kun interjected. Haruto's just scouting things out. That's right, Ryudo replied. Just then, a faint holographic image suddenly materialized, greeting them. Welcome, transfer student from another region of Japan. Welcome to our academy. The hologram, taking the form of a cute, generic waitress, continued. Our academy's motto is, breakfast determines the success of the whole day. We always encourage all students to eat a full and nutritious breakfast. If for any reason you haven't had breakfast at home, then please feel free to enjoy a meal here until you're full. Ryudo thought to himself. This virtual waitress seems to be using our student IDs for verification, and then sending out a separate announcement. Personalized for each student? How high-tech? Yuzuki suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my gosh, look at this luxurious menu. Is it all free? I can't believe it. Before them was a long array of sumptuous dishes, incredibly nutritious and appealing. Yuzuki's eyes lit up with delight and admiration. As expected, a school with a hefty budget is truly different. She excitedly picked up her chopsticks, ready to enjoy the feast. Time for a thorough quality check. Don't you think, Kuji-kun? Ryudo smiled wryly. Go ahead and help yourself. Yuzuki looked around, murmuring in amazement. Everything is fully automated, and the menu is meticulously calculated for calories and nutritional value. This is the ideal school cafeteria I've always dreamed of. Has it been here all along? We absolutely have to implement this model immediately. Ryudo thought to himself. This new student council president seems rather peculiar. He continued to ponder. All right, let's focus on the main mission. At that very moment, a sudden noise echoed, causing Ryudo to instantly turn towards its source, a sight so familiar it was tiresome. I see you possessing something you're not worthy of again. It turned out to be a classic school bullying scene, playing out like a repetitive drama. A small boy, his hair obscuring most of his face, hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling. Please stop. The aggressive group ahead, clutching the sword they had just snatched from a boy, sneered contemptuously. How laughable, entrusting this treasure to a coward. A weakling like you is a waste of its sharpness. Ha ha ha. The terrified boy pleaded. Get it back. Please give it back. But before he could finish, the bullies ruthlessly covered his mouth, silencing him. This is a fitting punishment for daring to sit in Redu's spot without permission. Ryudo scoffed, thinking to himself, just as I expected. Do they really exist here? Even in such a prestigious, renowned school, there are still such despicable, lowly scum. He silently observed from a hidden corner, lost in thought. Teachers can't monitor every corner of the school, and the school cafeteria is one of those blind spots. Luckily, I caught them here, right place, right time. The bully students roared with menacing voices. You have no right to be in this cafeteria, unless your rank is at least 2 digits. Don't you know the rules, idiot? The bullied boy stammered, quickly explaining that in the cafeteria, it doesn't matter where anyone sits. But the leader aggressively grabbed the boy by the collar, yelling, Of course it matters. It matters a lot. What else would it be? You know, the disease god doesn't have an ounce of magic power. Haruto's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that. That nickname sounded familiar. The bully instantly flung the poor boy away. The scene was infuriating, yet the other students remained silent, not daring to intervene. Haruto took a deep breath, thinking to himself, all right, looks like it's time for me to step in. The thugs scoffed, their voices dripping with contempt. Anyway, letting a brat like you keep this precious sword is like casting pearls before swine. So, it's better that I keep it. Good idea. Take it to the guild shop. We're sure to get a sky-high price for it. Our Reda's operating funds will skyrocket. The leader jerked his head, signaling, all right, now get out of my sight. The boy still tried to speak, his voice firm. No, give me back the sword right now. This sword is a priceless heirloom my father left me before he died. The boy tried to explain, but the thugs ignored him. One of them sneered. Don't say another word or you'll regret it. You think I care about your petty problems? In a split second, the boy turned and ran, dodging a potentially fatal punch aimed squarely at his face. But surprisingly, the punch didn't land. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Just in time, Ryudo appeared, effortlessly blocking the thug's powerful punch with a single hand. The surprised thug blurted out, "Who the hell are you?" A vague terror began to creep into his heart. Impossible. He stopped my punch with one hand. Ryudo, still gripping the thug's fist, calmly asked, "Nakano Academy students are ranked by ability. I'm looking for the student at the top of this school's rankings." The thug tightened his fist, his voice strained. "Were they? Tell me." Ryudo replied calmly. "I have no reason to tell you." But suddenly, the thug cried out in pain, collapsing to his knees. Ryudo said nonchalantly, "Oh dear, you could have just told me. The quickest way to find them is to ask a hothead like you." The two lackeys standing nearby were stunned. "What just happened? Hey, bastard. What did you do to him?" Ryudo said coldly, "I'll ask again. How can I find a top-ranked student in this school? Where'd that punk go? Did he run off scared?" Just then, a sudden sound pierced the tense air. Enough! Simultaneously, a powerful pressure slammed down. Ryudo, startled, instinctively dodged, leaping back. Ryudo thought, "What just happened? I just felt an invisible, sharp blade nearly cut us in half." A man with a commanding presence and dignified aura appeared, issuing a warning. "Don't you dare bully my friend." This was none other than a student from the prestigious Azabu school, the supreme leader of the Ryudo faction, Ryudo Nobunaga. Ryudo Nobunaga, a third-year student, who once held the third position in the swordsman department rankings at the prestigious Azabu school. Currently, he leads the Kishin sword style and is the supreme leader of the powerful Ryudo faction. Although the school administration struggles to control his rebellious behavior, no one can deny that his strength is nearly on par with the top-ranked student in the entire school. He was considered a promising candidate for a teaching position in the near future, immediately after successfully completing the intensive training program. The bullied boy cowered, fearfully looking ahead. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this man actually be intervening in this tense situation? Is he standing up for me, confronting those students? Unbelievable. Ryudo sternly asked the underclassman, "What happened here? Tell me everything." Ryudo trembled, pointing at the boy behind him, stammering. His friends were bullying me. I just wanted to stop them." Ryudo immediately turned to the other students, his voice booming. "Is that true?" The bullies hastily denied everything. "No, that's not how it happened. That kid is lying. We were just saving a spot for our group." Ryudo scoffed, a sarcastic exclamation escaping his lips. Without another word, Ryudo threw a powerful punch into the face of one of the insolent students. Everyone, Ryudo and his companion, were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Looking at the three thugs sprawled on the ground, Ryudo said sternly, "Your eyes dart around when you lie." Then, Ryudo raised his sword and said, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble these punks caused you too. As the leader of this group, I, Ryudo, offer you my sincerest apologies on behalf of everyone." Ryudo quickly replied, No need. Don't worry about it." Ryudo turned to his seated companion, offered the sword, and asked, "This is yours, isn't it? I'll return it." The boy quickly took the sword. Thank you." Ryudo smiled. "Once again, I'm truly sorry." Witnessing this, Ryudo thought to himself, "I can't believe someone as upright and righteous as him is the leader of these guys." But then, Ryudo slowly stood up and said, "I just wanted to apologize. And then, let's enjoy ourselves here. But his expression hardened instantly, and he spoke in a frigid tone. "If this situation continues, our honor and reputation will be utterly trampled and humiliated. Therefore, I formally challenge you. Do you dare accept?" Ryo's sudden declaration of war startled Ryudo. The young man beside him quickly intervened. "You should think this through carefully. It's best to refuse, because your opponent is none other than the third-ranked fighter." But Ryudo didn't flinch. He replied resolutely, "Of course I accept your challenge." Ryo smiled enigmatically. "Excellent. I admire your courage. This simplifies matters. Very well, then. Ryo turned to leave, saying as he walked away, "I'll await you in the arena after class. Don't disappoint me." Haruto remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ryo's receding figure. The young man beside him, worried, jumped to his feet. "Are you really sure about this? Will you be all right?" "I mean," he stammered, his voice trembling. "Your opponent is ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Why would you do something so reckless? Why risk so much?" Haruto sighed, replying, "That's what I should be asking you. Are you really okay with this?" Haruto asked worriedly, "Are you willing to just endure it? They'll keep bullying you, tormenting you for the rest of high school." "I know," the boy said, his hands tightening around his sword. "But if I just keep enduring, then everything will just end. Everything will reach a dead end. So right now," Haruto suddenly felt a strange energy emanating from his sword. Astonished, he immediately activated his special ability, Time's Eye. The flow of time seemed to slow down. Could it be? Is it possible? That sword in his hand is enveloped in an extraordinary energy? "Haruto," he said, his voice serious. "Listen, I'm asking to all you inside." Haruto questioned, his voice laced with meaning. "What did you do when your sword was ripped from your grasp?" "Huh? What do you mean?" the boy asked, bewildered. Clearly, he hadn't yet grasped the deeper implication of Haruto's words. Haruto sighed, then continued to explain. "Even though your mind screamed at you to stop, warned you of the overwhelming odds, that you couldn't possibly win, your body still instinctively fought back, still acted on what was right, didn't it? Try to remember what just happened." Haruto looked at the boy, expectation in his eyes. Seeing himself in the boy, Haruto slowly recounted his own story, hoping the boy would understand. "So what now? What will you do next? Are you truly content to let things continue this way? To let them run rampant, wreaking havoc?" The boy remained silent, his head hung low, not uttering a word. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. "I can't let this continue any longer. I have to end it. I will have revenge. I will make them pay." His voice grew stronger, filled with unwavering resolve. "I will never let them touch my sword again." Each word was like a sharp blade, cutting through the silence. Haruto smiled, satisfied, and extended his hand towards the boy. "Well said. Tell me, what is your name?" Their hands clasped firmly, a silent promise of companionship, of a future fraught with peril, yet brimming with hope. The timid boy finally mustered up the courage to introduce himself. I'm Ibuki meets Suru," he stammered. Haruto politely replied, introducing himself in return. After the greetings, he continued, "All right, Ibuki, to officially activate your ability, we need to issue a challenge. Your opponent will be the one who stole your precious sword." Upon hearing this, Ibuki's face instantly paled with terror. Seeing this, Haruto reassured him, "Don't worry, Ibuki. I'll make sure you win. We'll fight together and achieve glory, victory in each of our battles." Despite his lingering apprehension, Ibuki nodded resolutely. I understand." A sudden phone beep rang out, and Haruto slowly pulled his phone from his pocket. It was a message from Izuka. "Where are you, Haruto?" "I'm still eating," the message read. Haruto sighed in exasperation after reading it. "Honestly," after school, in the waiting room, a surprised voice rang out. Wait a minute," Izuka exclaimed in astonishment, pointing forward. "An exchange student, accepting a duel on their first day? What the hell are you thinking, Kaido?" Haruto hastily explained, "Well, a lot happened." "Yuzuki is still..." Haruto hesitated. Yuzuki angrily interrupted. "You think just saying that will make me accept this?" Haruto immediately countered, "But didn't the chairman of the council clearly state that we have to aim for the championship? That's precisely why I think it would be more effective to directly confront the person currently in 3rd place." After hearing Haruto's explanation, Yuzuki exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't realize it was that simple." Haruto calmly stated, "My goal is to seize the top spot in the rankings, to have a chance to compete with that council chairman, and then immediately withdraw and go home. That's my entire plan." Ibuki, standing beside them, gasped in astonishment. "You're really going to do something that crazy?" Haruto flashed a mischievous grin, replying, "But if it's you, Yuzuki, I have a feeling you're totally capable of it. If you can defeat the council chairman. Triumphing over the student council means achieving a monumental first victory, a resounding triumph for Azabu High." He continued, his voice brimming with excitement. "You even have a chance to receive a legendary skill block." Haruto was stunned, astonishment etched across his face. "A skill block? What's that? I've never heard of it." Ibuki nodded and began to tell the tale of Kiryu Kagami-sama, the revered founder, who established this prestigious school. He mastered countless supreme sword secret arts, and then he accumulated them all within a single skill block. Haruto was completely shaken by what he heard. He suddenly recalled the words Kiryu had once spoken to him. "Come to my school and learn the sword secret arts." Haruto turned, urgently asking, "So what's inside that skill block?" Ibuki replied, "A unique skill. A secret technique that no one but Kiryu Mitsu-sama can master. Dimension Breaker." Haruto shot up, utterly terrified. "Wait, did you just say Dimension Breaker? In other words, that's a skill that can cut through space itself, isn't it?" Ibuki stammered, Well, that's what they say. In reality, no one has ever witnessed the technique firsthand." Haruto listened silently, absorbed in Ibuki's every word. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, overlapping and intertwined. "Wait, if that's true, doesn't it mean we still have a chance to save him? A glimmer of hope remains?" Haruto suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with determination. "Then we can't afford to lose this fight. We have to fight to the very end." He raised his hand, a bright smile spreading across his face. "All right." Suddenly, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within me. "But first," Haruto turned to his friend beside him, declaring resolutely, "Ibuki, you'll be the vanguard, the one to initiate this battle." Ibuki nodded vigorously, stammering, "Why, yes, I'll do my best." Ibuki gave a forced smile. He berated me terribly after I issued the challenge. "Like you said," he looked up, asking hesitantly, "So, I have one more secret strategy, a plan guaranteed to secure your victory." Haruto nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll do exactly as you say. Just stick to this plan, and you'll definitely beat him." Haruto extended his hand towards Ibuki, saying, "Hey, Ibuki, can I see your sword?" Time passed, and the scene shifted to the Adventurer Training Agency. The Azabu branch loomed large. A vast and magnificent arena stretched before them. The stands were packed, students cheering and excitedly awaiting the upcoming battle. The first match was none other than Ibuki versus the bully. The aggressive thug roared, "You bastard, you dare challenge me?" He continued with a sneer, "You've got guts. I swear I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Beat you to a pulp." Ibuki remained silent, offering no reply. Truthfully, a flicker of fear danced within him. Yuzuki and Haruto sat in the stands, intently watching the match. Yuzuki, worried, turned to Kujikun and asked, "Will he be all right?" Haruto offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, there's no need to be concerned. He's more than capable." Haruto said with a confident expression, "He'll do it." Hours earlier, Haruto shared a crucial tactic with Ibuki. The moment the starting whistle blows, you must immediately draw your sword and unleash a decisive, powerful strike. "Just one move, Ibuki." Ibuki looked bewildered, questioning, Just like that? It sounds too simple." Haruto affirmed with a firm nod. "Exactly. Your opponent will undoubtedly launch a preemptive attack from the very first moment, because he underestimates you, considers you a weak adversary." Ibuki remained silent, tightening his grip on his sword, absorbing Haruto's every word. Haruto continued his analysis. "If he manages to overwhelm you, you'll falter, become afraid, and unable to fight back. That's precisely what he's planning, what he's waiting for. Therefore, we will exploit that weakness of his," Haruto concluded. Ibuki listened, his face etched with surprise at this audacious plan. Haruto gave a serious warning. "But remember, you absolutely must not let that strike go astray. Don't close your eyes or look away. Look directly at your opponent and pour all your strength into that single strike the instant you draw your sword. Do this, and you will win." Haruto looked intently at Ibuki, his voice full of conviction. "Trust me." Ibuki nodded in response, a small smile gracing her lips. "Yeah, I understand." Ibuki's smile widened. She affirmed, "I will trust you." Haruto-kun returned to the present, snapping out of his flashback. Haruto smiled, his gaze following Ibuki with hope, thinking to himself, "Go for it, Ibuki. You can do it." From afar, in the towering stands, Kiryu silently observed the match from a hidden corner. The referee's voice boomed, signaling the start of the match. "The match between Ibuki and the delinquent student is officially commencing. Following the referee's begin command." The confrontation between Ibuki and the bully officially began. The two contestants' information was displayed on the screen. Mitsugi Ibuki, Swordsman Department, Year 2 Class F, Rank 3424. Her opponent, Kinju Kintaro, Swordsman Department, Year 2 Class A, Rank 153. He scoffed, saying, "All right, let's begin." Kinju boasted smugly, "After I win this match, let's continue to maintain our amicable relationship." Ibuki remained silent, not responding to Kinju's provocation. He clenched his fists, resolute in his determination. Ibuki declared boldly, "Then, if victory belongs to me, promise that from now on, you will never bother me again. You bastard." Kinju flew into a rage, roaring with indignation. "You brat, you've got some nerve." Yuzuki also seemed surprised by Ibuki's declaration, while Ryudo simply smiled, observing. Despite his tough exterior, Ibuki couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle. As the starting signal sounded, Kinju flashed a confident smirk. A strange magical aura materialized in his hand. In a flash, Kinju let out a triumphant laugh, drawing his second sword. From the stands, Haruto exclaimed in surprise, "What's this? Dual wielding? He must be an incredibly skilled swordsman. Or just a fool." As expected, Kinju immediately charged, attacking like a wild beast. He lunged ferociously, like an enraged boar, intent on destroying everything in his path. Ibuki suddenly recalled Haruto's advice. As expected, Haruto predicted this, he thought to himself. He'll come straight for me the moment the match begins. Ibuki quickly remembered the instructions. Never take your eyes off your opponent, he told himself, no matter what happens. Deliver a single, decisive, and fatal blow the moment you draw your sword. An aura, a powerful pressure, suddenly emanated from Ibuki. He let out a loud yell, then swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. In the blink of an eye, Ibuki unleashed a lightning-fast strike. It was an incredibly powerful attack, focusing all his strength into a single slash. Kinju was completely taken aback, his face etched with astonishment. He hastily used his dual swords to block the blow. But then, Kinju looked down at his swords in horror. Both blades had been sliced clean in half. He thought to himself, too fast. So fast I couldn't even see it. A critical hit, with devastating force, sending Kinju flying back more than 10 meters. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everyone, especially Kinju's underlings, were stunned into silence. Boss A.K. Ryudo could only let out a heavy sigh. Ibuki panted heavily, anxiously awaiting the referee's decision. And the final winner is Mitsuchi Ibuki. "Izuki, I can't believe it. Kuji-kun, he won," Izuki exclaimed excitedly. Haruto was also filled with joy, but showed no surprise. "Just as I expected," he thought to himself. "That sword he carries is a magic sword." Haruto smiled enigmatically. Izuki's eyes widened in astonishment. "Hey, a magic sword." Haruto recalled the moment before, when he secretly observed the match with his time-based ocular jutsu. He had discovered that Ibuki's sword possessed a special ability, an extremely rare one. Unlike me, he thought. It's not that Ibuki doesn't have magical abilities. The true reason behind this astonishing outcome is that the sword was constantly absorbing magical energy from Ibuki. Moreover, Haruto unexpectedly discovered that the magic sword possessed another special, incredibly wondrous ability. It had the capability to unleash all the magic it had accumulated from Ibuki over time, a hidden source of immense power. 3 years have passed since Ibuki started carrying the enchanted sword, and he once mentioned that he had never defeated a single monster. The amount of magical energy accumulated continuously over such a long period must possess a terrifying power beyond imagination. Perhaps due to some reason, Ibuki wasn't allowed to reveal the truth about his sword, about it being a powerful magic sword. Haruto smiled, exclaiming, "Well, a win is a win." Ibuki, elated, excitedly told Haruto as they entered the waiting room. "I won. Haruto-kun, it's all thanks to you." "What happened?" "Things changed so suddenly after you showed up. I'm constantly amazed by him. It's unbelievable." Haruto smiled humbly, replying that it was all thanks to his own true abilities. I suddenly thought, should I tell him the secret of the magic sword? Perhaps later, if the opportunity arises. Haruto turned around, grinning. "All right, that's taken care of. Now it's my turn to shine." This afternoon, at the Haryu Arena, Haruto declared confidently, also silently observing the match from above. Ryudo smirked, saying, "I won't hold back. Be prepared to face my full power from the start." He declared firmly, "I'm wagering the entire Ryudo faction's honor on this battle." Harry replied with a confident smile, "Certainly, I'm looking forward to it." Ryudo drew his sword, light flashing, Harry gripped his chaos sword, his aura blazing. Both assumed fighting stances, locked in a fierce gaze, neither yielding. Tension filled the arena. All that remained was the starting signal before the chaotic battle erupted. Suddenly, a booming voice roared, "Begin!" shaking the entire arena. The sound heralded the impending deadly duel, leaving everyone breathless with anticipation. Haruto's eyes widened in surprise as he stared ahead. Redo remained perfectly still, eyes closed as if oblivious to everything around him, showing no intention of making a move. In the stands, Yuzuki and Ibuki were watching the match intently. Both were visibly anxious, observing every detail of the confrontation. On Redo's side, his crew wore smug grins. They casually enjoyed the spectacle before them, treating it like a simple game, an easy victory. Kiryu stood above, silently observing Haruto, thinking to himself, what is he planning? This kid is showing too many openings. It's baffling. I can't read his mind. But either way, I won't hold back. With that, Haruto launched a surprise attack, charging straight towards his opponent. But in that instant, he sensed something amiss. Redo had opened his eyes. The same calm expression remained, but Haruto's face paled, a panicked thought flashing through his mind. What is this terrifying pressure? It's just like that time. Haruto abruptly stopped, skidding to a halt. He quickly activated his lost time ability. Haruto's face remained expressionless, betraying no surprise. As expected, there were no Kono's elements around Redo. Recalling his battle with Kiryu, Haruto fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that all the most skilled swordsmen of Azabu Academy possessed and wielded that terrifying killing intent technique? Haruto pondered if that were truly the case. Then predicting an opponent's swordsmanship based on the flow of time would become impossible. On the other side of the battlefield, Redo calmly sheathed his sword and declared, "All right, from this distance, I can unleash my technique." A confident smirk spread across his lips. Redo activated the secret art of the Kishin sword style, natural aesthetics. Instantly, a barrage of fierce attacks rained down. Their overwhelming power caused the arena to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. But instead of targeting Haruto, Haruto gasped in astonishment. Invisible blades, not just one, but 7 sharp sword strikes like deadly flowers, were hurtling towards him. Haruto swiftly leaped into the air, evading the surprise attack. Then, Haruto froze, his gaze fixed ahead. Redo suddenly appeared before Haruto, blocking his escape. "Looks like your only way out is up," Redo taunted. He immediately launched a fierce preemptive strike, aimed directly at Haruto. But this time, Haruto didn't dodge. He drew his sword, meeting Redo's powerful attack head-on. Haruto tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes sharp. Redo sensed something different. He's using the Ronaldo punch. Redo exclaimed in astonishment. This punch was identical to the move Haruto used against Kiryu, but Redo reacted much faster, instantly activating his steel body defense. Why is this like the last match? Redo frowned. 2 earth-shattering attacks collided. Redo smirked confidently. Haruto's attack hadn't inflicted any damage on it. Haruto was momentarily surprised. Both quickly retreated, creating a safe distance. Redo rubbed his head, casually saying, "Well, impressive. You can withstand the slashes of my Kishin sword style." Redo laughed heartily, his eyes flashing with admiration. "You're a rare find." Haruto was stunned by the unexpected praise. "You really thought I'd take that thunderous punch without flinching? How naive." Redo placed his sword on his shoulder and said calmly, "My swordsmanship doesn't just focus on superior sword techniques, but also on forging the body to its absolute limit. The goal is to make the body as hard, impenetrable, and sharp as a treasured sword." Haruto paused for a moment. Composing himself, he thought, "I can't rely on the time when fighting him. I must trust my own instincts." Redo's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Haruto, realizing his opponent was clearing his mind, entering a state of perfect stillness. "Very well, I'll do the same." Redo swiftly raised his sword, ready to engage. Haruto activated Flash Step, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Not to be outdone, Redo instantly used his hidden step. In the next instant, Haruto was before Redo, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. Redo nimbly dodged, not stopping there. He immediately retaliated with a lightning-fast counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with no sign of letting up. Harry unleashed a flurry of sharp, swift sword strikes. One particularly devastating blow forced Redo to use all his agility and speed to evade. Finally, under the immense pressure, Ryudo was forced to raise his sword in defense to avoid being overwhelmed. He then switched to a purely physical assault. A powerful straight punch aimed directly at Harry, forcing him onto the defensive. Ryudo quickly retreated, creating a safe distance. Once again, they were locked in a tense standoff. Ryudo gripped his sword tighter, acknowledging his opponent's formidable strength. But this only fueled his determination. He was certain that victory would ultimately be his. Ryudo attacked again, this time with all his might, raising his sword with both hands. Ryudo, calm as ever, effortlessly parried the blow. He then unleashed a devastating slash, tearing through the air. "Catch it!" A voice boomed, urgent and commanding. Ryudo was forced to retreat hastily before the overwhelming force of the attack. Without hesitation, he charged forward in another attack. Once again, he poured all his strength into the next blow. Their swords clashed, producing a deafening clang and a terrifying shockwave. From the stands, the students gasped in unison. "I've never seen a match this intense," one student exclaimed excitedly. "It's too fast. My eyes can't keep up with their speed. Ryudo-senpai is incredibly strong. But who is that exchange student? He's amazing. Look, Izuki-senpai is starting to look worried," a female student cried out anxiously. What's happening? How did it come to this? Perhaps we need to reevaluate the entire exchange student program after this, a teacher muttered. Yes, the exchange student program needs a serious review. Ibuki shouted worriedly. "Haruto-kun, be careful." Ryudo's underclassmen cheered excitedly. "Brother Nobunaga, crush him, brother. We're all behind you." Ryudo took a deep breath, telling himself, "I can't lose here. Absolutely not. Victory will be mine, and I will definitely save him." Memories of Ryudo came flooding back. The future remained trapped, imprisoned in the cracks of time. Harry's resolve only deepened, his determination burning hotter than ever. Suddenly, Ryudo's gaze shifted forward, as if he had realized something. He spoke, his tone probing. "You're Kuju Ryudo, aren't you? It seems you also carry a heavy burden on your shoulders." A sinister smile crept onto Ryudo's lips as he said, "I suppose that's a good thing. But you understand, I can't afford to fail here either." An immense surge of energy suddenly erupted from his entire being. Ryudo was stunned, a flicker of fear rising within him. He thought, his pressure is intensifying, it's terrifying. Ryudo charged forward, his body like an arrow piercing the wind. Ryudo maintained the smile on his face. But deep in his mind, he was thinking, I too carry a mission of paramount importance. Time suddenly rewound, back to when Ryudo Nobunaga was just an 8-year-old boy. The boy bid his mother farewell. "I'm going now, mother." His mother replied gently, "Yes, be careful on your way." The boy entered the silent classroom, devoid of any other presence. Then he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked down at his desk. It was covered in cruel words, mocking and insulting him deeply. "Get lost? Go back home. You piece of trash. You poor, filthy thug. Disgusting." Other students joined in. "Oh my God, that's horrible. So gross. I wonder who caused this horrific mess." Ryudo remained silent, listening to their cruel and slanderous words. He was so pathetic, so pitiful. But malicious rumors circulated, claiming he was merely reaping what he had sown, that he deserved to endure all of this. They called him a lowlife, a street rat. Not only poor, but also pathetic and cowardly. Ryudo never dared to speak up or fight back against anything. He only remained silent, studying at that same stained desk. Then one day, on his way home, Ryudo overheard a conversation on the stairs. "That's enough, ma'am. When will you repay my money?" It was Ryudo's mother, her head bowed in pleading. "I know. I'm so sorry." Ryudo was stunned, but he remained silent. "Listen," the man in front of his mother replied. "I understand you're completely innocent in this matter, but currently, you're legally responsible for your husband, who vanished without a trace." Ryudo's mother simply bowed her head, responding with a helpless yes. "If you could grant me a little more time, I'll find a way to come up with the remaining money." Ryudo clenched his fists, choked with emotion, unable to speak. That night, the boy tirelessly trained with a punching bag hanging from a tree. Each powerful punch landed with a silent vow. "I will be stronger, even stronger, and I will change my fate." Time passed. Ryudo entered an amateur boxing tournament. He emerged victorious, and so he earned himself a prize. On his way home, Ryudo kept thinking, I have to be stronger. I must keep striving, become truly strong. Because if I'm not strong enough, I won't be able to protect the people I care about, the things precious to me. I will do whatever it takes to become stronger. That year, fate brought him a chance encounter with Kiryu, a man with piercing eyes who spoke. You must be the second-year high school student. Making waves, undefeated in the underground fighting circuit, known as Red, the undefeated god of war in the Redunabu betting boxing matches. Am I right? Red immediately went on high alert, a question flashing through his mind. Who is this guy? How does he know so much about me? Kiryu calmly and slowly said, I witnessed your performance in the arena firsthand. You possess extraordinary physique and exceptional martial arts talent, but to stop here would be a waste of your natural gifts. Ryudo, enraged, growled, What the hell are you talking about? Kiryu remained calm, continuing, You need money, don't you, for your family? The words were like a sharp arrow, piercing Red's deepest pain, causing him to lose control of his anger. Bastard, you dared to investigate me. Kiryu just smiled, took out an envelope, and gently placed it down. Come here, learn how to use a sword, train yourself. Ryudo took the envelope, looking doubtfully at the words. Kishin School, Kiryu explained. The Kishin Sword School, a place that nurtures souls yearning for power, those who love martial arts. Come find me after you have mastered the essence of the Kishin School. Ryudo seemed unable to grasp the situation. He asked in confusion. Kiryu calmly explained, This is Ayabu Academy, a prestigious school specializing in swordsmanship training, and they're welcoming you to join. We will waive all tuition fees for you as a recipient of a full scholarship. But Ryudo immediately brushed Kiryu aside and exclaimed suspiciously, This is too good to be true. This whole thing sounds like a scam. But seemingly sensing the latent power emanating from Ryudo, the other man continued, Listen, kid, if studying here means you can become stronger, more powerful, then I'm willing to do whatever he asks. Ryudo declared resolutely. He repeated once more with unwavering determination. If it truly helps me become stronger, to wield absolute power, I won't hesitate to do anything he commands. And then, 2 years later, Ryudo reminisced about the past, about himself, a boy who always yearned for power, ever since he was very young. Apparently, mastering the Kishin sword style didn't take much time at all. I also began to vaguely understand why the student council president wanted me to enroll in this school. Because here, everything is decided by the strength of the sword. So those with wicked and depraved hearts gather here. He expected me to subdue them, to bring them under my control. Before I knew it, I had become the leader of those thugs. The Ryudo gang too. He was as enigmatic and unpredictable as ever. But for some reason, he showed me how to make money. Thanks to that, our debt was paid in full. I'm indebted to him, indebted to Ryudo. I remember, the thugs under my command. They probably looked like nothing but trash in the eyes of outsiders. But to me, they were like different versions of myself. People I could has completely changed, transformed into a ruthless villain, living recklessly, defying everything, just like a true criminal. Back in the present, Ryudo parries Haruto's sword strike, then coldly declares, That's why I will never accept defeat. Haruto is stunned by the terrifying power emanating from Ryudo. Ryudo continues his relentless assault with the Kishin sword style's secret technique, Zekiai. Massive energy surges erupt around him. Haruto grits his teeth, thinking to himself, the pressure from his sword has increased exponentially. This aura is terrifying. This is on a completely different level. If I keep defending like this, I'll be crushed by his overwhelming power. Haruto realizes with growing anxiety. This guy is completely different from any opponent I've ever faced before. This battle has made me realize one thing. He's more powerful and decisive than anyone. Haruto gasps for breath. This time, I can't rely on the flow of time anymore. If that's the case, I'll place my complete trust in my own strength. Haruto opened his eyes, determination burning in his gaze. And I will also trust in the strength of my sword, the companion that has fought alongside me for so long. A torrent of past memories suddenly flooded back, overwhelming him like a waterfall. Haruto roared, Hanryuken, Soul Dragon Sword, show me your true power. Two colossal energies, one green and one red, collided violently, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Haruto poured all his strength, spirit, and will into this decisive attack. He suddenly recalled the words from the letter years ago. Your true talent lies in the sword. If you want to become a time mage, as great as I am, live by the sword first. Ryudo suddenly noticed Ryudo. He wondered suspiciously, is this bastard smiling? Both of them immediately retreated. Ryudo also gave a knowing smile. But I understand how you feel. I can't contain this excitement either. Needless to say, the two sides clashed once again. Like impulsive, inexperienced children, a fierce battle erupted, a truly earth-shattering clash. Thick smoke billowed, interspersed with swirling streams of red and blue energy, intertwining with each other. Ibuki and Izuki stood outside, hearts ablaze with worry. Even Ryudo's subordinates gaped in astonishment at their leader's terrifying power. Only Karu, standing above, observed in silence, his chin resting on his hand, a cryptic expression on his face. Finally, the chaotic battle drew to a close. The dense smoke gradually dissipated, revealing two figures standing opposite each other, one on each side of the battlefield. The final result: Ryudo's sword was shattered, broken into countless fragments. He himself was grievously wounded, covered in blood. Ryudo couldn't believe his eyes, a single question echoing in his mind. Impossible! Not only had his sword been destroyed, but the boy had also sliced through the reinforced steel armor protecting his body. Before collapsing, Ryudo thought his opponent's sword energy was truly limitless, unstoppable, even more powerful than the esteemed chairman of the council. As that thought faded, he crumpled to the ground. Everyone was stunned, horrified by the scene that had just unfolded. The referee announced the match results. The winner was Kujo Ryudo. Witnessing this, Yuzuki was stunned into silence, unable to believe her eyes. Ryudo turned, his gaze drifting behind him. Ryudo was being diligently tended to by his teammates. Up in the stands, Kiryu had defeated Nobunaga, the third-ranked fighter. Kiryu had relied almost solely on superior technique and his extraordinary Yukaming swordsmanship to achieve victory. Everything had unfolded according to Ryudo's plan. Awakening Jia, he was truly worthy of this power. Kiryu was the perfect weapon to destroy humanity's cursed enemies, the villains who had been running rampant, sowing chaos in Azabu for so many years. Ryudo looked down at his slightly trembling hand. He smiled and muttered, "So, this is the feeling of a true sword fight. Unexpectedly intense and exhilarating." The next day, Ryudo was astonished by the sight before him. Ryudo had brought his entire gang to meet with Ryudo. The entire group suddenly knelt, bowing their heads at a 90-degree angle, and shouted in unison, "We sincerely apologize." Ryudo reached out and ruffled Ibuki's hair. Or rather, he meant to, "Is everything all right now?" Ibuki nodded rapidly in agreement. Ryudo looked up, flashed a bright smile, and said, "Oh, if you say so, then I sincerely thank you for overlooking the trouble we caused." Ryudo suddenly slung an arm around Ryudo's neck and exclaimed, "I'm thrilled." Completely contrary to what one might expect. He was excited after being so thoroughly defeated? How strange. Ryudo looked at Ryudo with a puzzled expression, suspicion rising within him. His change in demeanor was too swift and sudden. Moreover, he still seemed to be brimming with energy. That steel body technique is truly formidable, Ryudo thought to himself. Then he suddenly flinched as he looked ahead. All the students were curiously looking their way. Ryudo quickly stepped back, saying to Ryudo, "Anyway, we've settled things here, so you don't need to be so affectionate." He didn't want to attract everyone's attention. Ryudo patted Ryudo's head and said, "You think so, but you don't have to hide your true feelings." After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice turning serious. "All right, let's get down to business. We, Fredidu, honestly admit our defeat against you. Therefore, we've decided to join forces with you, supporting you fully in any circumstance. Don't hesitate to contact us whenever you need help." Ryudo was astonished to see the entire Fredidu group bow their heads before him. He smiled back, extending his hand to shake Ryudo's. "All right, I understand. If I encounter any difficulties, I will definitely reach out to you all." Ryudo smiled as well, his voice full of sincerity. "Rest assured, you could trust us." The next day, in his small apartment, the news anchor's voice boomed from the TV. According to the Metropolitan Police Department report, the crime rate continues to decrease nationwide. However, damage caused by monsters, especially those migrating from dungeons, is trending upwards year after year. The Metropolitan Police Department and the Ground Self-Defense Force, GSDF, are calling for increased cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. Ria was quietly preparing a meal while listening to the news on TV. According to statistics from the Adventurers Association, Japan's economy, under the leadership of the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, continues to maintain an impressive annual economic growth rate, exceeding 10%. This is a significant achievement since mysterious dungeons appeared globally 35 years ago. Meanwhile, having carefully prepared a nutritious breakfast, Ryudo respectfully clasped his hands before the altar where his parents' memorial photo rested. "I'm going to work," he whispered. The familiar sound of the public announcement system echoed throughout the area. The announcer explained, "This extraordinary economic growth is due to the immense contributions of courageous individuals with special abilities in exploring dangerous dungeons. Notably, this dungeon phenomenon is unique to Japan. The government quickly seized this opportunity, significantly redirecting investments into businesses and universities with Japanese capital. Immediately, the government provided substantial subsidies to accelerate the development of monster-countering equipment, while also boosting research into magic." Ria gently handed a bento box to her brother, smiling. "Here's your lunch, Ryudo." Ryudo accepted the lunchbox, returning a warm smile. "Thanks a lot, Ria." From a small radio, the sound of a news bulletin caught their attention. The bulletin highlighted Japan's rapid economic growth, marking the nation's third consecutive quarter of expansion. After a challenging post-pandemic period, Ryudo hurried out of the house, softly bidding farewell to his younger sister. "See you later, Ria." Ria replied, her voice sweet. "Have a great day." Ryudo smiled, saying to Ayabo, who was standing nearby, "I'm going to school too today, Ayabo." Ayabo smiled back amicably. "I'm part of the student exchange program, after all," Ryudo added. Ria exclaimed with admiration, "That's amazing. That school is famous for its magnificent buildings." Ria excitedly recounted what Harry had described to her. "I wish I could go there, even just once." Ria confided in her brother. Ryudo corrected, "The inside is quite classic in style." Ria, still smiling, replied, "Oh really?" She mused. "Sounds fascinating to experience a normal school life like that." Ria's voice trailed off, tinged with longing. Ryudo quickly picked up on his sister's mood. He smiled and replied, "It is." Then he asked gently, "You're starting middle school today too, right, Ria?" Ria confessed, "Yu-chan, you have to try and catch up to me. I only vaguely remember things from elementary school." Ryudo replied with a smile, "I'll always support you. Let's work hard together, like brothers." They looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy and understanding. Harry made a silent vow to never let Ria feel sad again. On the way to school, in the distance, Ryudo happened to see a girl arguing loudly with someone. "No, stop it. Let me go." The girl screamed in panic. The other person yelled back angrily, "Huh, what kind of tone is that? Do you know how much money I've invested in you?" People around them whispered, "Isn't that Millu? Really? She's a famous influencer on social media. She has over 3 million followers on TikTok, and she's about to debut as a singer too." It seems like they're arguing about something pretty serious. Ryudo wasn't very interested in the argument and was about to move on, but "What's it got to do with me?" Millu exclaimed, "Stop right there," and promptly turned to flee. "Don't you dare ambush me again." Despite the man's attempts to stop her, Millu stuck out her tongue, teasing, "You idiot, how embarrassing. Are you trying to hog me all to yourself, you fool?" Millu darted into a narrow alley, ignoring the man's pursuit. "There's a newly discovered dungeon over there. It's dangerous. Millu, be careful." Only then did Millu look up, her gaze fixed on the dungeon entrance. Sharp claws slowly emerged. A hideous, repulsive monster suddenly appeared from within the gate. Millu froze in terror, staring at the monster. Not just one, but a whole horde of ferocious monsters poured out. They were Emperor Centipedes, subjugation level S, a type of monster classified as a B-rank extermination target. The recommended total raid level for this mission is 1,200. The gigantic Emperor Centipedes, compared to a human, were like elephants to ants. Terrified, Millu's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Panic spread among the others, their faces draining of color. A monster? What kind of monster is causing havoc outside the dungeon? Isn't that one of the migratory creatures? I don't care. Just run. My run. With those words, everyone scattered in a frenzy. Closest to the gate, Millu faced the ferocious monsters head-on. She trembled uncontrollably, her body frozen in fear. Tears streamed down Millu's cheeks. a monstrous creature noticed her, advancing until it loomed inches from her face. From afar, everyone watched in utter terror. She won't be able to dodge it. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted. The monster lunged, its massive jaws slamming into the ground. But in an instant, its head was severed from its neck. The enormous head thudded to the earth, rolling away. Greenish blood gushed out, staining the ground crimson. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Its head was cut clean off. Ryudo appeared, a heroic figure, just in time to save the poor Millu. Miru's eyes widened, her face a mask of shock at the chaotic scene unfolding before her. Ryudo helped the girl to her feet, his voice urgent. "Get out of here. This place is dangerous." Miru started to ask a question, but Ryudo only muttered under his breath, "I don't want to get involved in this, but I won't be able to sleep if I just let these people be slaughtered." Suddenly, Ryudo looked ahead, his face filled with terror. Right where his sword had just cut through, a new head was forming, regenerating in a grotesque manner. Ryudo frowned, thinking, a regeneration skill? Impossible. Just then, a group of people appeared. Clad in armor, they shouted, "Is everyone all right? We're from the Adventurers Guild, Minato branch." They looked towards Ryudo, their voices warning. "You're a student, aren't you? Retreat. You'll die if you stay here." They turned to each other. "Captain, it's a horrifying monster, designated a B-class elimination target by the DAC, Defense Against Catastrophe, with a threat level ranked S, extremely dangerous. The recommended total raid level for this mission is over 1,000. Meanwhile, our adventure group's average level is a mere 80. The current situation indicates we lack the strength to stop it. They propose that we send an emergency distress signal to the Seven Sages." The designated captain spoke, his voice filled with worry. "Fool, it's obvious they can't get here in time at this distance," another retorted. "There's no other choice. We have to face this danger ourselves before the disaster spreads, harming innocent civilians." Ryudo stood by, silently listening to the discussion. He chose to observe the situation, not yet acting. Suddenly, a gigantic emperor centipede charged forward with terrifying speed. The two remaining soldiers panicked, hastily raising their guns and drawing their swords. But they seemed to understand their strength was insignificant compared to the monster before them. In that life-or-death moment, countless jet-black iron chains materialized from thin air, binding the ferocious emperor centipede. Once again, Ryudo appeared, utilizing his chain shackles technique at level. The two soldiers were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Could it be? Are we saved?" one soldier stammered, his voice trembling with emotion. Ryudo sighed, shaking his head and muttering softly. "This isn't the time to worry about staying hidden," he thought, "or attracting attention." In the next moment, Ryudo drew his sword and activated his magic. "Time-space acceleration, maximum," he shouted. He then utilized his third-level swift movement, dashing forward with incredible speed. This time, the giant centipedes didn't opt for a physical attack. From their mouths, they spewed a suspicious, deathly colored liquid. Ryudo nimbly dodged the terrifying stream of liquid. He frowned, his expression turning serious. "A corrosive gas attack? This is tricky," he thought to himself. "I need to minimize the damage." But just then, a massive emperor centipede appeared, its gigantic mouth open wide, ready to devour anything in its path. Unable to dodge in time, Ryudo was sent flying. However, the monster seemed surprised by the body in its mouth. It began to mysteriously vanish. Just as predicted, Ryudo used his ultimate technique, body recreation. Another Ryudo appeared in a different location, confidently declaring, "That's me from 0.3 seconds ago." Immediately after this declaration, Ryudo swung his sword, decapitating the clone in the blink of an eye. All the soldiers were stunned by the horrific scene, exclaiming in shock, "What was that?" Hidden in a corner, Millu thought to herself with an excited expression, "Amazing." Ryudo slowly descended beside the headless body. He raised his hand, as if preparing to do something. Ryudo muttered softly, "Receive my special version of matter reversal. No matter how many times you try to regenerate your head, your neck will forever remain at the moment it was severed." Ryudo smiled confidently, murmuring, "Now he has no way to recover." He turned around, declaring, "Now there are only 7 heads left." Ryudo drew his sword, ready to face the horde of ferocious monsters. A gigantic centipede, the fearless emperor, continued to open its gaping maw. It launched a direct attack at the ground. But Haruto easily dodged the deadly blow. He gathered immense energy from across space, concentrating it around his body. In an instant, Haruto swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow. The sword strike carried earth-shattering power, crashing down like a massive explosion. The attack obliterated the clustered centipedes, pulverizing them into dust. After clearing the area, Haruto gently landed on the ground. He continued to utilize the same power source as before to deal with the remaining undead. He turned his head, frowning slightly. Now, there are only 3 left. From afar, the soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. Amazing. Who is he? Seems like a cadet from the Special Training Agency. Haruto cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A strange light appeared ahead. It turned out to be the remaining 3 centipedes preparing for a coordinated attack. They opened their mouths, gathering deadly poison gas spheres, aiming directly at Haruto. The next moment, from their mouths, a terrifying surge of energy was unleashed. Haruto immediately activated his special eyes. Haruto paused, using the flow of time as a tactical analysis tool. In a split second, Haruto deftly utilized his agility, moving with the grace of the wind, effortlessly evading his opponent's relentless barrage of attacks. He thought to himself, dodging these attacks was truly child's play, if he could grasp the flow of time and anticipate his enemy's every move. Suddenly, a monstrous creature opened its eyes, emitting an eerie, purplish-red light filled with ferocity. The ground below abruptly cracked open, erupting violently. Haruto jolted, wary of the imminent surprise attack. In that life-or-death moment, Haruto recalled yesterday's battle. When facing Nobunaga, he had used a special skill called Iron Body, a skill that drastically increased defense, making the body as hard as steel. And that obnoxious chairman had also used a similar technique. Haruto deduced his critical weakness was his defense and stamina. Because he always relied on dodging direct attacks, he depleted too much energy and often found himself exhausted. From this moment on, I will do this, Haruto declared resolutely. Haruto extended his hand forward, palm facing upwards. This will be a practical application of the Ronaldo punch, a defensive technique, focusing all of his Chanos energy, the inner force within his body. Instead of using it to attack the opponent, Haruto clenched his fist. Immediately, powerful energy shields materialized, enveloping him. Haruto smiled confidently. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. He thought to himself, I'll name it the Ronaldo Shield. Haruto proudly declared. Haruto immediately used the Ronaldo Shield, his newly created magical shield, to block the incoming attack. Even the Royal Centipede was astonished by this extraordinary sight. Haruto placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, Now, it's my turn to attack. He drew his sword and charged forward with a confident and determined expression. During the charge, Haruto didn't forget to use his clone technique to distract the colossal monster. As expected, the Royal Centipede was completely fooled by the dozens of Harutos surrounding it. He unleashed a fatal sword strike, piercing straight down into the monster's head. The remaining illusions followed suit, performing the same action. This was the ultimate technique, Mad Star Stream, a devastatingly destructive move. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the very air. Before the horrified eyes of civilians and soldiers, Haruto stood tall, radiating immense power. Amidst the thick smoke and the rubble of monstrous remains, the young man looked like a god of war. The system announced, the Demon Emperor has been defeated. Kujiyu Haruto's adventurer rank skyrocketed by 4 levels. His swordsmanship skills were also significantly upgraded, gaining 12 points. He received over 5,334 credits and countless rare items. Haruto's magic skill tree was unlocked. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Millu cheered excitedly, while the soldier captain was speechless in utter astonishment. Millu exclaimed joyfully, He's amazing! Before everyone's eyes, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing the devastated battlefield, littered with remnants of the fierce battle. Haruto let out a soft breath amidst the stunned gazes of everyone around. Soldiers rushed over, speaking in unison. That was incredible. You saved our lives. We're eternally grateful. A female soldier stepped forward and addressed him. Hey, how about joining our squad? She continued, speaking on behalf of the captain. No, that's not what I meant. Become our commander. Naruto was startled and quickly waved his hands in refusal. I'm sorry, I really don't intend to. The soldiers looked disappointed. Don't say that. Please reconsider. Come back to the branch with us. We're begging you. Naruto sighed inwardly. I knew this would happen, as soon as I became the center of attention. But now, there's no other way. I'll just have to use that technique. Finally, Naruto spoke. All right, let me think about it for a bit. The soldiers were filled with hope. They waited in silence, anxiously watching him. And then, right before everyone's eyes, Naruto quickly performed the shadow clone jutsu. Amidst the crowd's boisterous laughter, as they assumed the young man would agree, they were unaware that before their eyes stood merely a cleverly crafted illusion. Harry had swiftly slipped away, finding a safe spot on the rooftop. A sly grin spread across his face as he thought. Material inversion captured and preserved the surrounding environment to deceive them. Before leaving, he muttered, I feel a little bit guilty, just a tiny bit, he reassured himself. Haruto continued to run at full speed on his way to school. He mumbled, I think I'm still on time. But just then, a voice called out, Hey you! A girl blocked Haruto's path, and he blurted out, What? Millu appeared, intercepting Haruto and saying, Wait a minute. Haruto stammered, You're that girl from earlier, aren't you? What do you want from me? He asked. He wondered, could it be that my time magic couldn't fool her? Millu spoke, I want to talk to you. You help me. And then just left without a word. Miru immediately pointed at Haruto, demanding an answer. Why did you do that? Taken aback by this sudden accusation, Haruto was completely clueless. Confused, he wondered, did I get wrong? Wasn't this supposed to happen the other way around? Miru flashed a confident smile and asked, Don't you have anything to say to me? Haruto sighed, replying, Yes, I do. He continued, lecturing her, Even if you're try to avoid someone who's approaching you, you should still pay attention to your surroundings. These days, monsters appearing in the city isn't exactly uncommon. Don't do careless things, like wandering into restricted areas or dangerous places. After being lectured by Haruto, Miru lost her smile. Annoyed, she retorted, Are you saying you're up to something? Haruto responded with a question of his own. Up to something? What do you mean? Millu confidently declared, You must know who I am. I'm Millu, right? That's why you approached me, isn't it? I guarantee someone like you couldn't possibly not notice me, she asserted confidently. In the rankings of the cutest, most adorable TikTokers you absolutely have to follow, I'm always number one. I have over 5 million devoted fans across all the popular social media platforms. My popularity with young people is undeniable. A top record label is preparing for my spectacular debut as a solo artist. Moreover, I'm about to be cast as the lead actress in a Netflix blockbuster. I'm just waiting for the results of the final casting call. The girl you just mentioned, that's Millu, a high school student at the peak of her fame. Haruto was completely speechless after her grand introduction. Don't you think she's violating a non-disclosure agreement? When Haruto revealed his final secret, Millu acted generously. Well then, I wouldn't mind helping you out a little, just as long as you appear with me on TikTok. Your follower count will skyrocket to 1,000. But before Millu could finish, Haruto hastily ran off, saying, I don't have time to play around with you. Millu immediately panicked and chased after him. Hey, stop. Stop right there. She quickly pursued Haruto, but just around the corner, Haruto had completely vanished. Millu exclaimed in astonishment. What? Where did he go? Haruto had once again used his time-space magic to escape from this arrogant and conceited girl. Millu muttered angrily. What's wrong with that guy? Why isn't he even remotely interested in me? I'm Millu, the gorgeous Millu. You know, she was so frustrated that she jumped up and down, stomping her feet. Oh my God. After venting her frustration, she looked back at her phone screen. Amidst the void, a faint image of Haruto materialized. Suddenly, she gasped in astonishment. This boy has completely captured my heart. An extraordinary young man. You are the one who will change this world. Abruptly, Millu's expression shifted, her eyes blazing with a vibrant, mesmerizing orange hue. She declared with unwavering certainty, my Axic sword has never been wrong.